Good morning, everybody. How is everybody today? Corn Dog gave us trivia. Today's the day we find out Tisha was just misunderstood, and it turns out she was the actual hero of the story. What a plot twist. No, that does not actually happen. Here's the real trivia for today. Harley Hunt is living in North Carolina and pursued a nursing degree ahead of her mother's murder trial. In the years since her mother's arrest, Harley Hunt has been building an online presence and separating herself from the past. According to Hunt's TikTok page, she is now living on her own and recently landed a new job. Yay for Harley! Yay! She needs to get into therapy too. Just saying. Good morning, Jennifer. Hey, Judy. Hey, Corn Dog. Okay, I found a clip, a short on YouTube that is appalling. You know, there's all these jokes about Gen X. We are the last of the feral children. We are tough. We are resilient. We did insane things. At 10 o'clock every night, there was an announcement on the TV that said, "It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are?" They had to remind our parents that they had children. So I saw this short today and I was like, what? This was our only way to get back at bullies back then, because don't bully people was not a thing. So I saw this and I was like, what? These were the happiest moments of my childhood and they're trying to take it away? Are you kidding me? No. No. Absolutely not.
Here we go. Because Charles Darwin is becoming increasingly less popular across America, 10 children's games you will not believe people are trying to get banned. Number 1, Duck, Duck, Goose. A few years ago, an anonymous petition was put online to ban Duck, Duck, Goose. These people said the children must be protected and that we should erase the game of Duck, Duck, Goose
What the
off
heck
the
is wrong
dark
with Duck, Duck,
underbelly of
Goose?
sinister children's games. Number 9, Tag. Tag, freeze tag, flashlight tag, diaper tag. Yeah, no, people want it to end because a lot of chasing games are being converted to walking games in an effort to make them more safe. Apparently, people are not getting the message that these kids need to run a little bit more and walk a little less. And if that running comes in the form of a game where you slap someone and yell, "You're it," so be it. Number 8, Red Rover. All right, I get it. This game was more about decapitating or at the very least clotheslining your friends than it was anything else. But that's what made it fun. I mean, does it really deserve the label of dangerous contact sport? According to the Children's Hospital of Stanford, California, yes. According to me, no. Leave it alone. Number 7, human target games, also known as dodgeball, warball. I guess people disapprove of this one for the obvious reason and also because, according to them, it encourages bullying and intentionally harming others. Yeah, that's what we liked about it. This was the ultimate revenge sport. It lists in our heads of kids we needed to get even with, and dodgeball is where we did it. Number 6, the slip and slide. It actually was recalled for a while back in 1993.
I didn't know that.
Because apparently people slipping and falling is a dangerous thing. Oh well. Maybe it's because we added baby oil to the mix. I seem to recall that being a thing for a minute or two. Number 5 on the list I found was stocking stuffers because they were intentionally small things to fit in stockings that could cause children to choke. That's just stupid and I'm not wasting any time on it. Number 4, snowball fights. Apparently opponents say it's like throwing rocks at each other and it should be stopped. Well, I got news for you. We threw rocks at each other too. Number 3, cops and robbers, also cowboys and Indians, because it involves play with imaginary weapons. Dude, you can take the guns away from the kids. They'll play with sticks and pretend they're guns. Just the way it is. Now, I'm not saying let kids play with real guns. although our parents did that too. Either way, just teach them to be careful. Number 2, superhero games. On May 17th, 2013, a Philadelphia, Pennsylvania preschool sent home a note saying to parents, please discourage your children from pretending they are superheroes as, and I quote, it is causing the imaginations of our preschoolers to become overactive. The last thing anyone needs to worry about is an overactive imagination in a preschooler. It is a good thing. And top of our list, number 1, musical chairs, which I admit was like blood sport. We beat the tar out of each other trying to get to that last chair. And I have heard of preschools and kindergartens taking the chair away thing away from the game. So it's just going around and sitting down when music stops and there always being a chair for someone. Because that's how life works. Not. I say instead of banning these games, bring them back in full force. Make them mid. All right, here we go. Because Charles Darwin is becoming increasingly...
Yeah, that is stupid. Like, musical chairs where you don't take a chair away, like, what's the point? When I was a kid, our church would have, like, cakewalks, I think is what they called them. It was musical chairs. Whoever won musical chairs they would win a cake. Like, you had to pay a price to play. And then if you won musical chairs, you won like a cake of your choice. And I guess I was little. I don't remember the details, but I think like they played, I guess till all the cakes were gone. I don't remember. But anyways, it was something like that with like a bake sale at church. And hey Wiggles. Oh, hugs, Marty. I don't know why Duck Duck Goose is bad. I seriously, you put the kids in a circle. I mean, I think most of us is Gen X, so you probably know Duck Duck Goose, but you put the kids in a circle and you just hit them on the top. You don't hit them, you tap them on top of the head. Duck, 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 goose, and then you run around and you get back. The person that's goose chases you and you have to run around and get back in their spot before they catch you. If they tag you, then you stay the person that duck, duck, duck. If you get in their seat, then they become the person that duck, duck, duck. Like, what is wrong with that? You might fall and trip. Oh yeah, because you're close. Yeah, I do. Because you're clotheslining people. That I get. It still was fun though. Loved. Dodgeball. I loved dodgeball. I mean, it's a ball filled with air. Like, how bad can you hurt somebody with a ball? I don't understand. It's not like it's a weight ball. It's a ball filled with air. And I think the cops and robbers and cowboy and Indians thing, I think that is like I think that's like a cultural appropriation thing. Can I tap you on the head, please? Duck. Can I tap you on the head, please? Duck. Oh my god. And the superhero thing? Okay. My parents knew I had ADHD as a kid and did nothing about it. When Wonder Woman came on TV, apparently I didn't watch it. Like, this is a huge memory. It's a core memory. If you guys know the Inside Out movie, or not Inside Out. Yeah, Inside Out. The core memory of a huge memory of this one episode. Like, I don't remember the episode, but I loved Wonder Woman. And I don't know if I did it every show. I just have this one memory of this one time. I put a towel around my shoulders and tied it. And I would spin like she did to change my superhero, and then I would just run back and forth the whole length of the living room, family room, back and forth. I was Wonder Woman. Why do they not want them to have a imagination? That's what we want. We want kids to have a healthy imagination. I don't understand. Don't understand. Yes. 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 We absolutely had the best games. And the slip and slide, when I couldn't afford the actual brand name slip and slide, I mean, my parents couldn't afford it because those things were just plastic, just a thin sheet of plastic. Some of them had a tube on the side that you screwed the water hose into, and it would cascade water onto the slip and slide. But whenever we didn't have the real thing, because they tore up so easily, we would just get a big garbage bag and cut it down the side and open it up. We didn't use baby oil though. We used Dawn dishwashing liquid. And let me tell you guys, wasps are attracted to water. I have slid over so many wasps and been stung by wasps so many times. But yeah, I guess it is kind of dangerous because you run at full speed and then just jump. All four appendages just out in midair and then just belly flop onto a piece of paper thin plastic. So, yeah, I guess you could get hurt. I never did. I just slip and slide over a bunch of wasps and got stung, but that's probably why I hurt so bad. Because all the things I did as a kid. No, I've heard that. I've heard the name, but I've never played it. Oh, yeah, I didn't have that. I'm jealous. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Aw. She had a cameo in, there's a Disney movie called Sky High, and it is a high school for superhero kids. So, like the children of superheroes. And she played the principal of the school, but she had a cameo. Like, she wasn't in the credits or anything. Like, you didn't even know she was in it. And then towards the very end of the movie, after like chaos happens and the kids get in trouble, she shows up as a principal. It was a surprise cameo. It was so cool. I was like, oh my god, it's Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman's the principal of the Sky High. Oh yeah, I bet it would have. Aw, I loved my slip and slide. Loved it, loved it, loved it, loved it. I hated musical chairs. Hated musical chairs because I never got. I didn't last long. I don't know why. I never watched Supergirl. I need to watch Supergirl. I started watching Arrow and Flash, and then I never finished, and I never got to Supergirl. they started doing too many superhero TV shows too quickly, and then I got like bogged down and I couldn't follow it all, and then I just stopped. I love cameos like that. I love it. I adore inside jokes like that. It's like, if you know, you know. That's hilarious. Yeah, if you can see her other jet. You can't see her jet because it's visible. Dang it. I forgot to pull the trial up. I got sidetracked with Gen X videos. Hang on. Okay, we were. Day 9? I think. Okay, this is where we are. Harley's about to be cross examined. And I so hope that this attorney's nice to her. Because she's brave. Although she probably didn't have a choice.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss. Just thinking the same thing. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358. People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Cross-examination, Mr. Tellini.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hunt, I know this is emotional and difficult. I've just got some questions to ask you.
Okay.
If you don't understand my questions, just let me know and I'll rephrase. Also, once I'm done, Mr. Young is going to have a chance to come up here and do what's called redirect. So if there's something you don't think that you think you needed to ask for my question or that wasn't quite fair, Mr. Young will have the chance to clear that up. Is that all right?
Okay.
Okay. So your mom and dad split up when you were about 6?
Yes.
And after that point in time, up until your mom met Al, it was just you and your mom.
Yes.
And you guys were pretty close?
Yes.
And you guys spent a lot of time around each other.
Yes.
And do you remember sometimes during that time and all the times growing up that sometimes you would come on your mom and she would be in the closet rolled in a ball crying?
No.
We met before, right? You remember?
Yes.
We're down in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Yes.
We went out to dinner.
Yes.
Do you remember telling me at that point in time that oftentimes you'd come and you'd see your mom lying on the floor crying?
Your Honor, this is incorrect. Mr. Tellini.
Well, I've already instructed the jury that nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. He can attempt to redirect her to a prior conversation. If he's going to impeach her, he's going to need a different approach than that, but we'll leave it at that. So Re-ask your question, Mr. Delaney.
We went out to dinner to talk about your mom growing up.
Yes.
At that point, you told me that sometimes you'd come across her in the closet crying.
The question that you asked me, you were very specific, saying rolled in a ball and everything. So I answered no to that. But yes, I've came across my mom crying before.
Do you remember coming across your mom crying and she was in the closet crying?
Yes, she was in the closet like many a times just growing up, either texting on her phone or crying or many different reasonings.
Did she have an explanation what she was crying about?
In which specific time?
Any times that you would see her crying? Was sometimes she crying for no apparent reason?
No.
Okay. When you were in Charleston,
Yes.
do you recall a time where your mom was texting you that something's going to happen to her and that you need to go live with Amy Bolton?
Yes.
And who is Amy Bolton?
One of my mom's friends.
And that Miss Bolton and you were both very concerned for your mom?
Yes.
That you actually had to crack her code on her phone to see where
Yes.
she was? And she was in the hospital?
Yes.
She was in the hospital for mental issues?
I was told she was in a hospital for like cancer and stuff. I don't know. I've been told so many things.
Okay. Well, you had phone calls that both you and Ms. Bolton were worried your mom was going to commit suicide. And then you tracked her down into the hospital.
Yes.
There was also a time, you're about 15, you had a Jeep. Remember that Jeep?
Yes.
Your mom took the Jeep one time and wrecked it.
Yes.
Your mom told you she wrecked it because she thought she saw your dead father sitting beside her.
No.
No?
I remember her wrecking the car. I didn't get a clear reason why it happened. I thought she swerved off the road for something, but not because of my dead dad.
You don't recall her saying she thought she saw a chance?
No.
There were also times growing up that you lived significant stretches of times with Dee Dee.
Yes.
Why?
One was when we lived in Charleston because I wanted to go to my old school as well, just because things weren't normal when we lived in Charleston.
What do you mean things weren't normal?
Like nobody was happy. It's just,
Your mom wasn't happy when she was living in Charleston?
nobody was happy when we lived in Charleston.
Okay. You would take lots of trips with your mom?
Yes.
Sometimes it felt so much like you're almost living out of a suitcase?
Yes.
Growing up, do you remember your mom being paranoid about you getting kidnapped?
Not specifically me being kidnapped. She was always just worried about me.
I mean, so she would give you code words?
Yes.
What were the code words? Like, I mean, describe, what do you mean by that?
I think it was like my middle name.
How were you supposed to use it?
She would say it so that I would know that it was her talking to me.
Okay. Did you say why this would be necessary?
No, I just thought it was normal.
We had a code phrase when I was a kid. And then when I started nursing, I had I started to have problems with my feet because I was on my feet all the time. And I said, this is all my mother's fault because our code phrase was my feet are killing me. She said if I was ever in trouble, if anybody was ever chasing me or trying to kidnap me or whatever, I was to find the nearest payphone because we didn't have cell phones back then. Like, what was I going to do if I couldn't find a phone? Anyway, I was to find the nearest payphone or the nearest phone anywhere, and I was supposed to call her and say, "My feet are killing me," and that was our code phrase. And then she would know I was in trouble. So then when I started being a nurse and I was on my feet all the time, I developed bone spurs in my heels and I was in extreme pain. Had to go to the foot doctor. Had to take off work for a little while because my feet hurt so bad. I was like, this is all my mother's fault. She jinxed me with our code phrase.
Things, making sure your kid's safe.
Okay, and you guys would also have safe places that you would meet up if necessary?
Girl, yeah.
No,
Like the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
no,
You started using the name Taylor just prior to meeting Al?
yes,
You remember complaining to her that it was confusing for you? You didn't know what to call her?
yes, because I didn't know if that was her. I was told it was her middle name, so
Call her mom.
What about using the name Nicole?
no.
In those text messages between you and the phone that was your mother's phone, who's the name on your mother's phone?
It says Nicole.
When you and your mom went off to Kansas City, were you given much warning? Did she say what was it about or where you guys were going?
I just knew that she wasn't happy with her marriage, so we were leaving. She wanted to go do one of like flight attendant or something.
Where were you guys going?
I think we were going back to South Carolina.
Okay. How much notice did she give you between when, hey, get in the car? Like, how much time did you have to pack? Was it a day? How much planning on this went on?
Yeah, I did have to pack. I don't know if it was the day of or the day before.
But had there been any talk before she said start packing, we're leaving? Say, hey, what do you think about this? This is what I'm thinking about doing, anything like that, or is this appear very sudden?
Yes.
Appear very sudden?
No, she would just be like, I'm not happy. What do you think about moving here?
Okay. Around the fall of 2019, do you remember your mom also becoming paranoid regarding an alleged hit and run accident?
A what?
A hit and run that you may have been in?
Yes.
And she thought people were constantly following her.
I remember her saying that she was like accused of a hit or run and she talked to someone about it, like a police officer, and they said it wasn't her. It didn't end up being her.
Okay, but do you remember her also thinking people were following her because of that?
I don't remember.
Like in a black sedan?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember her quitting her teaching job because of mental health?
When was this?
In winter of 2019.
I remember her saying she's going to become a flight attendant and going to training instead of teaching.
When you guys, I'm going to shift back, and so, sorry, back when you guys would go to Alaska, you guys would go for a couple weeks up to a month at a time,
Yes.
and your mom did not like Alaska?
Yes.
You remember a time that your mom came down and said that this was going to be the last dinner with you and her,
Yes.
and that it was too late, she'd already taken them?
Yes.
And that to you imply that she was contemplating suicide?
Yes.
And then the next day she acted like nothing happened?
Yes.
Was that unusual?
That was the second time that she had done that. So Charleston and then.
Okay. Did she ever discuss either of those things with you?
No.
Like afterwards?
No.
Explain what was going on?
No.
I'll go now move up to January 26th, 2020. Okay. That Sunday morning, you got called into Massage Envy pretty early, right?
Yes, I remember it being like that morning, that day. Yeah.
Okay. So you don't have any personal knowledge if your mom tried to take Gannon and Lena to church that day?
No, I just know that I didn't go to church that day.
And then you got home and your mom was telling you about the fire and everything like that?
Yes.
And you could smell from that, you could smell that there was burning that
Yes.
occurred down in the basement? You testified early or this morning that when you came home and you were talking with your mom, that your mom was scared.
Yes.
What was she scared of?
She said that she was scared of like Gannon because he was acting weird.
Okay.
She's afraid of an 11-year-old boy.
You then went and you went down in the basement to say goodnight to Gannon. You both went down together.
Yes.
And do you remember your mom asking Gannon if he was all right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember, that letter that was given to you, that proffer letter? You came in and then you did an interview? You remember doing the interview?
Yes.
Remember you did it with Mr. Young and Agent Cohen there?
Yes.
Do you remember telling them that your mom asked if Gannon was all right and Gannon nodded his head?
I don't remember. I just remember like saying goodnight and like seeing him. I don't remember what I said.
Yeah, but do you remember your mom asking if he was all right and he nods his head yes?
Yes, if that's what I said.
Okay. And then you left that morning for work around 8 because you had to be there by 8:30?
Yes, sometime around that time.
Did you see Gannon before you left?
Not that I remember, no.
Do you remember again back when your mom was arrested in South Carolina?
Yes.
And that would have been in March of 2020?
Yes.
So pretty closer in time to the events in question?
Yes.
You recall telling Agent Cohen that you had seen Gannon in the morning and they helped you with the dogs?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. You got home around 4:30
Which day?
on Monday, the 27th.
Yes.
And we saw you went in the house there.
Yes.
You actually, when you left that morning, how were you dressed?
In my work clothes, my work clothes.
Okay. And so you have like, it's like a kind of a maroon shirt for Massage Envy?
No,
What does the uniform look like for Massage Envy?
it's black, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. And they have special pants or just a shirt?
No, there was no special pants.
And you actually went downstairs and changed out of your uniform into a blue sweatshirt.
I don't remember.
If the dollar store video shows that you were no longer in your Massage Envy uniform, but in a blue sweatshirt, that would seem to indicate when you came home that you went downstairs to change, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Okay. So do you remember now going downstairs to change or no?
No, I don't remember.
At no point did your mom try to prevent you from going downstairs?
No.
And when you came home that Monday, the house still smelled like smoke?
I don't remember if it did that Monday. I know that it did when I came home on Sunday.
Okay. And you took Elena to the dollar store with you?
Yes.
How long were you guys gone?
This question was asked earlier. I don't remember what time we exactly said.
Okay.
Yeah.
How far away was the dollar store?
Down the street.
Okay. And then were you in there for a super long time or pretty?
It was just we went there and came home.
Okay. And then when you came home Well, let me ask you this. Did you get home from the dollar store before 6?
No, I don't remember what time I got home.
Okay. When you got home, was your mom already concerned because Gannon wasn't home yet?
I just remember like time being approached and he wasn't there.
Okay. And then I kind of understood that initially you guys all go out to look for Gannon and then your mom comes home and stays home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So initially your mom, you and Lane are all going to kind of some different friend's house to see if he's there.
Yes.
How long does that take?
They lived in the neighborhood, so we were just driving around the neighborhood. So I don't know the exact time, but it didn't take forever.
Do you know, had your mom called the police before you guys went and started looking for Gannon?
No, I don't think she did.
Okay, so after you guys go, look, can't find Gannon, that's when she then calls the police.
I remember her calling Albert. So it was like after then, so
Okay. And it takes a long time for the police to come.
yes.
And mom's not appearing, is she appearing unusual during this time?
No, I mean, she seemed worried like anyone would.
Okay. And so you've known your mom your entire life.
Yes.
You guys have grown up very close.
Yes.
And at this point in time, while you're observing her, she seems legitimately worried for Gannon.
Yes.
How long did you guys stay up after the police came? Do you remember? Or after the sheriff's came?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And then that next Tuesday is when Al comes back home. Right.
Yes.
And other people start arriving. You have people from the military come over. People are expressing concern. People are bringing food.
Yes.
People are trying to set up searches for Gannon.
Yes.
It's a lot of traffic in and out of the house.
Yes.
Then at some point later that evening, some members of the sheriff's department come over.
Yes.
And they're there to get Lena. They're going to take her down to the police station.
Yes.
And they also try to talk to you.
Yes.
And you tell them that you will not talk about Gannon.
Yes.
And you said you won't talk about Gannon because of all the stories on Facebook.
Yes.
And because they already have all the information they need.
Yes.
When you say you wouldn't talk to them because of all the stories on Facebook, what do you mean?
There were just people and their speculation, and it was to my knowledge that my parents had already given them everything that they needed. So I didn't know why I played a role in it.
Okay. And you actually refused to talk to both. We refused to actually talk to about 3 different sheriff's deputies. Refused to talk to Deputy Arndt or Detective Arndt. You refused to talk to Detective Perry, and you refused to talk to Detective Williams. Is that correct?
I don't know their names.
Okay, but you remember refusing to talk to 3 different ones?
I remember refusing to talking to some.
Okay. You said that going on to the next day, when you picked your mom up from the hospital, that she was talking weird. What did you mean by that?
What do you mean?
You said that you picked her up from the hospital and stuff was just coming out of her mouth. What did you mean?
Just saying stuff from what happened at the hospital, just saying like events that took place.
And maybe I misunderstood. I gathered that you found the way that she was talking when you picked her up from the hospital odd. Is that incorrect?
Odd as in like, it was just like a bunch of like ramble at once. Like, it was just going on and on.
Like vomiting up words?
Yes.
Okay. You know what tangential thoughts are?
What did you say, tangent thoughts?
Tangential, where a person jumps between subject matter to subject matter to subject matter with not necessarily a logical connection. Was that how she was speaking?
No, because it just all related to Gannon being missing and people accusing her, and so they all correlated in some way.
Okay. But you found the manner in which he was presenting you that information was different than normal.
Yes.
Okay. When you leave, then in that van, when did she first say that you guys were going to Florida?
Different places were, said. I don't think we decided on Florida until after we got to Texas.
Okay. And you guys are going to Texas because she thought that might be a good place to live? Is that what she
Yes.
told you? Did she say where in Texas may be a good place to live?
I think it was Dallas or Houston.
Okay. And you drove that first day all the way from Colorado Springs to Amarillo?
Yes.
That's about 10 and a half hours?
Yes.
Okay. You got into Amarillo. And then the next day you went from Amarillo to Decatur, Texas, correct?
Yes.
That's only a 4.5 hour long drive, isn't it?
I don't know.
You know what you did the rest of that day?
No.
You talked about your mom making reservations at these different hotels.
Yes.
She was actually making those reservations with an app, wasn't she?
I remember some of her reservations were through a call. I remember them calling because she needed to get her IHG number.
She didn't have an app on her phone for that?
I don't remember if the phone that she had was a smartphone.
Okay. And then you got up. And then when was it decided? So was it decided in Amarillo or in Decatur that Texas wasn't for you two?
I don't know because I don't know where they're like in proximity to Houston and like Texas. Like Houston and like Dallas.
Well, Decatur would be just outside of Dallas.
Okay.
I mean, was it between Amarillo and Decatur that you guys were talking in the car and said, not Texas? Or was it that morning when you woke up in Decatur, said, let's head out for Florida? When was the decision made to go from Texas to Pensacola?
I don't know which state it was in, or which city it was in. I just remember us being in Texas and deciding that.
Can you remember, was it before the first hotel or the second hotel?
I don't know.
Okay. And then when you were driving from Decatur to Pensacola, did you guys drive around along the coast?
I know that Destin is on the coast, so
Okay. And you drove through Louisiana?
if that's on the route to Florida.
Do you remember driving through long stretches of the country that were marshy and swampy with nothing else around?
I remember driving through like the middle of nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah, the middle of nowhere, lots of marshes, lots of just nothing around.
Yes.
Remember that?
Nothing around, trees.
And so you get to Pensacola and you check in the hotel. And that night you guys actually slept in the same bed.
Yes.
Okay. And while you're sleeping in the same bed with your mother, you don't recall her ever leaving.
No.
And you're saying at no point in time, and so you guys are, let me back this up. You guys are in the van for that first day when you leave, when you go from Colorado Springs to Amarillo, how long were you in the van for?
That day.
Okay, so all day though.
Yeah.
Traveling 10, 11 hours.
I don't remember how long it was. I just remember being in there for a long time.
Okay, and you're telling this jury at no point did you smell anything suspicious?
No, I did not.
That next day from Amarillo to Decatur, still you don't smell anything suspicious.
No.
And from Decatur, and that was 10, 11 hour drive from Decatur to Pensacola, correct?
I don't remember how long it was.
But you're in the van pretty much also.
Yeah.
It's you and your mom,
Yes.
the dogs,
Yes.
and you don't smell anything suspicious.
No.
And you can, I mean, there's that gate there, but you can still look back in that gate and see stuff back behind you.
Yeah, I mean, there's no lights or anything, so.
I know, but sometimes you're driving during the day.
Right, but you can't really see through it. It's just, there's no lights back there. It's not really shining through.
But you never look back and you're saying you couldn't see anything when you look back in that van?
Didn't really have a reason to look back there.
You didn't look back the whole time, all 3 days? You never looked back in that van?
No.
No? Okay. And you went from Pensacola to Orlando?
Yes.
And you were supposed to be in Orlando for 5 days, but you only stayed 2?
Yes, I remember we were supposed to be there for a while and we didn't stay that long.
Okay. And then you decided that you wanted to go back to South Carolina.
Yes.
That to be around family?
Yes, I remember my mom saying that we don't have money to keep staying in hotels. Our family was telling us just to go to Myrtle Beach, so that's where we went.
And throughout this whole trip, this whole journey, I mean, it's part of the reason why you think you and your mom are going there is because you guys have been receiving some threats on Facebook and social media.
Yes.
And so there appeared to be some safety concerns why it might be best for you and your mom to leave at that point in time.
Yes.
And at this point in time, because knowing your mom your whole life, growing up with her, you couldn't believe that she would do anything to hurt Gannon during this whole trip.
No.
Then how long were you then in South Carolina before the FBI came to arrest your mom?
It was sometime between like February and March, like those weeks.
And you're saying the FBI told you that Gannon had been found down in Florida when they arrested your mom?
No, that was when I don't think they found his body until after she was arrested.
Okay. Then how'd you find that out?
That's when the FBI came to my house multiple times.
Okay. And at some point, Dee Dee and Amy Bolton hire you an attorney?
Yes.
That's Julian Rosiel.
Yes.
And so obviously from that point forward until you come in with Mr. Rosiel to talk to Mr. Young and Agent Cohen, you had not spoke to law enforcement.
Not after until they came when they found Gannon's body and talked to me at Miss Dee Dee's house.
Okay. But I mean, you hadn't talked about the events September 26th, 27th, and 28th. You hadn't talked to law enforcement or to anybody about that ever until you sat down with Mr. Young and Agent Cohen.
When I came out here?
Yep.
No. I met with you guys before I met with them.
Yeah, but we didn't discuss those events. We just discussed your mom growing up.
Okay, yes.
Okay. So you hadn't talked with anybody about those because do you remember that your attorney had put some conditions on us talking to you?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And there were things that your attorney was allowing us to ask you and other things that he was not allowing us to ask you.
Yes.
Okay. And so the first time you had really discussed your actions, your mom's actions over the 26th, 27th, and 28th was with Mr. Young and Agent Cohen almost 3 years later?
Yes, I remember with my attorney though, previously I had to write like a personal statement that he wrote for me to send to them.
So your attorney wrote up what to say to them?
No, like a personal statement.
Okay. And you talked to your attorney before coming out here,
Yes.
and basically what was explained to you is they're not sure if they're going to charge you or not,
Yes.
and they want to get your version of what you say happened.
Yes.
And then based upon that, they were going to make a determination whether or not they were going to charge you with accessory to first degree murder.
Yes.
And at that point in time, you had already seen the probable cause affidavit.
Yes.
And so, and this, you followed this case in the media.
Yeah, at some point in time I had to stop looking what the media said.
And you remember at the beginning of that interview that you did with Mr. Young, him telling you something to the effect of, I want to take some pressure off you. This isn't all on you. Your mother's pled not guilty by reason of insanity. So that's pretty much like an admission that you did it.
I don't remember what they exactly said when I went in there. I know that I had questions what it meant, but I had previously talked to Julian what it meant as well.
Okay. And when you found that out that your mom had pled not guilty by reason of insanity, that angered you?
Yes.
Because you felt like you've been deceived by her this entire time.
Yes.
And you've had to put up with a lot of scorn.
A lot of what?
A lot of scorn on social media,
Yes.
anger and backlash.
Yep.
That's a shame.
And so the decision on whether or not to charge you is going to be based upon what you, or at least not all of it, but to a degree, on what you told Mr. Young and Agent Cohen.
Can you rephrase what you said?
You knew when you were going in to do that interview with them that whether or not you got charged was going to be based in part upon what you told them.
Yes.
You will, at times, manipulate the truth for your benefit.
No.
And, well, so when you were living in so between when your mom got arrested and now, you've been living with some different people.
Yes, I lived with one different person.
Okay, you live with Dee Dee.
Yes.
Okay. You were also getting financial support from Aunt Brenda,
Yes.
and Brenda had bought you a car.
Yes.
And then she took that car away from you guys because you guys had a different disagreement.
Yes.
And it was difficult for you to get back and forth to nursing school.
Yes.
And so in January of 2023, you set up a GoFundMe page.
Yes.
And on that GoFundMe page, you say, "Hi, my name is Harley. For those of you who don't know my story, I lost both my parents a few years ago when I was 17 years old."
Yes.
That statement seems to imply that both your parents died when you were 17.
I don't think it does. No.
Okay. Well, your dad had died a long time before that.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't lose your mom. Your mom was just in prison, in jail in Colorado.
I lost her.
Okay. But you don't think that that's at all misleading to get people to give you money?
No, it was for my friends and family so they could have like a source to send it to me.
You were likely to get more money from people if they thought your mom was dead as opposed to if your mom was in jail.
No.
You also put in there that you've been having to provide for yourself a place to stay, transportation, and the college and the necessities of everyday livelihood.
Yes.
But you said that your aunt, up until just before that, had provided you a car.
She would, at the beginning of all this, cared and would help me with things, and then she would manipulate me and take everything away from me if I didn't do what she told me to do.
Okay. But you indicate on your GoFundMe that nobody's helped you and that you're out there all alone.
No, I did not.
During this time, not only was I struggling coping with this, was also struggling with navigating my way through life and getting myself back on my feet. I had to provide myself a place to stay, transportation, college, and everyday's necessities. I never asked for help during this time and always tried to figure out everything on my own. It was a struggle filled with both highs and lows, but God has always provided a way.
Yes.
Okay? And you don't think that's what it actually was?
I don't think that's what?
You don't think that was a manipulation of the truth?
No, it's not.
How much money did you raise from that?
Like $800 or something.
That's not gonna go far.
No further questions.
Redirect? Mr. Young?
Thanks.
And Mr.
Well,
Young, would you move the
for
microphone a little bit closer to the
live
middle?
on.
Thank you. Thank you.
She was in
Ms. Hunt, I want to start with where Mr. Tellini ended
Didn't
on
have
this
a car.
GoFundMe page.
Okay.
Tell the jury why you did this GoFundMe page.
When this all happened to me, I was left with literally nothing. You would think that if my mom knew that she would do this, she would do something to, like, you know, prepare her daughter or set her daughter up to not have parents or financial help.
poor kid.
I had people in the beginning, they were very nice and they volunteered. I never asked people for anything, like I had said in my GoFundMe paragraph.
And
It's like I was like thrown out into the world with nothing.
there's some Kleenexes to your left there, Miss Hunt, if you'd like to use those. Are you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Let me ask you this. You indicated on cross-examination that it was August of 2022 that your Aunt Brenda cut you off?
I think it was September or August, yeah, somewhere around then.
So was it after you came to Colorado to give this statement or a proffer and told us what you told this jury today?
Yeah, it was after.
Did she find out about it? Is that why she cut you off?
Pension Foundation.
I can rephrase.
You can rephrase, right?
Do you know why she cut you off?
There was just multiple like reasonings that didn't really make sense. She just didn't agree with, you know,
They're acting like it's
like
her
with
fault.
the insurance of the car and things like that.
Needless to say, it was after you gave your statement is when she took your car back and stopped providing you with funds.
Yes,
And you're in college, you're in nursing school, right?
yes,
Were you working at the time?
yes.
Now, when you made the post about losing both parents, what did you mean?
I lost both my parents. It was like one day you wake up and your whole life changed. I lost my stepdad and I lost my mom and my brother. I lost everybody.
Were you trying to imply that your mom had died?
No,
Were you just stating the fact that she was arrested and you hadn't seen her since she's been arrested?
yes,
Counsel asked you several questions about not smelling anything in the van. Do you recall that?
yes.
Did your mom do anything to prevent you from smelling anything in the van as you were driving?
Yes, she always kept the air on. I remember a time when I was cold and I tried to turn it off and she was like, "No, it's hot in here." And we also like kept giving the dog like little like CBD treats to keep them calm.
And you're driving into January, early February through Texas. Was it cold in Texas?
I don't remember. It wasn't like hot and sunny though.
Mr. Tellini asked you on cross-examination that you would have never dreamed that your mom would have done something bad to Gannon. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
What do you think about that now as you sit in this courtroom?
I'm still in shock. I defended her for years, and I just feel like manipulated and lied to.
And when we started out your testimony this morning, you talked about learning about how your father actually died. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about? The manipulation that's been going on for years is finally coming to your realization?
Yes.
And do you remember when you were talking to us back in August, the questions I was asking you about why we were considering filing charges on you?
Yes.
Do you remember me asking you, what would you explain to a jury about driving cross country with a body in a suitcase in the back of that van? What would you tell the jury? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Tell this jury whether or not you knew that Gannon's body was back in the van and why.
The thought just never came across my mind. I just never thought my mom would do that. I didn't see her to be the person to do that. So I never even like questioned it. Like it just never came up.
And what would happen if you did question it?
She would just say like, don't question me. Like saying it was back talking her.
Mr. Tellini was asking you questions about any relationships between the time your father and her separated and divorced by the time that she married Albert Stout. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Did your mom date anybody or go out with anyone in between that time period?
Yes.
You remember who she went out with and for how long?
There was Travis.
Do you know Travis's last name?
No.
Do you know where you were living when she dated Travis?
Myrtle Beach.
And how long did they date?
It felt like a while. A year or two.
Mr. Tellini asked you about a hospitalization at some point. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
You initially said that you thought that your mom was in the hospital because she had cancer. You remember
Yes.
cancer?
Yes.
Who told you that your mom had cancer?
I remember her saying she had ovarian cancer when we lived in Charleston.
Who said that?
My mom.
And was she telling you that because why? Why would you tell you that?
Stand people that fake cancer.
I don't know.
Were you asking what the heck you're doing in the hospital?
Yeah.
And her answer was, I have ovarian cancer.
Yeah, I remember.
You ever bring up ovarian cancer again with you?
No.
Mr. Tellini asked you questions about suicides and your mom talking about suicide. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
He asked you on two different events, right?
Yes.
Do you remember one of those events being in Alaska?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. How did that come up? What was said? What was the circumstances surrounding what was said?
Yeah, so I remember I was in my room, and she was like, come eat, that's your last dinner with me. And I was like, what do you mean? And then she was like, it's already too late, like I took them. And then I was just like, what? And I remember crying and I was like, what do you mean? And then we went and had dinner and then it was never talked about again.
This woman is a
And was this
monster.
at a time when she was telling you that she didn't want to be in Alaska? She had nothing to do with Alaska, wanted to move from Alaska.
Yes.
What do you think about what she said to you now?
What do you mean?
Was that a form of manipulation, as you indicated earlier?
Yes.
Had you ever seen her try to hurt herself?
No.
And the other time she talked about suicide, was this related to the hospitalization that she said she was in for ovarian cancer?
Yes.
Did you consider that to be a form of manipulation?
Yes.
Mr. Tellini asked you questions about the cell phone and the cell phone text messages that are entered in People's Exhibit 205. Do you remember reading those? And it says, for her phone, it says maybe Nicole.
Yes.
For yours, it says daughter. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you know why that says maybe Nicole?
No, I do not.
Do you know whether or not your mom actually programmed her name into the phone?
No, I do not.
Okay. Are you familiar with iPhones and what comes up if you don't program it with your name in there and things?
Do you mean like when you have to set the iPhone up?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So what happens if you never set the iPhone up with your name in there?
You can't use it.
Well, would your name come up?
Yes.
Or would it be something maybe? Would it be maybe somebody?
Sustained.
Okay.
I'm not sure that this is the right witness for that.
Do you know why that her phone said maybe Nicole in text messages?
No.
Sustained.
You talked about your mom quitting jobs on several occasions, especially the teaching jobs. Do you remember that testimony on cross?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you why she was quitting these teaching jobs?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
I was told that she wanted to work, and then when she would work, Albert would be mad at her that she wasn't watching the kids, and then when she would watch the kids and not be working, he would be mad at her for not working.
Did she ever mention to you that she was being sexually harassed at school and she didn't want to work there anymore, things like that?
I heard that when I was younger.
Who did you hear that from?
I don't know. I was in like middle or elementary school.
Did you hear it from your mom?
I don't remember.
Is that a common theme with your mom when she doesn't want to be somewhere? Something happens that is causing her to quit her job and move somewhere else.
It happened in Alaska.
Mr. Tellini asked you about January 26, 2020 in the morning and whether or not anyone went to church. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Did you not, in fact, go to work in the afternoon around 2:00 in the afternoon that day?
Sorry, I'm like forgetting times. There's been so many times. Yes.
Let me ask you this. Would your mom drive a vehicle to church?
Yes.
And would it be either Albert's truck or her Tiguan that she drove to church?
Yes.
Would that be on one of the ring videos in the neighborhood? If they actually went to church that day, you'd see the vehicles leaving and going to church.
Yes.
Do you remember changing your clothes on January 27th, 2020 when you got off of work and then went to the Dollar Tree with Lena?
No, I don't remember.
If you went down to the basement and you went, would you go into Gannon's room for any reason?
No.
Go into the storage room for any reason?
No.
Went to the basement, would you just go to your room, change, and then go back up?
Correct. Yes.
Did you ever go into Gannon's room on January 27th, 2020?
No.
Did you ever go into the storage room on that day?
No.
Mr. Tellini was asking you questions about the Taco Bell and after the hospital. Remember, he was asking about the voice that your mother was telling you these things about rambling and words to that effect. You remember that?
Yes.
Was she telling you why she left the hospital?
Yeah, she was. I remember something being mentioned about the hospital workers and like the story of what happened.
Was she explaining that she was being treated unfairly and she actually ran away from the hospital?
Yeah, I remember her saying she was treated unfairly.
Is that why you had to go pick her up at a Taco Bell instead of the hospital?
Yes.
Did she tell you that?
Which part?
Why you had to pick her up at the Taco Bell?
I don't remember.
Your mom is quite the talker. When she starts talking, she goes nonstop, right?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Was that unusual to you? Have you seen her on numerous occasions basically talk nonstop?
Yes.
Did you ever, whether it's January 27th or January 28th or January 29th, clean up any blood at 6627 Mandan Drive?
No, I did not.
If you had, would you have been telling this jury that?
Yes.
Did you ever see any blood on Gannon's wall in his bedroom?
No, I did not.
Did you see any blood in the storage room on the floor?
No, I did not.
Did you see any blood in the basement area at all?
No, I did not.
Could you smell any cleaning down in the basement?
Our house always smelled clean.
Why is that?
My mom was like a neat freak, so she always wanted everything clean.
If you would have known Gannon's body was in the back of that van and you were talking to Agent Cohen back here, would you have told him that?
Yes.
You would have known that he was in that van when the FBI came out to South Carolina to talk to you about Gannon's body being found on March 17th, 2020. Would you have told him that?
Yes.
Do you know now that Gannon's body was in that van as you drove across the country?
Yes.
Was your mom pretty athletic?
Yes.
Was she capable of lifting heavy objects?
Yes.
Overruled.
Do you know how much Gannon weighed?
He was little, so he didn't weigh a lot.
Was your mom capable of carrying his body in a suitcase, picking it up and throwing over a bridge rail in Pensacola, Florida?
Yes.
Is that easy for you to say?
No.
You still love your mother? I'll strike that, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for me? So looks like we have a couple. Mr. Young, if you would retrieve those in council approach, please.
I hate it when I pick up my phone to do something and then I get distracted. I don't know what distracted me that time, but I ended up scrolling on something. I don't know if it's Facebook or YouTube or what. Are they looking at jury questions? Oh, we're almost done with this video.
Same spot or in a different spot? Your mom asked you to go down with her. Same spot or in a different spot?
Oh, I should have
Your mom asked you to go down with her to say goodnight to Gannon. Do you have a specific recollection of seeing any part of his body, like his hands, face, or any part of his actual skin?
I remember seeing his head.
The morning of the first day in Pensacola, Florida, when you left the hotel, do you recall if the van was in a different parking spot than where you had parked it when you checked in?
I don't remember.
So let me rephrase that a little bit. So when you got there, the van's parked and you check in. You come out the next morning. Is it in the same spot or in a different spot?
I don't remember where we parked. I just know we would always park towards the back of the hotel.
Okay. During your time living in Colorado Springs home with the other kids, Gannon and Lena, did it appear to you that Gannon was treated more strict or more unfair than anyone else by the defendant, your mom?
Oh, that's a good question.
No.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
We would request to publish People's Exhibit 48. It's already in the evidence. Ms. Hunt, if you can look at the TV screen, this is People's Exhibit 48. Do you recognize the suitcase that we see in that exhibit?
Yes.
How do you recognize that suitcase?
I remember it from moving from Alaska or anytime we would move.
Had you ever seen that during the time periods that we've been talking about? January 27th, January 28th, January 29th, all the way up to February 4th.
No.
Those are my questions.
Defense? All right. Thank you, Ms. Hunt. You may step down. Watch your step. It's okay. Go ahead. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to end a little bit early today. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 9 o'clock in the morning, we should be able to start on time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And we will see you all at 9 o'clock in the morning. All rise for the jury, please.
She was on the stand all day long. I feel so sorry for her. I cannot imagine. I was 21 when my mom died, and she missed so much. She missed me graduating from nursing school. She missed me getting married. It's awful. You still need your mom when you're that age.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll see everybody in the morning then. Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise.
I still don't understand why she did this. What was it, an accident? Well, of course it wasn't an accident, because she stabbed him and shot him. That's not accidental. But maybe she accidentally hurt him and then wanted to cover it up. I don't know. I didn't realize they'd been married as long as they had.
All right. All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not
Yep.
present in the courtroom. It's 279. or 379, 279. Okay. I wanted to address one thing to make sure that the record is clear. Exhibit 279 is a disc, a CD-ROM disc of USAA financial transaction summary. It was never actually formally admitted. I think it may have been discussed during either.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not sure whose testimony it would have been, maybe Detective Vihil's. In any event, my understanding is that there is a stipulation to the admission of Exhibit 279. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, the people will also move for admission in front of the jury so that they're aware of that exhibit. Not to be redundant, but just so that they're aware of the exhibit number and the name. Will that be permissible?
Run that by me again.
We would like to put that disc, this particular exhibit, on the record in front of the jury, so they're just aware of its existence and its number.
Oh, okay. All right.
Is that okay?
Okay. All right. Is there anything else we need to address before we bring the jury in? Prosecution?
I don't think so.
Defense? Okay. Let's go ahead and bring them in. I moved that once. I don't know how that got back up there.
And Your Honor, I will move the easel once the jury is seated in front of the door.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that the other gentleman that's helping us doesn't walk into it if he opens the door.
We'll let him know.
Okay, good.
I take, are you going to use it for for the entirety of the next witness?
For a good chunk of it, yeah.
Okay. We'll let him know.
Thank you.
Or maybe not. All rise for the jury, please.
Hey, Carla.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. All right. Yesterday, we had concluded the testimony of one witness. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
John Sarkeesian, Your Honor.
I wonder how many people do think that they can't be partial but don't raise their hand.
And if you would raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand.
Like, how many people have already made up their minds that she's
Ms.
guilty?
Gratiano.
But
Thank you, Your Honor.
stay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name again for the record and spell your last name as well?
So Lieutenant John Sarkeesian. Last name is Sarkisian.
And Lieutenant, where are you currently employed?
At the El Paso County Sheriff's Office over the patrol division.
And how long have you been with the sheriff's office?
It'll be 22 years in September.
And over the course of your time at the sheriff's office, have you had many roles, different roles?
I have. I've been in many different units, patrol, detentions. I was the homicide or major crimes sergeant for approximately 2.5 years. Been in Metro Vice Narcotics, been over the SWAT team. So I've been many areas of the office.
Worn different hats.
Yes.
In January and February of 2020, what was your specific assignment?
So I was assigned to the Special Operations Division, which is over our SWAT team as the SWAT commander. And I also had our traffic unit and some other smaller units.
And as it relates to the special operations section, as it relates specifically to the investigation of the disappearance of Gannon Stauch at that time in February and January of 2020, what was your specific role?
So I was assigned as basically the incident commander for the search efforts. I was called to a meeting and basically assigned in an incident command system. The way it's set up, we have operational chiefs and different positions to run different aspects of investigation. So I was assigned for the search efforts.
And was that something that you had done previously in other cases?
I mean, not to this degree, but definitely have been involved with incident command throughout my career in the different roles that I've played. So that was a big piece of the SWAT team and running SWAT calls. So we have to be able to, manage all those resources. So I think that's why they selected me for it.
And can you explain to the jury a little bit more what incident command means? What is that?
It's basically a system that is put together so everybody knows what they're doing, where they should be, how they should operate. So it's broke out into different branches, so to say, law enforcement, fire, financial. Obviously, when we're searching to the magnitude we did in this case, we have a lot of people. So food plays in, gas, different resources. So it's just it's a whole system put together. It looks like a tree that's broke out into everybody's role. So when you come in for the day, you know what you're doing.
And you're overseeing that tree?
Correct.
Okay. And now you mentioned the scope of the resources. Is that something that you personally, while you work with the sheriff's office, have you ever seen something on this scale before?
I haven't.
Okay. And in terms of what was known to you and other members of law enforcement in January and February of 2020, had the location of Gannon Stauch been identified yet?
It had not.
Okay. You mentioned many, many resources. Can you give the jury an idea of which agencies came in to help and assist you?
So the two major ones would have been search and rescue, and then the National Guard came in. The National Guard was able to provide a lot of volunteers, a lot of different people that were able to help out with the search. And then search and rescue was also the other big one. They pulled people from wherever they could from different search and rescue units to come in and help. We also had different agencies. I know you'll probably get into it, but when we moved up north, we had Douglas County that helped out. We had some volunteers that wanted to fly drones for us. We had a lot of civilians reaching out to want to help, and we kind of avoided that to a certain degree, but depending on what the volunteer looked like, we could have other people help with that too. Different police agencies, wherever we were going, it just depended. I mean, it was an outpouring of people that were ready and willing to come out and search.
And, on particular days, did the number of people that were actually in charge of supervising and coordinating search efforts, how did that vary?
It depended on, in the beginning, there was a lot, so to say. And to answer your question, I would say anywhere between, it could be 20 or 30 people helping to hundreds. So it just depended on the area, the time frame, and the availability of people. We were trying every day to get as many people as possible because it's just easier to cover the area we were searching.
Now, in terms of your initial efforts in organizing the very massive search, end of January of 2020, where were the search efforts as you were supervising them? Where were they focused? What part of the city?
So we started in that Lorson Ranch area, which was down south. We kind of started from the residence and moved north from there. So as the command over the search efforts, I had a liaison in the detectives division, and which was another lieutenant. So I didn't have a lot of case detail. He was just providing me areas to focus searching. So he would call and say, hey, we have this little bit, or we have this little piece of information. We need to, search in this specific area. And then we would identify zones in that area and then organize people and how we were going to move through those areas and cover that. So we started in the Lorson Ranch area. We moved north of there, up towards Bradley Road and some of that area through there. Then we also moved across over by Fountain Creek for a little bit. We ended up going up to Perry Park. We did a little bit off of Highway 105. So there was several different areas that we searched.
Now, you mentioned off Highway 105. Are you generally familiar with that area?
I am.
Okay. And can you give the jury a frame of reference as to when the search efforts you were coordinating were focused in that particular area?
Just for clarification, you talking about the Perry Park or Highway 105?
Well, we'll take them separately. Either one. We can start with the Perry Park Road.
So yeah, Perry Park, I believe, was around, I think it was February 12th to about February 20th. We were up in that area. We spent several days up through there.
Okay. And the Highway 105 area?
I don't know the specifics on the date of that one. It was somewhere mixed in, I feel mixed in the middle of that. That was a shorter stay over there just because we had some information to just check some real specific places off the road.
Okay.
So we didn't spend a lot of time in the 105 area, maybe
Now-
like a day or two.
Okay. In terms of, can you give the jury an idea of the general state of, what the topography there? I mean, what is it heavily wooded? What is the area that looks, we're talking about the South Perry Park Road area. What does that look like?
Yeah, so if you're not familiar, as you head up out of Palmer Lake, it's kind of open fields. There's a very specific S turn that comes out of town. And once you hit the first S curve and you start up, it becomes to be very heavily wooded, so to say, brush, big pine trees. And then you move, the road turns back to the right to head north. And there's also a lot of trees and some fields, but you're right up against the mountains at that point. So it's pretty heavy cover.
Now, you mentioned various tools and resources that were of use, but specifically in that area.
I did not. Judy said she was going to, but I don't know if she did. I always say, like, after I hear the prosecution or during the prosecution's case, I kind of decide then, but then I say, okay, I'm going to keep an open mind and listen to the defense case. If the defense doesn't put on a case, which I don't think I've ever watched a trial where the defense didn't put on a case. I don't think I have. I've heard of cases that didn't put on a defense, though. Because they don't have to prove or disprove anything. They can just sit there. So in that case, if they don't put on a case, then yeah, they're guilty. Because they don't, if the prosecution puts in enough evidence that they prove their case, and then the defense doesn't put any evidence to the contrary, then I'm like, well, yeah, then, why didn't you at least stand up and defend yourself, But Peter Trago said, he gave the statistics, and I don't remember what they were, but it was the majority of people decide after they hear opening statements. That's when the decision is usually made. So, I guess you wouldn't raise your hand and say, yeah, I'm biased, because if that's the case, and most people make their minds up after opening statements, then everybody would be raising their hand. Did Daryl Brooks flip the bird at somebody? I know Ben Chu in the Johnny Depp trial, he would sit there like that. And I don't think he was flipping the bird at anybody. Because he was very professional. I think he just sat like that. Oh, just the way he behaved. Yeah, no, I think she's flipping the bird at specific people. Because she's just nasty. Just like the way she did in the van when they were bringing her back. She threw a full can of Monster at somebody. That had to hurt. And then tried to open the door. Said she wasn't trying to escape. She just wanted air because she couldn't breathe. Who opens a door in a moving vehicle because they want air? No, you say, I can't breathe. Roll down the window. Of course she could breathe, but can you roll down the window or can you put the air on back here? She is just a problem. Always just a problem. I think she likes the drama and the attention. I still don't understand why she killed this child. Everything was fine with her and Al. I just don't understand how this happened. I just don't get it. And I thought they'd only been married for like a couple years and like she didn't like Gannon and she was fed up with him. But no, they've been together since he was little. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It was like a switch flipped. She was all nice and sweet and this happened and that happened. And then as soon as she wasn't allowed to go, different person. Like, oh my God. Yeah. Hi, Michelle. Welcome. Yes, she always says she can't breathe. If you're talking, you can breathe. Because yeah, I didn't realize they were married that long. I thought they'd only been married like a year or so or close to 2 years. And I didn't realize that she practically raised the kids for that, from little to incarceratus. Yeah. Well, not fine as in no arguments or anything, but like they weren't headed to divorce or anything. I don't think. They might not have had the best marriage in the world. Well, now I know because like Harley said on the stand, I watched this when it was live, but I missed stuff apparently. I missed Harley saying that, she'd just pack up and leave him and then change her mind, turn around, and come back. I missed that in the first time I watched it. But I thought they'd been married much shorter than that. Yeah, and those rooms are not like airtight. Opening, there's still air in the room. Closing the door doesn't stop the air. Yeah. Well, the poopy problems, I said this yesterday. She gave him a laxative because he was having trouble and then took him on a 6-mile hike. That's on her that he pooped his pants, not him. That's not his fault. Yeah, incarceritis came from Biggins chat. I don't know. I don't know if she's bipolar. Like she had a bunch of mental evaluations. And she's trying to pretend like she's got DID. But people would know. The people closest to you would know if you had DID. I way back at the beginning of the internet when they had IRC chat, it was internet relay chat, where it was just chat rooms where you went in and you met people. They each had themes, and I was in a Stephen King chat room. We talked about Stephen King books and movies and stuff. There was a lady in there that had DID. And she said, if I ever come in here and start talking about weird stuff, don't worry about me. Because it would have been one of her alters would just come in and start talking about stuff. She's like, just don't worry about me. We're like, okay. Oh. That is really, really sad. Really sad. You know, why didn't she just leave him then? She didn't have to kill his son and then leave. She should have just left. Because it wasn't her son to take away. That's just, this woman's a monster. I can't stand her. It's just not right at all.
What kind of tools and resources were really essential for you guys?
So when we were first sent up to that area, when I drove it to go kind of get an idea of where to put the command post and how we're going to separate it into zones, I noticed there was a significant amount of snow still. So there was several drifts. It's, right up against the mountains, like I said. So drifts, heavy snow, different, a lot of different elements to that. So search and rescue, when we brought them in, one major thing they used was what they called probing poles, which they actually had to find more because they tend to break or they lose them or whatever. But it's basically just a long pole that they can stick down in the snow and probe for what they're feeling. They've been doing this long enough that they were telling me they can, if they hit dirt, they can feel that. If they hit something soft that doesn't feel like the ground should, then they'll stop. And then they'll, dig the snow out, clear that area, search more specifically for what's under the snow there. Once they identify it, then they can move on and continue to do that. So obviously shovels, tools, specific tool wise, you mean like?
Well, how about the use of canines, for example?
Okay. So resource wise, yeah, we did have a volunteer that flew a drone over that area. They brought the canines in. So I think FBI had a couple of their dogs running through there. So there was a lot of, trying to think who else we had or what else we were using up there. Drones and
what about overhead planes?
So in the Lorson Ranch area, when we were searching down there, we had, and I believe it was National Guard, they were able to fly a plane over the area and give us some aerial images. So
Okay. And you mentioned information known to law enforcement. Can you explain why some of the search efforts were focused specifically in that South Perry Park Road area?
Hold on one second for me, okay? Sorry.
How do you know all this?
Apologize.
That's horrible.
Can you ask that question again?
Yeah.
I believe it.
You mentioned an
It's
S-turn
awful.
at South Perry Park Road area. What was the information that law enforcement was received?
Yes,
Or
much
how do you focus in
different
that
than
particular
DID.
area?
So
Much.
like I said, I had a liaison through the detectives division. He had provided some information that a tracker information had shown a vehicle that traveled up through that area and then had specifically slowed down in a certain section and then moved. And then I think it had come back through. But the information provided to me was that the, vehicle was up in that area.
And the specific vehicle that you're referring to, do you remember the make, model, year, anything like that?
I don't. I recall him telling me that it was Letecia's vehicle that was that they had tracked up through that area, and that's why they were moving us up there.
Okay. And in terms of, you mentioned the law enforcement resources in terms of tracking that vehicle, did that include members of surveillance, MBNI, that sort of information provided them? to you?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
I don't know if they actually, I wasn't privy to that information, whether or not they had followed a vehicle or not.
Okay. On February 15th of 2020, were you on duty that day?
I was.
Okay. And did you find anything in particular of note?
No, I
On that
believe
date.
you.
I did. So on February 15th, I mean, like I said, we'd been working several days in a
I
row,
just watched the
doing a lot of
trial. I
search
didn't
efforts.
watch anything extra.
On that day, go ahead.
And sorry to cut you off, but we'll go through, I'll introduce a few exhibits through you, but before we get there, to start, what was the particular item that you located?
So I located a piece of particle board that was approximately 2 feet by 2.5 feet and 1/2 inch thick that was off the side of the road.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you.
I guess I need to watch some of the deep dives on other people's channels. Because all I've watched is the trial.
Lieutenant, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 326 for the record. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
That is the upper turn of the S turn of the search area.
Okay. And you mentioned that you found a board.
Correct.
There's a label that appears on this map. Does that label mean anything to you?
Yeah, that would be accurate to the location where I found it.
And is People's Exhibit 326 a fair and accurate representation of that area and where you located that board?
It is.
Your Honor, permission to admit People's 326 for the record.
Exhibit 326 will be admitted. And before we go further in, just about something that we discussed earlier, the jury should also know that Exhibit 279 is also admitted by stipulation. It is a CD disc, I assume is on the table there. It's a CD disc of USAA financial transactions. And so that's also evident.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel bad for Gannon's parents. And I like this judge. He's a good judge, and I don't understand why he didn't strike that juror. It has nothing to do with the lawyers. He should have struck that juror. Somebody related to someone that worked in the DA's office, that's a no-brainer. And I don't understand how that person got on the jury. You're absolutely right. It could have been avoided. That, like I said, no-brainer. Nobody related to anybody in the DA's office should ever be on the jury, ever. It's ridiculous.
That you may consider during this case. Ms. Gratiano?
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Sarkeesian, can you point out for the jury the particular area? I know that the label is clear, but if you wouldn't mind standing up and just going through the area and pointing out a few things on the map for me. Okay. So you mentioned an S turn. Can you explain to the jury in part, kind of what you mean by that?
So if this map continued, the road curves back this way. So as you come up here, this would be the upper turn, and then it's heading north out of town that way.
Okay. And you mentioned coordinating search efforts. Can you give the jury a frame of reference on People's Exhibit 326, where you were coordinating all those efforts from, if we can see it on that map?
So we basically made this into zones. This is kind of where the street area would start. This was also a heavy snow cover because of the side of the road. So we made this into zones, basically, or I made it into zones that came up through here, across up the road, and then up into about this area up here. So this was pretty much our zone. That map is a pretty good representation of our zoned out areas.
Okay. And as you're coordinating search efforts, are you doing that in some sort of methodical way so you understand where efforts are being done and over time? Can you explain that to the jury as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you can picture this as being at zone A, we'll say, we had search and rescue, National Guard, whoever was helping us, basically start on one end of the zone. They had to use the poles a lot because of the snow, and they basically just moved as a group up here, within feet of each other, and just searching that whole area as they moved. And once they would complete a zone, if they got up to this road and that was the end of the zone, then they would report that back through the chain, which would come to me that, we've completed this zone.
Okay. And we talked about February 15th of 2020 when you found the board. Can you give the jury a walkthrough of generally the snow levels in that area? It's Colorado, but what were the snow levels around there on that day?
On that day, so we had a variation up there. Some days it would be snowing, some days it would be sunny. So we had some melt off and we had some snow. It was generally a mix of some thawed out areas, some a little bit thicker areas, some dirt. So it was kind of just all over as far as snow cover, sporadic.
All right. And so when the sun comes out in Colorado, what happens to the snow?
Absolutely.
Right.
It was melting in certain areas.
Okay. So fair to say a day or two before, would the snow levels in that area have been different?
Absolutely. Yeah. We had a couple of heavy snow days where it actually came in and we were trying to beat the snow to cover some of the zones. And then snow, we'd have to, tailor that to the search. So,
okay, great.
Because the coldness played into then we had a bunch of people out in the cold. So,
right. And you can take a seat now. Thank you, sir. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Lieutenant, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 327 through 331.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are all pictures taken from the search area during that time period.
Okay. And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the search efforts on February 15th of 2020?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 327 through 331.
No objection. Exhibits 327 through 331 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish as well?
You may go ahead.
Thank you. Lieutenant, you mentioned the snow. So I'll ask you to walk the jury through what we see projected behind you, People's Exhibit 327. Can you orient the jury as to where we're at on the map in front of you? Where is this photo?
So as this photo is taken, it's taken from here on this map. So it's actually pointing up at the S curve as you come around it.
And there's also a pointer. It's an old school pointer that may be on the witness stand. You'll have to extend it. If you'd like to use that,
Okay.
you can. There are a number of cars that we see in the road there. Are those some of the people that are helping out the search effort?
Correct. Search and rescue and or National Guard.
Okay. On the passenger side area of those cars, there appears to be a large white area next to those cars. What is that?
Are you looking at this right here?
Yes.
So this is a berm that is just built up from the road right there. I don't know if it used to have a pond behind it or what, but it's just maybe a 7 or 8 foot berm.
Okay. And as you're out there for search efforts on February 15th of 2020, can you walk the jury through what were things that were of note for you? Maybe in People's Exhibit 328, what are we seeing in this particular photo that may be helpful for you to explain?
Okay. So just for clarification, do you want as far as the board goes or?
And just explaining your efforts that day as it led to you finding the board.
Okay. So on this particular day, obviously with these vehicles lined up here, we had searchers in our zone, which on this map over here would have been up through this area would have been the zone that they were in. on that particular day, on the 15th, I'd been in the command post for several days, and so I grabbed one of the search and rescue guys that was one of the head guys for the operation and said, "Hey, let's jump in the Razor," which you saw in the other picture. Can you actually go back one picture?
Yeah, no problem.
So this guy that's parked right here is what we ended up taking from the command post, which was significantly north of this location. I said, "Hey, let's just get out and go check on the searchers, see how it's going out there in the zone." As we were getting out there, we were notified that one of the dogs had alerted on a area, which from this picture would be basically behind this berm. There's a gate you can't really see, like a barbed wire fence. So up behind the berm there, the dog had alerted. So we were out there like, well, let's go check on the dog. We walked up there. They were doing some digging and some searching around the dog. Nothing that we really found as significant there. So as I came back on this map here, there's a barbed wire fence that runs along the side of the road. As I came back, I started looking at the fence, and I'd asked some of the guys, "Hey, has anybody checked this fence?" They kind of looked at me funny. I said, you cross a fence, if you ever cross the barbed wire fence, maybe catch your pants on it, maybe catch your shirt on it. It can, snag threads. It can, catch animal hairs, that type of thing. So I just started walking up that fence from this picture. And if you go to the next picture.
So People's Exhibit 328.
So this is the fence, obviously, that runs along here. So I was walking the fence when I got up to about this area, and generally in this area, I noticed a board sitting on the ground. There was some footprints past it, like other searchers had walked through that area, but it did not appear that the board had been moved. I say that because there was snow on part of the board, and the snow was not cracked. So it's not like someone had moved the board. So when I saw the board I could see right off had some type of stain or something on it. As I moved closer to look at it, I used a glove I actually had to move it because I didn't know what it was at that point.
And I'll stop you there, sir.
Sorry.
We're going to walk through it. That's fine. But I want to show the jury People's Exhibit 329 so that you can use these to explain. So as you approach that area, what are we seeing as People's Exhibit 329?
So this is the barbed wire fence is in the background here. You can see the post. So I was walking up this way. This is the board. This is the stain I'm referring to on the board, and then the snow, how it had caught the corner of it, was still sitting under the snow.
And is this how the board appeared to you when you first spotted it?
It is.
Okay. And so before I cut you off, you were explaining to the jury how you'd seen the edge of the board, and you mentioned a glove. Why did you use a glove?
Well, once I saw the board and saw that stain on the board, knowing we were looking for any items that could be associated to this case, so we had put that out to search and rescue, National Guard, to look for any and all items that could be of evidence. So one thing to note for these search efforts we've been doing, we had been checking the sides of roads a lot. So what do you come across a lot on the sides of road? Trash, cans, old gloves, socks. I mean, you name it, we found it. So a lot of the stuff that was found along the sides of the road, you don't know if it's evidence until it's evidence, basically. So, if someone found something, we would say if it looked like something that could possibly be evidence, to notify someone from command, and then we'd send out people to collect it.
And in terms of distance between where the road is and where you've now discovered this board, can you give us an approximation?
From the road to the berm, I would estimate 20, 30 feet. This was probably in the middle of that, somewhere 10, 15 feet from the edge of the road to the berm. So it wasn't far off the road. I mean, this is the road right here.
And so that we can just get a frame of reference for distances, when you say the distance between the road and the berm, Where are we talking?
So this map might be easier from the edge of this road, and then the berm sits right here, so to say. That other picture might show it a little bit better if you go back.
So for the record, you're pointing on the map on People's Exhibit 326. Now we're looking at 328.
So this would be the berm, obviously edge of the road, fence. So approximately 20-30 feet, I would say, to the berm. So in the middle of that, in the middle of the two.
And for a frame of reference, when you located the board, is it on the other side of that berm?
No.
Okay.
So it's right in these trees right here,
Okay.
so to say.
So when we look at People's Exhibit 329, we're in that tree area near the base of that on the ground there.
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned seeing a stain. We'll look at People's Exhibit 330. Now at this point, what has now happened with the board?
So at the point that, like I said, I put a glove on to move it because I couldn't tell exactly. So as I got closer to it, I barely moved it. And from my training experience over the years, as soon as I saw that, I was like, that's blood. So I put it back in the position that it was in. And like I said, I barely moved it, just enough to get that look at it. So I set it back in there and then notified one of the FBI personnel to come photograph and collect it.
And is it because the FBI was there to help coordinate search efforts, but also collection of evidence?
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of collection of that particular piece of evidence, who specifically, the FBI then took it into evidence?
They did.
Okay. Do you recognize People's Exhibit? You've already said you recognize it, but can you give us a frame of reference for what we're looking at now in People's Exhibit 331?
So just a scale to the size of the stain that was on the board.
Okay. Now, when you were there present that day, did you see any other pieces of particle board or wood aside from this?
I did not.
Okay. And what we're seeing in People's Exhibit 331, can you describe the top right corner area of that board?
Yeah, so I mean, this is how the board was when it was collected. So that broken edge, that's how it was.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 332.
Go ahead.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 332. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's the board that I found that day.
And in terms of labeling of this particular item, is that consistent with the item that you recognize?
It is.
Okay. And we see some tape on this. What does the tape indicate to you?
So when you seal an evidence item, you seal it with that tape, and you see the initials on there. That's so anyone knows if that if it's been broken. If the tape's been tampered with or broken, the signature across it will be not in place.
And is this in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed it and it was collected on February 15th of 2020?
Other than the marks on there, which they obviously did, the pen marks, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 300 and I just want to make sure 332.
No objection. Exhibit 332 will be admitted. Go
I'm
ahead.
going to ask for your help.
Okay.
Your Honor, may the witness walk the exhibit slowly past the jury for publishing purposes.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. You're showing that. Lieutenant, after February 15th of 2020, how would you describe the nature of your role as the investigation moved forward in this case?
I still continue to conduct the search efforts. If there was new information coming in from the liaison, I would still coordinate, where we were going, what we were doing. Like I said, I think we continue at least through the 20th. So we still, same thing, zones, getting help, the whole 9 yards for searching.
And in terms of media presence, when search efforts were being focused in this particular area, was media present?
Absolutely. So media was pretty much present through the whole search time and search efforts everywhere we went. It was obvious that we were in the area just from the amount of people, sheriff's office, police cars, canine, search and rescue. So media caught on fairly quickly. We also had our PIO was coordinating efforts to keep them either in an area or informed of what was going on. So we didn't, when it comes to media, other than coming into an active crime scene, we can't keep them out. So as long as they can legally be somewhere, they can set up anywhere. So they would set up outside of our command post on Perry Park Road. They would set up out there and film the command post. They would go down and film searchers searching through the snow or whatever. So there was a lot of media coverage of it.
And just for the jury, various acronyms, but what does PIO mean?
Our public information officer. Sorry.
Okay.
Sheriff's office personnel assigned to inform the media of specific cases.
Okay. Was it a secret that law enforcement and various resources and personnel were in that area at any time?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And the media coverage in this particular area, they were there. Was that being broadcast on the news to the public?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned also Highway 105, that some search efforts there were also done. Was the media present to document that as well?
Yeah, I think I can recall pretty much every day we were searching, media was somewhere. I didn't pay a lot of attention to because I was in the command post, but people would call back in, media on scene, or media's in this area. Do you want them to go somewhere? That was pretty common for most of the search days.
Yeah. In terms of the scope and the number of resources that were used that you oversaw.
You guys, I only need 203 subs to have 1,000 subs. And I had 900 views on one of these videos, the Letecia Stauch trial. So why don't I have 1,000 subs? Please sub, guys, please. It's free. I won't bug you. You can sub and never watch me again. But I wish you would, but you don't have to. It's free. I won't bug you. I promise. I only need 203 more subs. Please, I'm begging you, please. I'm so close.
Is that anything that you'd ever seen before while you worked at the sheriff's department for over 20 years?
No, this was the biggest search that I think anyone that I've worked with for 20 years has been a part of.
Thank you. Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
No question, Charlie.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Lieutenant Sarkisian? All right, looks like we have one.
When does that start, Wiggles?
Lieutenant Sarkisian, am I saying that right?
That's closer.
What would be right?
Sarkeesian.
Sarkisian, okay, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Sarkisian, was the board on the west side of the barbed wire fence?
Yes, it was.
And was there an opening in the fence?
So, can we go back to pictures?
Oh, it already oh, that's right.
Tell me which one.
Yeah, let's go back to this one first. So
Yeah, we're doing that
along
one.
here, no, this was the barbed wire fence
That's
all the way
right,
up.
okay.
And then if you go to the further out picture, right behind, basically behind this white truck, there's a break in the berm and there was a barbed wire gate. So where the actual board was there was no breaks in the barbed wire fence.
And just for the purposes of the record, Lieutenant Sarkeesian is using People's Exhibit 327 and before that 328.
And were there any footprints collected?
That I don't know as far as, well, let me rephrase that. The footprints in the area were from us searching extensively. So any of those footprints in the snow were from searchers, so to say, if that makes sense. We had, like I said, we had anywhere from 30 to hundreds of people walking through there, going through there. I do not believe that FBI collected any footprints from that area.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
You mentioned footprints. To be clear, had search efforts, volunteers, other personnel, had they been through that area by the time you saw that board?
They had been. And not only that, I'll add, it had also snowed off and on, like I said, through that whole operational period. So there was new snow on the ground, there was old snow. Obviously, as we walked in the snow, everyone was creating footprints. So,
And in terms of looking for specific items or items of interest, was that information or directive relayed to the people that were helping out in the search?
it was some specific items were relayed, but in general, like I said earlier, it was any item that would spark your interest. Call someone to come take a look at a little bit closer.
And to be clear, when you approached that particular board, was it clear to you that it had been moved by the snow, or somebody had moved it in the snow?
That someone had moved it in the snow?
Somebody had moved it, what you observed as it relates to the snow on the board?
No, it had not been moved.
All right. Briefly. Go ahead.
Yeah, good, sir. So there were actually multiple footprints around that board, correct?
Not around the board, but kind of, if you can imagine, between the berm and where the board was, there's kind of like a pathway, an alleyway, so to say, that's just would be, you're not walking through the trees. So if you were going to walk that area, you would just walk through that opening. There was footprints through that opening.
Okay. And you didn't see who left those footprints?
No idea.
So you're just making the assumption that you believe that they were somebody from the search party?
Well, search, that was the zone we were in. So there were multiple searchers, the canines, they were all in that area, moving through up and down over the, through the berm. I mean, all through that area.
Yeah, but you don't know for certain that none of those footprints were left by the person who left the board?
I don't.
Okay. No further questions.
All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. You may step down. Watch your step as you step off of the stand. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Call Kevin Clark, Your Honor.
All right. Oh, you surprised me. I was waiting for somebody to come in. If you would raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Who's doing it, Kevin? Mr. Clark, remember you testified, I think it might have been last week, although it's kind of blending together. Still under oath, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've already been introduced to the jury, so I want to have you just jump into some specifics here. And we'll actually get into some of the stuff about the board in just a moment. But before we get into that, are you familiar with call detail records?
I am, yes.
What are call detail records?
Call detail records are the activity the cell phone had with the cell phone carrier. So AT&T, Verizon, in this case, all the calls to and from the device, all the text messages to and from the device, the data sessions to and from the device, or from the device to the network. All those have a date and a time that they occurred. And then phone number one contacting phone number two. And if it's an inbound or outbound, that'll determine if it's your target number or not. And then it has the cell phone tower and its location that service that activity for that phone to be able to make and receive calls, texts, data sessions.
Is it common in investigations for search warrants to be issued to phone companies like you mentioned, AT&T or Verizon, to obtain call detail records for specific types of phones?
Every time.
How are those records used in an investigation in a general sense?
It places or does not place a device in an area during a time period using the activity from the phone and the towers that service that activity.
So basically for a phone, if it connects to a cell phone tower, does it somehow record, I should say, a location data for that particular contact event?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with People's Exhibit 704 through 708. I've previously shown these to the defense.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark, if you could just flip through those and then let me know when you're done flipping through those.
I'm done.
So in a general sense, what are these items, discs?
These are disks that contain the call detail records and the Life 360 GPS location data for the cell phones belonging to individuals in this investigation.
Individuals that would be relevant towards this investigation?
Correct.
So for instance, none of these are for detectives or anything like that?
No.
If we talk about People's Exhibit 704, tell the jury what People's Exhibit 704 is.
704 is a disk containing the AT&T call detail records for the defendant's cell phone.
We've heard testimony about two different phones associated with the defendant. One that was seized by law enforcement at the end of Detective Bethel's interview. So I'll call that her Colorado phone. Is that this particular disc?
Yes, this is the Colorado phone.
And then what is People's Exhibit 705?
705 is a disk containing the Life 360 GPS location data for the Colorado phone belonging to the defendant.
And so Life 360, in a general sense, tell the jury what Life 360 is.
Life 360 is an app, which is like a program that you can put on your phone, as well as other phones. It can be friends or family, so you can see where each other phones are in near real time.
And similar to cell phone data, does the Life 360 disk that we have there, does that include that location data for the defendant's phone using that Life 360 app?
It does.
People's Exhibit 706, tell the jury what that one is.
These are the Verizon call detail records for the defendant's phone that was purchased on February 1st at the Trinidad Walmart that traveled to Florida and then to South Carolina.
And was that actually seized in South Carolina by law enforcement?
We never seized this cell phone.
Okay. But how do you then get to the call detail records for that if the phone is never seized?
These are completely independent of actually needing the physical phone. This is all the activity from the cell phone towers. So you don't need to have a physical phone to get this data.
So does that come directly from Verizon as opposed to the physical device?
That's correct.
Out through your mouth.
People's Exhibit 707.
These are the AT&T call detail records for Harley Hunt's cell phone.
And then People's Exhibit 708.
These are the AT&T call detail records for Gannon Stauch's cell phone.
Do each one of those discs that we just talked about, 704 through 708, do those include an affidavit from the provider? So AT&T, Verizon, Life360, verifying the authenticity of the information contained on those discs?
They do.
Now, at this time, I'd move for admission of People's 704 through 708.
Defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 704 through 708 will be admitted. Go ahead.
In preparation for the next bit of testimony, Judge, I'm going to approach with People's Exhibit 694, which is a photo, and retrieve those other discs.
Courage.
So, Mr. Clark, we just heard testimony from Lieutenant Sarkeesian regarding that board that was found up at the S-curve. In that general area that we're talking about, which is on the map there, I can't remember, what's the number of that exhibit number? In 326. Is that actually in southern Douglas County where this location is?
It is.
Are you familiar with that area?
I am.
Did you actually go up there and see some of this stuff yourself?
I did. I was up there with another FBI agent the day the board was, and at the time the board was located.
During this investigation, were you present for the vast majority of this investigation?
I was.
In this area?
Yes.
Do you remember was there some location data, GPS data that we've already heard some testimony about that showed the GPS tracker that was placed on a vehicle traveling up to this area?
There was.
What date did that occur?
The first time was Tuesday evening, and the second time was Friday night of the week that Gannon went missing.
Okay, so Tuesday evening, would that be January 28th?
Correct.
And then the Friday night is which day?
The 30th.
30th? Okay.
Or yes.
30th or 31st? I can't.
Friday's the 31st. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, Friday the 31st.
Subsequent to the GPS tracker data going up to this S-curve, do you remember if it snowed heavily after that?
It did.
Okay. And would that account for the drifting snow that we see in those pictures that we just looked at with Lieutenant Sarkeesian?
It would.
Did you have a chance to look at the download of Mr. Al Stauch's phone?
I did.
Did that download include photographs that were taken using that phone?
Yes.
We previously admitted through Mr. Stauch, if we could pull up and republish People's Exhibit number 34. Oh, we just need the screen turned on, Judge.
No.
Thank you. So we've got People's Exhibit 34 up behind you. Are you familiar with this picture?
I am.
Tell us how you're familiar with this particular photo.
When I was examining the download of Al Stauch's cell phone, I came across this photo, and seemingly it's the desk that was next to Gannon's bed in his bedroom underneath the window. But then I also noticed a board on the garage floor.
And so when you came across this photo, were you able to tell when that particular photo was taken?
Yes, there's something called metadata, and metadata is just a term for data about data. And in this case, it has a date and a timestamp of when the photo was taken.
Data about data sounds like a really geeky thing.
It really is, but it's
Okay.
it's useful geeky stuff.
Okay. Does that tell you when this particular photo was taken then?
Yes.
When was this photo taken?
Sometime in November, December of 2019, if I recall correctly.
2019 sound correct?
Yes.
Had you, when you came across this photo, when you're looking at Al's download data from his phone, had you already seen the board that was found up at the S-curve,
Yes.
or at least photos of it?
Yes.
Did that, having that knowledge, did that cause you to have a particular interest in this photo?
It did.
What about seeing pictures of the board found at the S-curve made you key in on this specific photo?
the broken corner, the top corner of the board. The board found at the S-curve also had a broken corner, and it also appeared to be consistent of the type of the board, the particle board.
Did you compare the board in this photo to a photo of the board that was found at the S-curve?
I did.
I've handed you People's Exhibit 694. What is 694?
694 is a side-by-side comparison of the board that was found at the S-curve and the board zoomed in seen in this photo taken from Al's phone.
And just to be clear, this particular photo that we see up there, People's Exhibit 34, is that the garage at 6627 Mandan Drive?
It is.
Is the photo 694, that side-by-side comparison, is that a fair and accurate representation of your analysis and placing those two photos side-by-side to look at them in comparison?
It is.
At this time, I'd move for admission of 694.
No objection.
Exhibit 694 will be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may go ahead.
We'll take just a second to scroll down. It's ready. Thank you. Now we got no signal.
Weird.
Is there some data about data why there's no signal, Mr. Clark?
I'll dig into it, sir.
Okay.
Oh, hold on.
There we go.
There we go. All right.
Crisis averted.
Yep.
If you could use the pointer that's up there to your right, it's already extended, it looks like, and make sure that the jurors can hear you in the far reaches of the jury box. Point out the similarities between the board from the S-curve. Is that on the left side of this photo?
Correct. I took this photograph right here on the left side. This is the board from the S-curve.
In the other photos that we saw of the S-curve, there was that reddish dark stain sort of in the middle that was sort of elongated. Is that on the flip side of this particular photo?
It is.
All right. So the picture taken inside the garage, is that on the right side of this particular comparison photo?
It is.
Point out for the jury the similarities between the two boards.
One of the obvious ones is the broken, in this instance, top left corner of the board, located at the S-curve. And then the one in the photograph. The second one that might be more difficult to see is there's a penciled X on this board. You can see it here on the S-curve board. You can also see the bottom half of it right here in the garage board. And it's in the same location of the board. Additionally, there's some markings that go horizontal on the board in the photograph with the table saw on top, circular saw. And those same markings are seen here on the board that's recovered at the S-curve.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for at this particular time. We will recall him later, Judge.
All right. Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
I just have a couple of questions. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Cook.
Did you take measurements of the board that was collected at the S-curve?
I did not.
Okay, so like width, length, anything like that?
No.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Only very briefly. So the mentioning measurements, we could measure the board that was found at the S-curve, correct? Because we actually have that board.
Yes.
The board that's in the photo from the garage with that circular saw sitting on it, would it be easy to get measurements of that, or would it be difficult?
No, you can find the measurements of that
Okay.
saw. Yes.
Okay. Based on your observations of those two boards, does it appear that they are similar in size?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Clark on this subject? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, pray next witness, please.
Commander Mitch Malholko. Who's doing Malholko?
Commander, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
Well,
Good. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
you bet. My name is Mitch Mahalko. Good morning. I'm a commander with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. My last name is spelled Mihalko. First name Mitch, Mitch.
Thank you, Mr. Mahalko. You said that you're a commander with the Sheriff's Office. How long have you been in that particular role?
Since 2021,
How long have you worked at the Sheriff's Office in total?
20 years.
Describe for the jury your various responsibilities through your career with the Sheriff's Office.
Sure. I've been both on the detentions and law enforcement side. I've been a law enforcement officer on the law enforcement side since 2006. Worked both as a street cop, as a deputy, as a supervisor over both patrol and detectives. I was a detective for about nearly 7 years. And then from there, I had moved through the ranks to include being a manager level or lieutenant, and was recently promoted to commander in 2021.
When you were a detective, what units were you assigned to in that role?
So in the role as a detective, I was assigned to financial crimes and organized crime, and then also sex crimes or SVU.
What kind of education do you have that allows you to do the job you do?
So actually, I have an associate's of applied science degree in criminal justice. I also hold a bachelor's degree in emergency services administration.
What about post-certification? So police officer standards and training certification.
Yes, in 2003, I completed my post-certification as well.
Meaning that you're a certified law enforcement officer in the state of Colorado?
Yes.
It's been a while.
Yes.
Yeah. What was your assignment back in January of 2020?
January of 2020, I was a lieutenant overseeing the violent crime section of the investigations division.
What is the violent crime section of the investigations division?
Mainly person crimes. So everything from homicide, sex assault, missing persons, cold case, and assaults.
What is the jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Office? It may be obvious, but let's talk about that just briefly.
Jurisdiction is all of El Paso County, to include incorporated. However, the actual operating jurisdiction is the unincorporated portions of El Paso County.
So if something occurs within the city, do you pretty much leave that to Colorado Springs Police?
Yes, we do.
How did you become involved in, or did you become involved in the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
Yes, it was January 28th of 2020. I was working within the division and actually contacted by Detective Sergeant Jake Abinchan. Detective Sergeant Abinchan had let me know that there was some information that had come in about a missing child, and provided me with the initial brief on that.
So as far as chain of command purposes, so we understand that, where did Detective Sergeant Abinchan fit in that chain of command?
So Detective Sergeant Abinchan actually fell under a different lieutenant, but there were three sergeants at the time within that area, and all three sergeants worked as either on call or communicated concerning different cases that were of interest to the investigations division.
What was your role in that investigation?
Initially on January 28th, after I received the initial brief, I contacted Detective Sergeant Hubble because there were some concerning pieces of that brief to me, and I asked Detective Sergeant Hubble, who was the major crimes or violent crimes sergeant at the time, to begin the investigation and assign detectives.
When you are briefed on something, does that inform how you act as an investigator or how you use resources as an investigator?
It does.
So what were you briefed on from Detective Sergeant Hubble that was of concern to you and influenced how you proceeded from that point forward?
Sure. Detective Sergeant Abinchan had briefed me that on the 27th patrol, EPSO patrol had responded on a missing child. As we dug a little bit further into it, he said that the child hadn't shown up
at a friend's house. He didn't have a history of running away. He was 11 years old, and he took medication for ADHD, and that he was lightly clothed. So a number of those points were concerning to me, especially the age of the child, as well as the fact that he was going from point A to point B and did not show up. I didn't understand why initially it was reported as a missing or as a runaway child. And so I asked Detective Sergeant Hubble to assign detectives to it.
What was it about having a missing child was causing you some concern or confusion?
Not knowing or knowing that such a young child who did not have resources such as money, a phone, any of those things was out there, and that he did not show up at a specific place. That was concerning to me because we didn't know the circumstances behind the reported runaway or missing child.
As the lieutenant in violent crimes, did you at some point basically assume overall command to designate resources going whichever direction were necessary at any given time?
I did. So my role and responsibility really is a high level overseeing of the investigation. The main parts of the work that's being done are being done by detectives and being overseen by a supervisor or group of supervisors working in tandem.
Give the jury a sense of the scope of this investigation as far as, especially in these early days, how many people were involved in it in a general sense, and if other agencies got involved very early on.
Sure. Initially, 2 detectives were assigned to gather the initial information because, again, we didn't know what this case was. So as those detectives began
I was 18 when I ran away.
Getting information, the scope of the investigation began to grow.
I went back home.
And really the resources that are placed towards an investigation can expand or contract based upon the information that we receive.
Why?
In this particular instance, at any given point, the scope grew to include our entire investigations division, all of our detectives, and I would have to look back at how many that was exactly, and including our detective supervisors. So the entire investigations division were pouring their resources to include crime analysts into the investigation. Early on, we began speaking with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the supervisory agents at the FBI because, again, not knowing what we had, this investigation could have been anything from a missing person to an abduction to any number of things, or even a runaway. But within the first week, probably day 5 or so, we had been in contact with the FBI and requested resources from the FBI.
Were there also even people from the DA's office that were involved in that investigation, from investigators and even attorneys?
Absolutely. So when we got to a point where we believe that
I was dating somebody my parents didn't approve of. That's why I ran away. And he wouldn't even take me in. He said, Debbie, you're 18. You need your parents. Go home.
there may be some criminality to the case. We did request some investigative as well as attorney resources from the DA's office.
You mentioned that in the course of an investigation, investigative resources can either expand or contract. What determines whether that expansion of resource use expands or detracts or retracts, I should say?
So the investigation itself, the number of leads that we have to apply resources to, the depth of the investigation, and the complexity of the investigation. So it could be anything from we have 100 leads to 1,000 leads, and so we have to start assigning the priority leads to detectives. So that can very quickly take resources from an investigation. The depth is also very important. If there is technology involved, if there is video or other things that need to be recovered, that takes time.
In your experience, both as a detective and then in more of a command level responsibility, can you give the jury a sense of how this investigation compares in scope to any other investigation you've ever done?
This is the largest in scope, depth, and time, focus time, I should say, that I have ever been involved in.
Were there area searches conducted in the early stages of this investigation to potentially locate a missing or lost child?
Yes, there were multiple.
Can you tell the jury just some of those things?
Yeah. So as we gathered information as to possible whereabouts of Gannon, we applied resources to that. Those resources actually were done in an instant command structure. So Lieutenant John Sarkeesian was asked to head the search efforts in conjunction with multiple resources from our office and around the community. Another lieutenant that was working with me at the time, Lieutenant David Manzanilla, was tasked with being the liaison between the investigative and the search function. We searched multiple areas within El Paso County, whether it be within lakes. I'm sorry, excuse me. Try that again. Whether it be near areas of water, whether it be near areas up north, and also areas down south. We had multiple search teams out working that for many, many weeks.
Let's start initial stages of the investigation. Were the searches conducted around Gannon's home in that Lorson Ranch area, and was that the primary focus early on?
They were. So with a missing child or a runaway child, initially patrol will do an initial look at the house itself and search for the child. We found missing children hiding within houses nearby at other people's houses. So initial area search.
Have you seen the video of the little boy that tried to run away, but he wasn't allowed to cross the street? Oh, he's standing there, he's got a pack of all his animals and his clothes and stuff, and his mom's standing next to him, and she's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm running away." Like, okay, well, bye. And he's like, "I'm not allowed to cross the street." It's so cute.
Which are very, very important. I do know that there was an area search done around the area to include the new construction areas
You're looking in those fields and ponds and that kind of thing. Was that largely determined based off of information that the defendant in this case was being giving to investigators?
Some of it was generalized searches as well.
As expansion of search areas grows, including we just heard from Lieutenant Sarkeesian about the S-curve up in northern El Paso, southern Douglas County. How were those areas developed and why were search efforts being given in those other areas?
So that area in particular was a lead that was produced based upon technological information that was provided or that was developed to believe that the defendant was in that area.
Okay. Initial stages of this investigation. So we've heard testimony already that the initial call comes in on January 27th, Monday evening, and then you get notified on January 28th. In those initial stages, was foul play necessarily even suspected?
No, not at all. At this point, we just knew that there was a missing child.
As the investigation advanced, did it become more focused on the defendant in this case?
Over time, yes, it did.
Okay. Were you able to observe, and we've already heard testimony from Detective Bethel about her interview that she conducted of the defendant on January 29th. Did you observe that in that interview?
I observed a portion of the interview, yes.
The person that was being interviewed in that interview, did you have contact with that person?
I did have contact with the defendant.
Tell the jury about your contact with the defendant.
So during that interview, the defendant had made multiple statements that were not congruent with previous statements that she had made to deputies. That caused some concern. I do know that in that particular interview, detectives had been trying to get the defendant in for interview for nearly 24 hours or more, so we could gather some additional information. It was very difficult to get the defendant into to contact with our detectives. In this particular case, as the interview was coming to a close, the defendant had said that she was done with the interview, that she would come back at a later date or later time or a later date, and then she wanted to leave. I had some concern because I did note that she had been utilizing a cell phone, and I also knew that at the time she had been in contact with Al, her current husband at the time, and that there were multiple text messages back and forth, or there was communication back and forth, I should say. With the knowledge that that the defendant was very difficult to get a hold of, the knowledge that she was probably the last person that we knew of to have seen Gannon, and with the knowledge that there was conflicting stories, and that she had essentially false reported, saying one thing to patrol deputies, another thing to our detectives, that was of significant concern. Knowing that, I made contact with her, and as I was talking to her, I asked if the phone in her hand was her phone, and if I could see it. She kind of held her hand out a little bit, and I took a hold of the phone and I seized that phone.
So I want to, first of all, ask you, do you see that same person here in the courtroom today?
I do. It is the defendant.
So be more specific, point and describe clothing.
You bet. This is the defendant sitting between her two attorneys. She has dark hair, wearing white with a dark pattern.
You know, at this time, I'd ask that the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you mentioned having two different versions being described, one to patrol and then one to detectives. Were these two different versions almost diametrically opposed to each other? Meaning the first one is missing / runaway kid, and then the second one, as we saw in Detective Bethel, is a rape and an abduction.
Absolutely, yes.
Did that cause you some concern?
Yes, because that is not a normal thing to see that kind of a difference in accounts.
Talk to us about, in your experience as a detective, a person that's been in law enforcement for quite a number of years. If you decide that you need to detain somebody or detain a piece of evidence pending a search warrant, what is in your mind to make those decisions, and why do you do it that way?
Sure. So with this phone in particular, as I had mentioned before, I knew that the defendant was extremely difficult to get in for interview. We did not really know where the defendant was, and was unable to locate her easily. We did know that she had these diametrically different accounts, which was, in my mind, somewhat indicative of a suspicious behavior. We knew that she was in contact with Al Stauch on a cellular device, and we also knew that device was within her current possession. I knew that if she had left with that cell phone at that point in time, it was highly likely that she had the opportunity to destroy any information on there, delete, maybe even get rid of the entire device completely. And I took the opportunity, and I said, well, I took a look at that and I said, this was an exigent circumstance. So at that point, the phone was seized.
Okay. So in your experience as both a detective and in your command level experience that you've got now, have you found over time that it's sometimes common to find evidence of crimes on people's cell phones?
Yes, cell phones are often used both to track information, to track locations, to search for information as well.
Do you find that in today's day and age that people take their cell phones almost everywhere they go?
Yes.
Were those things playing into your mind as to why this particular cell phone might be important to seize? That exigency, potentially getting rid of the phone, and the fact that it's likely that there might be something helpful towards the investigation on this device.
Absolutely, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 223?
You may.
Commander, if you could just take a moment and examine that item and let me know when you're done looking at it.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is a cellular telephone. It appears to be an iPhone with a white face, a teal case, and it appears that this is the same device that I had seized from the defendant.
And what about the evidence sticker? Does any of that tell you that information as well?
The evidence sticker is showing for this case 2020-00001382, item number 26, barcode 1153747. This was submitted by Detective Williams, and it does show iPhone with teal and black case.
Does this appear to be the same cell phone that you seized from the defendant on that January 29th date?
It does.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition today as the day that you seized it?
It does.
There's also just above the phone in that plastic display, a little card. Tell us what that is.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So yes, it appears to be a SIM card, and my assumption is that is a SIM card from the cellular device.
Is it very common to have a SIM card that actually plugs into each cell phone to allow it to operate?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's 223.
No objection. Exhibit 223 will be admitted. Go ahead.
When a cell phone is seized like that, what happens to it from an investigative standpoint?
The cell phone at that point is either powered down or placed in a Faraday bag, so it cannot be tampered with remotely. And then subsequently, in this particular instance, since there was not a search warrant to seize and search the phone, detectives would have applied for a warrant based upon probable cause to search the cellular device. I'm looking for digital evidence.
So let's back up and just unpack that a little bit. You mentioned a Faraday bag. We may not all know what a Faraday bag is, so please describe that.
That actually is a device or a bag where we can put a device into that blocks any cellular
Hey, Jill.
waves,
Signals. So to prevent somebody from accessing it through cellular
Correct.
access points.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that there was not a search warrant yet obtained on this particular phone. Did somebody actually do that after the phone was seized?
Yes, I do believe it was done.
As it relates to this investigation, was that eventually submitted to somebody that can download the data from that particular phone?
That is correct. Yes.
All right. And we've already had testimony on that from a different detective earlier. There were a number of searches of 6627 Mandan Drive. Can you tell the jury why there were such a number of searches in this particular case?
In general reasons, please remember that when this investigation began, the investigation began as a runaway child. As we developed further information, we became more convinced that the runaway portion of this was inaccurate or a flat out lie. We believe that now we were looking at either a missing person or some sort of criminality to this case. Each and every time that we connected and searched the residence on Mandan Drive was prompted by an additional piece of information that, as we were going through the investigation, we uncovered. As nice as it would be to have all the information up front, it's not always plausible. And in fact, we didn't even know if we had a child that was alive or not as we were moving through the investigation. There were suspicions, but it's not like it's a television show where we can complete it in 48 minutes.
So were you familiar with searches being conducted on January 27th when patrol does their initial walkthrough after the 911 call and the non-emergency call was made by the defendant?
Yes, that's a common thing by our patrol officers looking for a missing child or a runaway child.
And then subsequent searches occurring on January 28th, January 29th, February 3rd, February 5th, February 13th, February 21st, and February 28th.
Yes.
At some point, did it become apparent that foul play had occurred inside the house?
Yes, it did.
When do you remember when that was?
I believe that I mean we had suspicions because again, without a body, we were not 100% certain initially, and then as we were looking and completing investigations, the leads took us in multiple directions, but all of our information from each individual search, we would gather a piece of evidence, take a look at it and say, hey, there's something else going on here. So it led us back to the house. I believe on February 7th was the date that we applied for a warrant to actually seize the residence and hold the residence for 14 days the first time, and then we did a second warrant that held the residence for another 14 days because we were continuing to investigate, and every lead that we uncovered brought us back to a piece of that house.
So can you explain for the jury why there's the call for service on January 27th, and then that warrant to seize the residence occurs on February 7th, as you just testified to? Why that gap in time? Why wasn't it initially locked down the very first day?
So I would each of the teams that went out again as the investigation was unfolding. The teams initially went out looking for a runaway child. Then there was
but
concern
they
that the
had
child
John's
was
body.
missing, endangered, that there may
They
be
didn't
foul
have
play involved.
Gannon's body.
And so every time that we went out, there were different pieces of evidence that we were looking for. Right around February 5th, if I'm not mistaken, there was indication that there was blood staining that was within the bedroom of Gannon, and that we actually conducted a blood stain pattern analysis on that date. On the 7th, we seized and locked down the house because we kept finding that with additional interviews, with items of evidence that were being processed, which ended up becoming voluminous, that this residence needed to be locked down and held.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so.
Now it's fine if you'd like, Judge.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess until 10:45. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at that point in time, we should be able to start right on time. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, we'll see you back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please.
What I don't get is how she thought she was going to get away with this. She told the reporter, oh, everybody's going to owe me a huge apology. How did she think that was going to happen? Oh, I don't want my face on camera. Why not? Everybody already knows who you are. She is not the sharpest knife in the drawer.
All rise for the jury, please.
Jury's
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Ron. So where we had last left off, Commander Mahalka, was we were talking about the different searches of the 6627 Mandan Drive. Think you've testified that on February 7th is when the scene was officially locked down. I mean, what does that mean when you lock down a scene?
So at that point, detectives changed the locks on the residence. They disabled the garage door, so they wouldn't be able, no one would be able to access the residence from the garage. And we secured the house that way.
How many homicide scenes have you responded to in your career, both as a detective and now as a in leadership?
Quite a few. I can say well into the 30s or more.
Okay. In your experience as a detective and in command, if you have a homicide with no body, does that create some difficulties in an investigation?
Absolutely, it does.
In what way?
Oh, without a no body homicide, it's very difficult to present probable cause that a homicide occurred. And so for the investigators, it takes a lot more time and effort to show beyond or to show a magistrate that there is probable cause that the death of someone occurred.
Could there be a reasonable explanation that the person is just missing and not actually dead unless you have a body?
That is a possibility. So that's one of the hurdles in a no body homicide investigation that you have to overcome, because it could just be someone that was missing, period.
In your experience, both as a detective and then in command level, is there a lot of evidence that you can derive from a body that's had some violence carried out on it?
Yes, there's obviously physical evidence, the method of death, potentially a generalized timeline, and depending upon what evidence is found on scene, that could produce multiple leads.
When you respond out to a homicide scene and a body is still on scene, is it very typical to find bodily fluids on the scene?
It is distinctly possible, yes.
Like blood?
Mhm.
You have to say yes or no for the court.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Potentially body tissue even?
Yes.
Are those things helpful to drive where an investigation goes and how it develops?
Yes, it does help us with determining method, and dependent upon the scene, that evidence can also help lead us to potential directions and suspects.
Did you, in fact, ever go to 6627 Mandan Drive yourself?
I did.
Did you see things inside that house that led you to believe, based on your training and experience, that something violent had occurred inside that home?
Yes, I did.
What were those things?
We saw blood patterning, blood stain patterning, blood staining within the room of Gannon Stauch.
When you say blood patterning, are you talking about blood stain pattern?
Yes.
Where was that generally located?
On a wall, and I don't remember which direction of the wall, but on a wall that was near where Gannon's bed was previously located.
Did you also have a chance to observe where blood had seeped through carpet and puddled onto the concrete underfloor?
Yes, I did.
Did it appear that there had been a fairly large amount of blood that had seeped through that and stained that floor?
Yes, it appeared that there was a significant event there.
Having that sort of seeping through and puddling, is that consistent with other murder scenes that you've been on?
Yes.
In an ideal world, if you know that a crime has been committed inside of a house, do you prefer to seize that and prevent people from going into a scene right at the very get-go?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because anyone moving in or out may inadvertently move evidence around or transfer pieces of evidence from one place to another.
So we've already talked about the phone call coming in on January 27th, and then the scene is not locked down until February 7th. So we're talking a number of days. Did you have concerns with that span of time from a command level and from your experience about that scene being compromised at all?
From the time as the investigation unfolded, I believe that the investigative teams were acting appropriately and searching for the evidence that was necessary. But as additional information came to light, that caused us to have to go back. So as of February 7th, we determined and realized that the scene itself needed to be locked down, which is what we did.
As this case developed and days after days rolled along, did it become less likely that Gannon was going to show up alive?
Yes.
Were you developing investigative leads that were acted on and evidence being found, like on the S-curve, like we heard from Lieutenant Sarkeesian?
Yes, and please remember, I mean, this was a team of investigators that was not only following leads that were generated with the defendant as a potential suspect, but we had hundreds, if not 1,000+ tips that detectives also had to vet and determine if there was direction that we need to take on those as well.
During the pendency of the investigation phase of this particular case, were there daily meetings starting with the sheriff's office, and then did that evolve eventually to the FBI's building?
Yes, those meetings were sometimes once, sometimes twice per day.
Were a lot of people involved in those meetings?
The key investigators, again, at the same time, we still had investigators in the field, but the key investigators were there, and most of the information was disseminated that same day to the rest of the team. Yes.
And then was information that was passed along in those meetings acted on each day by different investigative teams, both locally and then eventually nationally?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier you had concerns about the defendant's behavior, and that sort of informed you as to why you wanted to seize her phone on January 29th. In your experience and training, was she cooperating with the investigation?
No.
Was she acting as a typical parent or step-parent would in a missing kid case?
Definitely not.
When we're talking about was she acting normal based on your training and experience, did you have the opportunity to observe her at different times?
I did. Mainly during interview. And so during the interview on the 29th of January was the first time that I actually was able to observe the defendant. And then I did observe some of her interactions with media. And we were also very closely monitoring social media at the same time.
Okay. And so when I am asking you questions like, was she acting normal compared to other missing kid cases? Was she acting in a way that caused you any concern during the times that you could observe her, that she was not sane?
That she was not sane?
Right.
No.
That she was insane?
No.
Did it ever get anywhere close to that in the observation periods that you had of her?
No, what it appeared to me was, as the information developed, it appeared to me that the defendant was very cognizant of what was occurring and took specific steps, almost being methodical in misdirecting and redirecting investigative efforts.
Did those efforts, in fact, cause the investigation to be manipulated, especially early on, away from the crime scene?
Absolutely, yes.
You have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination,
Thank you.
Mr. Cook.
Commander, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook, and I'm sure you can tell by now I represent Ms. Stauch. So this was originally a missing child, and or originally was a possible runaway, but then became a missing child. What day or what time was that where this switch took place from runaway to a missing child?
I couldn't give you the exact date and time. It would be within the first couple of days officially. It went from a runaway to a missing endangered.
And did you make that determination to?
I did.
Okay. Now, we watched several hours of Detective Bethel and the other detective interviewing Miss Stauch and saw the incident where the phone is seized by you. And we saw that on video. When you say she held it out, did you ask for the phone or did you just grab it from her?
I believe that I had asked her if that was her phone and if I could see it. She held it out slightly. I took control of it. And at that point, she clasped her hand around it, and I did physically take it from her.
Okay.
Yes.
And this was on January 29th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Sometime in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And this was at the, just right across the street from the courthouse?
Yes, sir.
The command, what is that building referred to?
It's
The
called the
headquarters?
Office of the Sheriff, or commonly known as OTS. It's at 27 East Vermejo Avenue.
Okay. And during the interview, you had been watching some of this interview going on in a different room?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you had been doing some other things as well while the interview was going on?
Yes.
It looked like at one point, you said in your report that you had been talking to Sergeant Rocky Hubble and doing some other things and would come back and look in and see what was going on. Would that
That's
be
correct.
a fair statement? Okay.
Generally, from a lieutenant level, that is something that as I'm being briefed either by detectives or sergeants, I would be multitasking during an interview like that.
Okay. So Gannon, just kind of a timeline as far as you know, January 27th, 2020, Gannon is reported missing or run away by Miss Stauch in the evening, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On the 28th of January of that year, Gannon's father comes back into town and there is a meeting at a Starbucks in the evening between Miss Stauch and Al Stauch, Gannon's father.
I'm unclear as to the exact timeline on that, so I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine. But then the 29th, we've already talked about. That's when she went down and did the video recorded interview and her phone was seized. And then on February the 7th is when the seizure of the home at Mandan Drive took place.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, from the 29th to the 7th, which is when she did the interview, to the 7th, that's about, what, 8 or 9 days that went by between the seizure of the phone and the seizure of the house?
Have you done the math on that?
29, 30. I'm not very good at it, but I think 8 or 9 days.
Okay.
But would you say from the January 29th to February 7th, there's 8 or 9 days between the seizure of the phone at the police or the deputy's station where you took it from her to where the house at Mandan Drive was seized?
Yes, and multiple warrants executed at the house as well.
Okay. And you already told Mr. Allen, while it's important to have a crime scene or a possible crime scene locked down because evidence can disappear, it can be tainted, it can be destroyed, contaminated, all these other things. Is that correct?
There's a possibility of that, yes.
And that's why you seized the phone you testified to, because she could have destroyed the evidence, gotten rid of the phone, whatever. A lot of stuff could happen. And so that's why it was important, exigent circumstances, that you took this phone, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And ultimately, that's why you seized the house on February 7th, to keep evidence from leaving, disappearing, spoiling, whatever you want to call it.
Once it was determined that the house was a a point that we kept coming back to and realized that the investigative efforts were very complex and were ongoing and continuing, yes, that decision was made.
Okay. Now, on January 27th or 29th, I'm sorry, during the interview, you made a determination that there was exigent circumstances to take the phone, to seize it from Ms. Stauch, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also based that determination on the fact that she had really changed her story. And as Mr. Allen asked you, first story was diametrically opposed to what second story was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, you could have arrested her for attempt to influence a public servant, correct? Giving the vastly diametrically opposed stories to law enforcement.
Remember, at this point in time, we also had no body, and there was concern that there were additional leads coming in. So there was a possibility that was a concern. Yes.
Okay. Enough to where you were able to seize a phone of Ms. Stauch into the possible investigation of Gannon's disappearance.
Correct.
And I'm not talking about, charging her with murder at the time. I'm talking about attempt to influence the public servants.
Sure.
Why didn't you charge her then? You said in your report that we believed she was giving false information. I believed that this went into the calculus about making your decision of seizing the phone. Why didn't you just go ahead and charge her with something then and arrest her?
What would that have gained for the actual investigation into Gannon at that point?
Well, it would. I can't answer the questions.
Okay.
So, I mean, if that's just a rhetorical question for the jury. So,
more of a clarifying question as to where you're going with that. I would like to help you with that.
well, Commander, there's information that after the 29th, but before the house was locked down on the February 7th, that Ms. Stauch and her family had arrived at the Mandan Drive house with a moving van and moved out of the residence, correct?
I don't remember the exact dates, but there was a timeline in there that they did move, yes.
It was between her interview on January 29th and but after that, but before the house was seized on February 7th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And also there's allegations and evidence that has come in that actually Miss Stauch after January 29th, after the interview and the phone seizure, transported Gannon's body to Florida and dumped it in a swampy area. That happened after January 29th, but before February 7th, the house being seized, correct?
Not sure exactly when that occurred, but again, I would have to actually go back to reports to see the exact timeline. I apologize, I'm not able to give a more clear answer on that. If you're telling me that is what your understanding is, I could agree to that likely being the case.
If she had been arrested on January 29th at the police station when the phone was seized, then she would have been in custody and not had the opportunity the first week of February to dispose of Gannon's body in Florida, correct?
I can't make that determination, especially within our jurisdiction. A false reporting is actually a misdemeanor crime, which you would be served a summons, and so she would never been arrested and placed into custody. If there was enough information for a felony attempt to influence, that is a very low bond and generally something that people are out on extremely quickly.
But attempt to influence, this would have qualified, and it is a felony offense. And she could have had a bond set much higher if it was a attempt to influence as part of a high-profile murder investigation. You could have asked for a higher bond, correct?
Again, I believe that at this point in time, you're making an assumption that on January 29th, we were able to prove or have more than a suspicion that Gannon was murdered by his stepmother. So I think that's reaching.
All right, can I have just a second, Your Honor?
You may, go ahead.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
So just to be clear, did you seize the defendant's phone?
I did.
Okay. Uh, To make an arrest in a felony case, what do you have to have?
Probable cause.
What does probable cause mean?
Probable cause is a set of circumstances that would lead a reasonable magistrate or judge, or even to believe that a crime has occurred and the person that you're arresting committed that crime.
Can you arrest somebody on mere suspicion?
No,
Can you arrest somebody just because a child is missing?
no,
Did you have probable cause on January 29th to arrest the defendant?
no.
When a arrest warrant was issued in early March of 2020, is that when probable cause had been achieved and an arrest warrant issued?
Yes,
Did that unfortunately not prevent Gannon's remains from being transported from Colorado to Pensacola, Florida?
unfortunately, it did not.
The fact that Gannon's remains were found 1,300 miles away from Colorado Springs, was that indicative of a very calculated move by whoever moved Gannon's remains from here to there?
I believe it was.
Requiring driving on lots of roads and following laws?
Absolutely, and ensuring that the transport of a human body was concealed extremely well from anyone who may have had contact with that person.
In the fact that, were you familiar with the location where Gannon's remains were ultimately found?
I wasn't personally familiar with it, but yes, I do know where it occurred.
Okay. The fact that his body was found thrown over the edge of a bridge, is that also indicative of somebody trying to hide valuable evidence in a homicide investigation?
Especially 1,300 miles from the reported missing location, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Commander Mahal? All right, Commander, you may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call you next witness, please. Oh.
Alyssa Beresford, Your Honor. Just put it right there. Just yet.
Ma'am, would you step forward, please, and raise your right hand? You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
So if that's your witness stand, please watch your step as you step into the stand.
And Judge, just as a preliminary matter, before we get into Ms. Beresford's testimony, we have quite a number of photos that we're going to be admitting through her. It's basically 528 through 678. And to be efficient, I've asked defense if they will stipulate to admission of those items so that we can just jump into her testimony. So I would move for admission of 528 through that last number, which was
678.
678. Thank you.
Yes.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
No objection.
Exhibits 528 through 678 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And just before I get into the testimony, I want to put these photos up here on the.
That's fine. That's all of them.
There are some from a different witness in here, but those get really slippery in these sleeves if I take them out of here.
No, that's fine. Okay.
Good morning. Good morning, ma'am. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm well.
Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
My name is Alyssa Berrysword. B as in boy, E as in Edward, R-R-I-E, S as in Sam, F as in Frank, O-R-D.
Ms. Beresford, what do you do for a living?
I am a senior crime scene investigator and the technical unit lead for the crime scene unit for the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
What does a senior crime scene investigator do?
A senior crime scene investigator has all of the same duties as a regular crime scene investigator, only we have the opportunity to also study and practice an additional forensic discipline.
What education do you have that allows you to do your job?
I have a bachelor's in chemistry with a criminalistics concentration from the Metropolitan State University of Denver. Upon being hired, I completed an internal training program where I was on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 6 months. During that time, I responded to everything: crime scenes, vehicles, autopsies, person processings, all with a qualified crime scene investigator. And in addition to that, I have had the opportunity to attend several training classes in topics like crime scene investigation, shooting incident documentation, and bloodstain pattern analysis.
Do you have any professional affiliations?
Yes, I am a member of several forensic associations, to include the International Association of Identification, otherwise known as the IAI, and the International Association for Bloodstain Pattern Analysts.
Do you also participate in continuing education to make sure you stay sharp and abreast of any new developments in technology or training?
I do.
Tell the jury about some of that stuff.
Over the last couple of years, I've had the opportunity to attend a couple of conferences put on by these associations. So I attended the International Association for Identification Conference, as well as the International Association for Bloodstain Pattern Analyst Conference, which is really a good opportunity for kind of a meeting of the minds, because a lot of people will bring research and new emerging technology and present it at these conferences.
Have you testified as a court qualified expert witness?
I have.
How many times?
20 times.
In what disciplines have you testified as an expert?
Crime scene investigation, crime scene processing, evidence collection, trajectory documentation, and bloodstain pattern analysis.
In what jurisdictions?
The fourth judicial.
So El Paso and have you also done Teller County or just El Paso County?
Just El Paso.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I've moved to qualify Ms. Beresford as an expert witness in bloodstain pattern analysis pursuant to her qualifications.
Defense?
No objection.
Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
I want to lay some groundwork through you so that we have some understanding as to what we're talking about. Do you typically use Blue Star in your crime scene processing and in development of bloodstain pattern analysis?
It's not used very often in bloodstain pattern analysis, but we do use it frequently when we have an indication that the bloodstains may have been cleaned up, because it is a search tool for those latent or hidden bloodstains.
Does latent just mean hidden?
Yes.
Okay. Do you use low light photography when you're using Blue Star?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the phrase road mapping technique?
I am.
What does that mean?
Road mapping is a technique used to document bloodstains, especially when a bloodstain pattern analysis may be conducted later on down the line. What it entails is a lot of extra documentation. We're going to identify specific pattern types for those bloodstains, and then add in a lot more directionality and scales when we're doing the documentation itself.
When you say pattern types, what do we mean by that?
So bloodstain pattern analysis is based off of a series of different pattern types. And what I mean by that is different mechanisms can produce different appearing bloodstains. And based upon the appearance of those bloodstains, the size, shape, location, distribution, orientation, it can tell me different things about what may have caused those bloodstains to be deposited.
Okay. And so tell the jury about, I guess, some of those different types. For instance, a transfer blood stain. What does that mean?
So a transfer stain is going to be when a bloody object comes into contact with an object that does not have blood on it, therefore transferring that blood from one thing to another.
So if somebody had blood on their hand and touched the table and wiped it, would that be a transfer stain?
Correct.
What about expirated blood stain pattern?
So expiration refers to blood in an airway. It is indicative, or you can tell that it's expiration if there are air bubbles within the blood, if there is maybe a little bit of extra liquid to it, like spit, saliva, maybe nasal mucus. But you have to have an injury to the airway in order to classify it as an expiration stain.
So correct me in my terminology here, but if there's like an arterial bleed where blood is spurting, what kind of stain would that potentially cause?
That would be a spurt stain.
Okay, so tell the jury about that.
So arterial or arteries are very unique because they're very pressurized and they're very high volume of blood, which means that if an artery is nicked or severed, we're going to have a very high volume of blood that's ejected under pressure. So this is going to create a very unique blood stain. Typically, what we're seeing are very large circular or elliptical stains with a lot of volume in them.
If somebody has a heavily bleeding head wound and is laying, say, on the floor here, and it's seeping onto the floor, what kind of stain would that be?
Depending upon the surface of the floor, it would either be a blood pool where the blood is just flowing out and it's only gravity is acting upon it. Or if it's a porous surface like carpet, it's going to be a saturation stain. So if you think of, you've got a spill on your counter and you take a paper towel and wipe it up, and that liquid seeps into the paper towel, that's saturating the paper towel.
Can you have both a saturation stain and a pooling stain in one single event?
Yes,
Meaning that blood seeped, saturated through carpet and then seeped into a pool area.
correct.
How useful is bloodstain pattern analysis in a criminal investigation?
Bloodstain pattern analysis is typically used when we don't know what happened. Because there's information that can be gained from bloodstain patterns, we typically employ it when we need to know what the story was, or if what our witnesses are telling us doesn't match up to what we're seeing on scene. Bloodstain pattern analysis can be used to determine what kind of mechanisms created the bloodstain patterns, maybe a sequence of events, or even the location of that blood source or injury within the scene.
What about, can you to determine to some level the amount of energy used that caused a blood pattern to exist?
Not necessarily in degrees of velocity or force.
Okay. What are some limitations with bloodstain pattern analysis?
Well, we can only work with what we see in front of us. So if all of the bloodstain patterns aren't there, then we won't have the full picture and we won't be able to tell the full story. Some other limitations are mostly documentation, in the sense of if we don't have good photographs, if we don't have good diagramming, then for an analyst, it's going to be very difficult to try and go through all of that and make determinations. On top of that, depending upon what investigative question is trying to be answered, we may want DNA analysis to be done on those bloodstains so that we can link the pattern or mechanism with an individual.
When you are looking at a potential bloodstain pattern for analysis, can you sometimes see that there's been some effort to clean a particular area, potentially clean bloodstain patterns?
Yes.
What do you see when you're that tells you those types of things?
In most cases, it just doesn't make sense. But the blood itself, once it's dried, is actually very hard to clean up. It doesn't just wipe up very easily. And so that blood becomes more dilute, more transparent, lighter in color as you attempt to clean it up. And the well-defined edges of those bloodstain patterns start to blur. So that's an indication that it's been altered in some form.
If, say, we're talking about a wall and there's a high volume of blood on a wall, and then water or some cleaning agent is added to that blood stain, will that cause the blood stain to actually run down the wall?
It can.
Can it cause it to run behind light sockets or switches or anything like that?
Absolutely.
Can it cause it to eventually pool on a flat surface below that particular wall?
If enough liquid is supplied, yes.
Can you actually sometimes see any wiping marks or what would appear to be wipe marks on blood stains?
You can, yes.
Are there any other things that can sort of go along those same ideas of indicative of cleaning a blood stain pattern?
Not necessarily. That I think
Okay.
pretty much covers it.
And it wasn't a trick question. I just truly didn't know. You talked about in the limitations portion of it that if information is missing, does cleaning a blood scene remove information that would have been helpful if it had existed at the time that you show up?
Absolutely.
I want to talk specifically now about the case that you're here testifying on. How did you become involved in the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
I was initially requested to respond on February 3rd to the El Palmar Youth Sports Complex to investigate a potential clandestine grave.
So the El Palmar Youth Sports Complex down south, not too far from the sheriff's office, correct? I mean, the jail, I should say.
Correct.
Is it typical to respond to those types of scenes if you don't know where a body might be?
Yes.
Did it turn out whether this clandestine grave was associated with this case or not associated?
It was not associated
So how do you know that?
because it ended up just being a pile of dirt.
Okay. And then what else did you do? Did you get request to go out to the actual home on February 5th?
Yes.
What was the nature of that request?
I was requested to respond and document visible blood stains that were found within the residence.
And what was the address of that residence?
6627 Mandan Drive.
Tell the jury, you don't just jump in and start going crazy, do you?
No.
So tell the jury what the process is when you first arrive at a scene like at this 6627 Mandan Drive.
Whenever we respond to process a scene, we are always going to get some sort of briefing from the detectives or law enforcement personnel present on scene. That's going to kind of give us some information, maybe what we're looking for. They have, at that point, hopefully conducted interviews, so there may be some critical pieces of information. Once we've gotten our briefing, we're going to conduct a walkthrough where all we're doing is getting our bearings, looking through the scene, kind of developing our plan of attack on how we're going to process the scene. After that, we're going to process the scene from the exterior, moving inwards, using the least intrusive methods and going more intrusive as we progress throughout the scene processing.
So when you say least intrusive to more intrusive, is that basically you start out with a wide aperture and then you really get tight focus as you start to get into specific things that are of importance?
In some cases, yes.
Okay. So what was the focus of your processing on February 5th?
February 5th, I was solely focused on the southeast basement bedroom and the visible bloodstains located within.
And we've already got the photos up there and admitted, again, a big number of items, 528 through 678 in the binder sitting in front of you. Did you take all of those photos?
Probably.
I think I could have saved us some time. Are those all photos taken of the scene that you processed on February 5th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Did the bloodstain pattern that you were examining on that particular day include 2 walls, baseboards, and floor area?
Yes.
Which general walls are we talking about for your processing on February 5th?
The south and the east walls in the southeast corner of the room.
Okay. Do you somehow label the different areas so that you can keep track of which areas you're talking about or taking photographs of to document them?
Yes.
How do you do that?
In this case, I chose to label all of the stains found on the walls under the identifier of A. So every stain was A1, A2, all the way up to 854. And then the baseboards had the identifier of B, and I had B1 through B5.
And then did you also, and so do you do that with a placard? Do you actually put a placard of placard A on certain surfaces, placard B on certain surfaces?
Yes,
Did you also have a placard C?
I did.
What was placard C?
Placard C was a potential blood stain that was located on the window screen in the room.
Okay. When you're processing a scene like this, is it typical that you might also take swabs of different samples?
Absolutely.
Why do you do that?
We will take swabs so that when we're documenting it, and if they're then later on down the line, we can say, hey, this stain was this person.
Okay. How do you do that swab process?
Depending upon the size of the stain, we're either going to use 1 or 2 basically Q-tips. We're going to wet it with distilled water and rub it against the surface to pick up the substance. We'll then package it in its own packaging, and it moves on down the line until it's submitted into evidence.
Those Q-tips that you're referencing, are they sealed before you use them?
Yes.
Why is that?
We want them to be sterile. That way we're not introducing any additional potential contamination.
And then once you get done collecting a swab, so you rub it on a particular surface or stain, you seal them again so that they also can't be contaminated after the fact.
Yes,
Did you swab any particular areas in this particular case?
I did.
How many different swabs did you take?
I collected 10 swabs.
Did you use that same exact process you just described?
I did.
And then did you actually submit those into evidence for subsequent lab testing if necessary?
I did.
What were your impressions of this particular scene?
When I first walked in, I couldn't see any of the bloodstains. It wasn't until we got pretty close to the wall and we were really looking for them that we found them. And after we had identified them, which it took about an hour and a half to go through and identify all of those tiny little bloodstains, it definitely was not a static event. There was something dynamic that happened there, more than just a single event within that room.
What do you mean by that?
I've been to crime scenes with a single gunshot wound that has no blood. I've been to crime scenes with a few stab wounds that have no blood. To have blood at that scale and of those types of patterns, there has to be some movement within that scene. So some object with blood, whether it's the blood source itself, impact events, or a bloody object being swung, was present within that room.
Would it be helpful for you to explain what you're talking about, to put a particular photo up on the screen so the jury can see sort of what you're describing? And I'm going to rely on your expertise to tell me which one would be best to help describe what you just talked about.
Sure. Have we seen photographs of the wall prior to labels?
Not with labels, no.
Not with labels, okay. Let's go with People's Exhibit 540.
Okay. Give us just a minute to scroll through to that number. And permission to publish, Judge, as I see fit during the testimony of Ms. Beresford. Okay, so we've got 540 on the board behind you. You can either describe what you're looking at in the photo that's on the table in front of you, or if you want to point out things on this wall use the pointer that should be up there in the witness stand somewhere.
Got it. Okay. So this photograph is an overall photograph of the bedroom after all of the stains have been identified. So you can see in this photograph, there's those little black rectangles. Those are each going to identify a minimum of one spatter stain. And by spatter stain, I mean a circular or elliptical stain that is produced by some external force being applied to liquid blood, whether that's on a surface or from an injury itself. So this kind of shows the magnitude of those spatter stains. It reached fairly far. We have a height of 5 to 6 feet tall, and it spanned on the, I believe that's the east wall, at least 6 feet down the wall. So this isn't just one area. There's some movement involved with this.
So let's dig into this photo just a little bit. There's the white on that, I'm sorry, the yellow that stretches through both walls on that south and then east wall as well.
Yes.
What is that yellow stuff there?
That is road mapping tape. So that is part of our road mapping documentation. And that allows a bloodstain pattern analyst to look at a stain, reference the scale tape and say this stain was approximately 5 feet high.
Are all of the blood stains that you looked at for this particular case, with the exception of the window, all contained below and with inside of that yellow border road mapping tape?
There is one additional stain that is, if I may I
Yeah.
stand?
Absolutely. Just make sure when you stand up, because you're away from the microphone, that the furthest juror can hear you.
So there is a stain that is just past the reaches of the scale tape, and it's going to be on the baseboard, kind of over here on the lower left-hand corner of the photograph.
And I'm going to have you stay there for just a moment. All of those white rectangular stickers, are those your evidence stickers that you placed that are below and inside of that yellow road mapping tape?
Yes.
What about the white things that we see above the road mapping tape?
Those are wall decorations that were there prior to my arrival.
So those have nothing to do with your analysis of this scene, correct? Okay. You mentioned the height and I'm going to use the word enormity. Did that surprise you for this particular scene?
It did.
Why?
At that point, we really had no indication of what the cause of death could be. So something like this is a lot more, for lack of a better word, violent than I expected to see.
Did this indicate to you that there had been a significant bloodletting that occurred in this bedroom?
Yes.
Did these stains lend themselves to one pattern? We talked about the other patterns earlier. Did these lend to one pattern, or were there multiple different patterns potentially?
So because of the cleaning that was involved, we really couldn't say that it was from a specific pattern. If you think of a photograph, which is made up of a lot of tiny little pixels, right? If you have all of the pixels together, you can see what the picture is and what it means. If you only have 50 pixels and they're randomly spread across a photograph, you're not going to be able to tell what may actually be in that photo.
Were there some of these blood stains that showed potentially different directionality?
Yes.
Can you show us a couple of examples of that, just so that we understand what you're talking about? And then again, just tell me which exhibit number would be best for you to point to for that.
Exhibit 572.
Okay, so let's publish 572. Okay, so we've got 572 displayed on the screen behind you. And again, if it's, might be best to just stand up and point to different things so that the jury can see what it is you're talking about. What is it that we're looking at in 572?
So in this photograph, there are 3 or 4 tiny little spatter stains. So these are going to be this one here down at the bottom. We have 2 near the scale sticker and then 1 a little bit farther out. Now for spatter stains, especially elliptical spatter stains, we can usually tell directionality based off of what we call the tail. So as blood hits a surface, it's going to elongate, and then kind of what's left over is going to create what looks like a tail, and that's going to tell us the direction it was moving. In this specific photograph, we have a couple of different directionalities. So this lower stain is going to have a downward directionality. You can see it comes to a point there at the bottom of the stain. That's going to be the tail. This stain up here closest to the scale sticker has an upward directionality, and it's upward from left to right. And we can tell that by the tail that's at the upper corner of the stain.
When we have these types of photographs and blood stain patterns existing in a scene where there's different directionalities, what does that tell you as an expert in blood stain pattern analysis?
That tells me that there's probably more than one event that's happening to produce these stains.
Was there evidence in this particular scene that there had been efforts to clean up the blood staining that was on the walls and baseboard?
Yes.
Can you point us to some photographs in those photos that are in front of you that will help us understand what you mean by that?
Um, 586.
Okay, so we're going to put 586 on the board behind you. Okay, so just for orientation purposes, this is the power outlet that's lower, closer to the floor on that east wall in Ganon's bedroom.
Correct.
All right, so what are we looking at here that shows you there's some indication that cleaning had occurred in this bedroom?
So there's actually 2 things within this photograph. The first, we can see a visible blood stain right here in the center. The edges of this stain are very blurred, meaning it's not well defined. It's been altered in some way. So it's probably been cleaned. At the same time, we have this line here, kind of in between the socket and the sticker scale, that is a diluted blood stain. If you think of when you're moving your furniture after you've been walking around for a while, and all of a sudden you realize how dirty your carpet is because you're looking at the nice clean carpet versus the dirty carpet, same theory. We have the section of wall that was covered by the plate that is clean, and the line that defines that diluted blood stain right next to it.
Is there also some potential blood staining sort of on that outlet in the screw area that would hold the plate on there in that picture as well?
There is.
Does that also potentially lead to a conclusion that cleaning had occurred?
Yes.
Okay. The well, first of all, we can see texture of the wall here, correct?
Yes.
Is the walls, both the south and the east wall, similarly textured as what we see in people's 586?
Yes.
Were the majority of the blood spots or stains in the recesses of that wall texture?
That's hard to say. There actually was a fair amount of stains that were on the top of the surface, but there were some that were caught within the crevices.
Okay. Some point, did you go back out to this particular scene with a person by the name of Tom Griffin?
I did.
What was that for?
Mr. Griffin was doing a bloodstain pattern analysis on this case and wanted to examine the bloodstains further. So I went out to assist with his examination and any further documentation that he required.
Do you know whether or not he actually prepared and submitted an expert report in this case?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 679?
You may.
Show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 679. And I'm going to rely on your intuition here. Can you tell what People's Exhibit 679 is?
Yes.
How can you tell that?
Based upon the barcode label that I prepared and attached to this packaging.
Is this an item that you actually seized or collected while you were out there on February 5th, I think it was?
No, this is not.
I'm sorry, what date was it that you collected that item?
I collected this on February 13th.
February 13th, thank you. Is this a sheet that was collected?
It is.
A sheet from where?
This was a bed sheet that was collected from the bedroom closet in the southeast basement bedroom.
Is this the same bedroom that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Why did you collect that sheet?
We were given an indication that there was shark print bed sheets, that we were missing the set. And so it was something that was important. And so we found the bed sheet within the laundry basket and collected it.
Subsequent to the time that you collected this item, has that bag or evidence collection bag been opened by somebody else?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Based upon the additional evidence seals, I can see that it's been opened a couple of times.
Okay. To know that the item that's inside that bag is the same item that you collected back on that date in February, would you need to open that bag?
Yes.
Okay. There are some plastic gloves to your right, and there should be scissors there as well.
It is going to my own gloves because those are going to be extremely large.
Is that the bed sheet that you collected on that date?
Yes,
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition today as the day that you collected it?
it is.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 679.
Defense?
No objection.
Exhibit 679 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And so, was the purpose of collecting this item just to compare it to potentially other bedding that may be found at a later date, or what was the purpose?
That would be a question better asked for the detectives.
Okay.
I collected it for anything that needed to be done in the future.
Okay, so a detective just says, hey, get that, and you do it.
Yes.
Okay. Can I have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
One final thing, did you find any shell casings in that bedroom?
No,
Did you find any knife or sharp objects that could have been used to stab somebody?
no.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Hi, how are you?
Good.
I think we've met before several times in the last few months, so good to see you again. I just have a couple questions for you. So your testimony to Mr. Allen was that from the staining, the blood pattern, that you think that this was a very violent event?
Yes,
Okay. And actually that it was multiple events?
correct.
What do you mean by multiple events? I think I know what you mean, but maybe the jury doesn't. What do you mean by that?
Multiple events could be multiple blunt force impacts. It could mean, in this case, different mechanisms. The bloodstains that we saw were indicative of everything from a gunshot wound to blunt force and sharp force injuries.
Multiple events could have been a shooting and multiple stab wounds with
Could.
the knife. Okay. And also, in addition to being very violent, multiple events that the blood was coming from different directions.
Correct.
Just all coming from one way. It was,
Yes.
you said you had the head and the tail facing one way, the head and the tail facing another way with another stain. So it was coming from everywhere.
From different directions, yes.
Thank you.
Redirect.
I don't think I have anything, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Beresford? All right, looks like we have one. If you would retrieve that, Mr. Allen, and counsel approach, please. Ms. Beresford, we're not sure if this is a question that is right for you or for a different witness. So I'm going to ask it. Does anything about the blood stain patterns at the crime scene suggest a chronological order of events?
So because a lot of information was cleaned away, we really couldn't, or I couldn't tell a chronological order for any of it.
All right, I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question. Only prosecution.
Only just that the bloodstain patterns that you were seeing were consistent with all those different mechanisms, either a gunshot, a knife or sharp force, or blunt force,
Correct.
or combination of any of those three.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cook.
Thank
All right.
you.
Ms. Beresford, you may step down. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. If we can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1:30, we should be able to start right on time at that point. With that, all rise for the jury, please. Okay.
Analysis, crime scene investigation.
So when we do that, we use two rooms. So number one, we're not packing you in like sardines in the jury room, and you have some ability to have some comfort. But with that comes some restrictions. And we need to start implementing those because it's causing problems for other division staff. I'm sure you've seen the door to the holding cell that's right behind your jury box. And deputies will use that for other divisions because you shouldn't see any inmates being transported up and down the hallway because we're trying to keep that hallway clear. But somebody you might see in an orange jumpsuit, that's what that's all about. And that will happen oftentimes in a criminal docket when somebody's being held in custody. You'll see somebody in an orange jumpsuit going back and forth. You'll also see lawyers back there. You'll see deputies going back and forth. Every once in a while, you will hear a commotion out in the hallway. Every once in a while, you will hear somebody running by like a herd of buffalo. So we need to keep that back hallway clear. So a couple of things that I want you to do. You're still free to go between the two rooms, okay? But knock before you open the door, and you have to use the restrooms that are associated with the jury room. I don't want anybody going down the hallway anymore. I know that there are 2 restrooms down there, and I know that this puts a burden on you because you sort of have to wait. I get that, and I understand. If we need to take longer during a break, we'll do that. But right now, there is just a huge amount of people in the back hallway. So for your safety, for everybody else's safety, to make sure that there's no confusion as to who's supposed to be where, when, and all of that stuff, please stay in one room or the other and knock before you open the door. Mr. Combs will let you know whether you can come out or not, and we'll leave it at that. So with that, Mr. Allen, call your next witness.
Thank you. We'll call Tom Griffin.
All right.
Hopefully he's not wandering around in the hall.
Mr. Griffin, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step. As you got to go around the other way. That's okay. Watch your step as you step into the stand.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Griffin. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Tom Griffin, Griffin.
Mr. Griffin, what do you do for work?
I'm a private forensic consultant in bloodstain pattern analysis, crime scene investigation, and reconstruction.
What kind of experience do you have in crime scene investigation, reconstruction, and bloodstain pattern analysis?
I spent 4 years as a crime scene investigator and forensic chemist with the Greeley, Colorado Police Department. I left there and then spent 29 years at the Colorado Bureau of Investigation Denver office, where I did forensic chemistry, but also headed a crime scene unit and did bloodstain pattern analysis, both on scenes and on evidential material that was submitted to the laboratory.
What kind of educational background do you have?
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry and then 4 years of graduate work in chemistry. I left that to go into the field of forensics, where I've taken numerous courses, particularly in bloodstain pattern analysis, 6 courses over the years of my time in the field.
Who are you currently employed by?
I'm a private consultant, so I have my own company. I formed after I left the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and I'm also a partner in a forensic consulting and training company out of Oklahoma City, Bevel, Gardner and Associates.
Do you have ongoing training that you participate in to make sure you stay sharp and abreast of any changes in the field?
I do. I attend conferences in bloodstain pattern analysis primarily. One is the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts, meets yearly across the country. Also the International Association for Identification, it meets yearly as well. And I attend workshops there, as well as have taught since 2001, approximately 80 workshops in bloodstain pattern analysis for those 2 forensic associations.
Do you have certifications in bloodstain pattern analysis?
I do. The International Association for Identification began a bloodstain pattern certification program in 1999. I have maintained my certification in that and also served for 14 years on their certification board.
What about professional affiliations? Do you have any affiliations that go along or hand in hand with your bloodstain pattern analysis?
A current member of the International Association for Bloodstain Pattern Analysts or of Bloodstain Pattern Analysis. I became a distinguished member there in 2011. And I'm also a lifetime member, meaning I've been in the organization more than 25 years, for the International Association for Identification, where I became a distinguished member there in 2016, and have also been involved in a Colorado-based group, the Rocky Mountain Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts, since its finding or forming in 1983.
Have you received awards in this field?
Yes, I have.
Go ahead and tell the jury.
The International Association for Bloodstain Pattern Analysis distinguished member was voted upon by the membership. It's not earned in that sense by applying for it. It's awarded by the membership. And I've also, for my distinguished membership in the International Association for Identification, I had to show evidence of participation in workshops, publication of articles in literature, and training as well.
So you alluded to my next question, which is, have you produced publications regarding bloodstain pattern analysis and crime scene reconstruction?
I have primarily two, both in bloodstain pattern analysis.
When were those publications done?
The primary one was, I believe, in 2010, excuse me. An article I co-authored on the foundations of bloodstain pattern analysis for the Journal of Forensic Identification. And then in the mid-1980s, I co-authored an article in the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts newsletter.
Okay. Have you testified as an expert witness in bloodstain pattern analysis and crime scene reconstruction?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
Just over 50 times now in that field.
What jurisdictions?
Mostly Colorado, 5 other states since I went as a private consultant, and a few times in federal court in Denver.
Who, I guess when I say who, I mean what agencies or parties have retained you to work in bloodstain pattern analysis during your career?
When I was with the Greeley Police Department, it was cases that came in to that agency. When I was with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, there were cases that came in submitted from law enforcement agencies, as well as call outs to scenes at the request of law enforcement agencies. Since that time as a private consultant, I have responded to requests and worked for district attorneys, private attorneys, defense attorneys, and some law enforcement agencies.
Who pays you for that type of work?
It would be the agency that hires me.
So have you been hired by both prosecution efforts and defense experts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I said experts, I meant defense parties is what I really meant to say.
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I move for qualification of Mr. Griffin as an expert witness in bloodstain pattern analysis and crime scene reconstruction.
That's no objection. The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Mr. Griffin, what I'd like to do first, just so that we're all talking the same language, is go over some terminology. So what do you mean when you say the words crime scene reconstruction?
Crime scene reconstruction is a specialized field that looks at physical evidence that may include bloodstains, include other forensic fields such as DNA, firearms, shooting reconstruction. medical reports, autopsy reports. And by studying that information, the reconstruction's aim is to determine a best sequence of events and support events happening or not happening, and in response often to particular questions put out by attorneys and investigators.
When you're testifying in these types of scenarios and you're asked to do work in a particular type of case, are the parties paying for the type of opinion you render in a particular investigation?
No, sir. I only charge for my time, not my opinion in any way.
Okay. When we talk about bloodstain pattern analysis, tell the jury what we mean when we use those words.
Bloodstain pattern analysis is the examination of bloodstains, bloodstain patterns, their size, shape, distribution, location, scene context, and using physical characteristics of those stains and patterns, identify the nature of the pattern, and then possible events that may have produced any given pattern.
What is a spatter stain?
When I use the term spatter stain, I'm referring to any small blood stain, generally circular to elliptical, that was formed as a result, as a result of some motion putting blood into flight.
What about a non-spatter stain? What is that?
Non-spatter stain is a larger category that includes stains not containing only circles and ellipses, but smeared blood, pools of blood, absorbed blood, any blood or blood stain pattern that has something besides just circles and elliptical blood stains in it.
Can you tell a jury about any limitations of bloodstain pattern analysis?
It's only as good as the documentation to start with. And its goal is looking at sequence and possible events or mechanisms. It won't tell us whose blood it is, for example. Generally won't tell us how long blood has been on a surface. And the other limitations are what is available on scene, if it's a scene that we go to do the analysis, or what's the nature of the photographs and diagrams that we've had supplied to us, as well as other evidence that may be available for viewing.
As far as data that you're using to make your analysis and ultimately reach a conclusion, is best practices to have digital photographs taken and also a scene visit?
When possible, yes.
Is it typical for you to, while you're working on a particular case, to even review autopsy reports?
Most definitely. I make it a requirement before I'll issue a bloodstain report asking for copies of autopsy reports, since the nature of wounds, particularly bloodletting wounds, is a key component in looking at what possible events may produce stains and patterns.
What if there's no body? Can you still do your bloodstain pattern analysis without having access to a body and the evidence it might have, as well as an autopsy report?
I can and have. It's limited or produces the limitation not having wound information available.
When we're talking about limitations, again, on how effective your work can be in bloodstain pattern analysis, What if a scene has been wiped down or cleaned in some way? Can that cause limitations in what you can decipher from the clues you see on scene?
Yes.
In what way?
Anything that removes bloodstains or alters their appearance affects the physical characteristics of those bloodstains and limits perhaps even identifying patterns that are present, and then further limits concluding what type of events may have produced a given pattern or series of stains.
Okay. How did you become involved in the investigation of Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
On February 18th of 2020, Lieutenant McHollow,
Mahalko?
thank you,
Yep.
called me telling me about the case and asking if I would be available to look at some pictures and possibly help them with a case.
I was muted.
Do you remember specifically what question you were asked to
Ted,
look into?
I live in
as it
Florida.
relates to
It's
that
always
call on
muggy.
February
I
18th?
live in mug.
Primarily
I'm used to it. I
with
wouldn't know what to do if it
examination
wasn't
of
muggy.
photos and eventually the scene would help identify possible events or mechanisms that may have been responsible for producing blood stains on the scene.
So essentially, what may have caused these blood stains to be present in this particular bedroom?
Yes, sir.
What information did you have at that point regarding relevant factors that you may have to consider as you start your analysis?
At that point, the information was minimal. I was told that there was no body. Gannon's body was not available. No
Muggles.
apparent weapons. And
Muggles are
on
muggy.
February 22nd, I received a flash drive that had over 350 digital images of various aspects of the residence and began looking at those bloodstain pictures.
Did you look at all of those images that you got on that flash drive?
I did.
Did that lead you to any sort of, at least at that stage, any sort of preliminary conclusions as to what you, the scope and what you are dealing with?
Very preliminary in that the stains I was seeing in the photographs were very small. So I was primarily seeing spatter stains, and at that point, couldn't say anything more without additional examination or information.
Okay. Did you in fact actually end up going out to that particular scene?
Yes, I did on February 26th of 2020.
Tell the jury what you did on the scene that particular day, and then I'll ask you some follow-up questions about that.
I arrived on scene accompanied by FBI Special Agent DeFrance, whom I had met and carpooled with from Denver. And we arrived at the residence approximately 10:10 that day, met with CSI Beresford and then Sergeant Hubble, and we all entered the residence at 10:15. And Sergeant Hubble walked us through preliminarily or showing preliminary aspects of the residence for us. And then my attention was focused in the bedroom that I was told was Gannon's bedroom.
In your review prior to getting on scene, did you have a chance to look through Alyssa Beresford's photographs that she took of the scene that included evidence markers that were stuck to the wall in different areas inside that scene?
I did have some, yes, sir.
Okay. And just so you're aware, there's a binder on the table in front of you. And we're going to be referencing some of those photos. So already admitted in that binder is people's 528 through 678. And I just wanted to orient you to that as well. And when we get to that point, I'll ask you to flip through that and find us some pictures, okay?
Okay.
With that pre-existing information in mind, so you've looked at pictures, including Beresford's evidence photos with the markers on them. What are you thinking as you go through the scene on February 26th? What's going through your mind?
Primarily to make sure I stay objective in my approach and scientific. So I looked at the stains there on primarily south and east walls of the bedroom, along the baseboards too. Compared what I was seeing in person with images supplied by CSI Beresford. I didn't do any type of magnification of the images. The images on the wall, excuse me, not the images, the stains on the wall were all 1 millimeter or less in size. And for reference, since the US doesn't do metric very well, the edge of a US dime is approximately 1 millimeter thick. So the stains I was looking at were as narrow or narrower than the edge of a dime. And knew that I would have the photos that I could enlarge for subsequent examination if that became necessary.
Yep. Were you aware that prior to you getting on scene, that there was a bed in that southeast corner of that particular bedroom, Gannon's bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Had you seen pictures of that, including a picture of Gannon lying in that bed prior to you going out to the scene?
Pictures of the bed on scene, yes, I believe so, but of Gannon, no. I didn't see that picture until I was there on February 26th.
Okay, so you saw the picture of Gannon in bed on February 26th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did that help you as you're looking at the scene and doing your analysis to know, I guess, height of that bed and that sort of thing?
Primarily just the general position or location in the room of the bed.
Okay. I guess what I'm asking is, were there blood stains on the walls that were both above and below the height of that bed?
Yes, sir, there were.
Was that to some degree helpful for you in doing your analysis of this case?
Yes, there were 54 labels that CSI Beresford had put on the the south and east walls, each with a scale and a number. And in looking at all of those and comparing to the photos that I had, could see that there were between 2 and 3 dozen stains that were below stains on the walls that were below the reported height of the bed.
Do you remember by placard number or sticker number specifically which items were below the height of the bed?
I don't remember. I'd need to refer to my report on that, sir.
Okay, perfect. If you refer to your report, would that refresh your memory on that point?
It would.
Or may he refresh his memory using his report?
May, go ahead.
Your Honor, may I read the label numbers from my report?
Just the label number so
Yes.
that attorneys know what you're referring to. That's okay.
Yes. Thank you. On the east wall, A1, A2, stains A9 through A21, A24 through A27, A30, and B5. And on the other wall, the stains are A34, A36 through A44, and A46.
Okay. And what I want to do is just so that we can have the jury following along with us is using that binder, can you find the exhibit that you think would be best to give us an overall view of those walls and then have you point some of those things out for us? And it's probably going to be more towards the top of that stack as opposed to deep in there because it starts out wide and then gets more narrowed.
The ones I'm finding for the first wall, People's Exhibit 558 and People's Exhibit 563.
Okay. So we're going to project People's Exhibit 558, which was previously emitted under crime scene investigator Alyssa Beresford on the screen behind you. I'm going to leave it to your preference, whether it's easier for you to describe by looking at the photo in front of you and just talking about it, or if you want to stand up and point to things on the screen, you can do that as well. There should be a pointer in the witness stand. And so actually, let's go to 540 first to get a better overall view so we can then drill into where we are here. Okay, so we've got 540 on the screen behind you, which is an overview photo of that bedroom, correct?
Yes, sir.
When we look at 558, point out which wall we're going to be looking at in 558. Nope, I need this picture up. There we go.
People's Exhibit 558 is primarily going from the upper right-hand corner down the wall and extending over to just at the electrical outlet.
I'm going to compliment you. You've got longer arms than most of the witnesses I've been here during this trial. You can feel free if it's easier instead of stretching to stand up and point.
Okay.
Your preference. Okay, so now let's jump into 558. Okay, so describe what we're looking at for the jury as far as generally stains that are above the bed and stains that are below the bed based on what you just gave us.
I may refer to my list again.
So let me ask you this question. What you're asking to refer to, is that your report that you generated based on your analysis in this case?
Yes, sir.
Is it an expert report?
Yes, sir.
What things do you rely upon to create your expert report?
Information that I receive, photographs I receive, documents such as autopsy reports, lab reports. When I do an on-scene analysis, I have that information I bring into play. And I then examine, analyze the blood stains, look to characterize them, and ultimately issue a written report on my findings.
Okay. And as an expert in this field, is it common for you to rely on all of those things and your expert report as you're talking about what you find and your ultimate conclusions?
Yes, sir, particularly if I'm dealing with particular stains or groups of stains.
Is the information that you relied upon in this case, including all of these stickers that are all over the walls in Gannon's room signifying blood spatter, is that a fairly voluminous amount of information?
Yes, we're talking 54 stains on 2 walls.
And how many pictures would you guess were used by you to make an examination of these walls?
$54 pictures, one of each labeled area on the bedroom walls, and then additional photographs of blood stains on baseboard, the bottom of the walls, and then area of the flooring in that same southeast corner of the bedroom.
Each one of those, I'm going to use words that you might not agree with. So if I use words that you don't agree with, make sure you tell me, okay? Those stickers that are on the walls that look like little rulers. You see what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Do each one of those stickers have individual numbering sequence to identify separate and distinct blood stain patterns, or blood stains, I should say?
Let me. Not the arrows, no, but rather the scales adjacent to some of the arrows. It's these individual metric scales that have identifiers for labeling each of those adhesive strips.
So when you say there's 54 stains, does that mean there's 54 stickers, one sticker essentially for each one of those stains?
Yes, there are 54 stickers, most of them by a single stain, but there are some that were by more than one stain.
And then you mentioned the arrow stickers. What are the arrow stickers for?
Would have to ask the person taking the photo of that.
Okay, so there's 54 stickers for the blood stains on there, and then a number of arrows on the wall that Alyssa Beresford or somebody else might have put there.
Yes, sir.
The pictures that we're looking at, especially as you look at Alyssa Beresford's photos, do they start out wide like this and then start to drill down in closer focus to finally you get a very up close view of a specific stain and sticker?
Yes, sir.
So would you say there are hundreds of pictures of this particular crime scene to get that detail starting out wide and then coming in focused?
At least 100, if not more. Yes.
Okay. And so when you ask about, can you refer to your expert report, is it common for you to rely on that to make sure that what you're testifying to is accurate and making sure the jury understands what you're saying?
Looks like a game of ask.
Yes, sir. If I'm getting into detailed information about locations of stains relative to some object or questions about any particular stain.
Triangles the
And so,
ship.
Your Honor, based on that, I would ask that he have freedom to just
And
reference
all
his
the
report,
lines
just as
are
long as he
asteroids.
tells us that he's referencing his report.
That's fine.
So when I was asking
brain's
you
not
before
writing.
we went on that slight tangent, can you point to us on the wall, this being that eastern wall in Gannon's bedroom, generally which stains are below the bed level in Gannon's room on this eastern wall?
I'll need to compare the photos since reading the labels, stain numbers aren't very visible.
That's fine. Just make sure you tell us which exhibit you're looking at so that I can put that particular photo up and our record is clear.
Using People's Exhibit 558. We're talking, I'm using the pointer here, few inches above the electrical outlet. The stains that are at or below the height of the bed extend from a couple of inches above the electrical outlet down.
What does that tell you when you're looking at a scene like this, that there's stains both above and below a bed that should have been in place in that corner?
That in order to create spatter stains, the blood source has to be, at least for some of the spatter stains, below where the top of the bed would be.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what we mean when we use the phrase nonlinear spatter?
Looking at physical characteristics as a scientific approach to bloodstain pattern analysis, after determining if there are just spatter stains present, I then look for one of two physical characteristics. The first is, do any of the stains have a linear or curvilinear relationship? And if I find stains exhibiting that, I then examine them more closely, looking at their shapes in particular. If there is no linearity apparent, the next criteria I use is looking at the presence or absence of a radiating distribution, meaning do the blood stains originate low at a point and then spread out, similar to what would happen with the axle of a wheel and the spokes of a bike coming out, or the analogy that seems to work best with classes that I teach is to imagine a triangular slice of pizza and the blood source is down at the tip and the radiating pattern is going out along the rest of the pizza slice towards the crust and the edge. And if neither of those criteria are present, then I stop and call the classification as non-linear bloodstains.
How did you classify these bloodstains?
They were non-linear.
What does that tell you as a blood stain pattern analysis expert?
That eliminates the presence of or the identification of patterns based on the size, shape, and distribution of those stains,
Now I want a corn dog.
keeping in mind any possibility for some type of removal or stains falling off and things like that.
When you were out at the scene and potentially even as you're looking at photos of this particular scene, these walls and the floor and whatnot, baseboards, could you tell whether there had been any cleanup efforts undertaken by someone prior to you being involved in this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that, please.
I noticed primarily along the baseboards, the appearance of diluted blood, some of it flowing along a horizontal surface or edge of a baseboard. That suggests a possibility of some type of diluting action on the blood stains, example of which would be some type of cleanup or removal.
Robbie, what is wrong with you?
I'm going to have you pull up a particular photo here. Let me pull it up here in my list. If you flip in that binder that's in front of you to 647 and then beyond that,
They have corn
those
dogs.
should be
in Canada,
pictures
right?
of the baseboard that were admitted
they have
under
corn dogs in
CSI
Canada?
Alyssa Beresford. Are you at that point?
I am, sir.
And so what I would like you to do is identify a good picture that we can project up there, and you can describe what you're talking about with the cleanup efforts, the signs of a cleanup effort, I should say. I'm sure there's nothing more fun than flipping through a binder with about 50 sets of eyes on you.
A good example would be People's Exhibit 659.
Okay, we're going to put that photograph up on the screen behind you. I think you have to turn the lid on that thing, otherwise it,
And be
or maybe
careful
not.
when you open it because it comes out fast.
Thank you, Ron.
While testifying, we like to give you dexterity tests as well.
I'll take all the hints.
So, Mr. Griffin, we've got 659 on the screen behind you. So please stand up and use that pointer and point out what we're talking about with the signs that you see in this particular photo that signify a cleanup effort had been undertaken.
Looking at two aspects primarily. The first is along the top of the baseboard, which I'm
Garlic
using
ice
the
cream?
pointer to show.
What?
As far as for the record. And then down on the vertical surface of the baseboard, just above the easel, where there appears to be, again, diluted blood across the surface of the baseboard at that part.
Are all the jurors able to see with that easel and where, or do we need to move it for anybody?
Never
Everybody's good? Okay.
heard.
So what about those particular blood
Fried Oreos
stains
are gross.
tell you
though.
that there's some cleanup?
They appear to be diluted.
Why do you want to mess up
from
an Oreo
the
by frying it?
dark reddish brown color normally I find for blood on scenes.
The other pictures of the baseboard, are they similar to this where they have that
huge.
potential
We charge
flow
too
and
much for
even
them, but
potentially
they're
some
big.
wiped marks?
There are a couple, yes.
Okay.
This is probably the best one.
Okay. And all these
wow,
photos
that
will be
sounds good,
available for the
Michelle.
jury to look at some point, when they get to a deliberation stage. Were any of the, blood stains on the walls, drip stains?
I have not had deep fried Twinkies.
No, if I may explain drip stains.
So I was gonna ask you to explain drip stains.
Elephant ear
One of the forces
fried
acting
dough
on
with like
blood drops is gravity.
sugar and cinnamon and stuff on it.
And like blood, water, any other liquid, when a drop is formed, unless there's something other than gravity acting on it, the drop falls straight down. Drip stains are just that, blood stains that are a result of primarily gravity acting on a blood source. So individual blood stains, usually circular on horizontal objects, are shown. You can have drip stains on walls. However, those are characteristic by being long and thin. And there were no such stains on either of these walls.
Are you familiar with the phrase, distribution cone or cone of distribution?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what we mean when we use those words.
I testified earlier about looking at characteristic of radiating bloodstains. We start our examination in 2 dimensions. And a fan-shaped distribution of stains is a radiating distribution back to the pizza slice. Actually, blood travels in 3 dimensions. So blood that's coming out of some blood source, and a blood source is kept generic because it can be many types of objects, not just people. The blood will come out in a cone, and that cone increasing
They're just
top to
fried
bottom,
dough.
left to right, as the cone goes, the blood goes forward.
They
in that
have
cone.
sugar and cinnamon on them.
Very similar to a megaphone in appearance. And we refer to that 3-dimensional distribution.
My cousin loves
as a
escargot. I was
dispersion
going to
cone.
try them one time.
Can there
I was
be
at the
voids
Food and Wine
in a
Festival
dispersion
at Epcot, and I
Among
wanted to
other
try 'em,
places, yes, sir.
but by the
What
time
is
I
a void?
got around to France, where they were,
A
I was
void
full.
is an
I was like,
absence of
"Woo,
blood
dodged a bullet."
in an otherwise
So I've never had 'em.
continuous blood stain pattern,
Right. Yeah.
which is a little subjective in determining the presence of a void, since an absence of blood may due simply to the fact there was no blood put on that given area. What we look for
Yeah, it's the
to
same dough as
strengthen
funnel
the
cake.
presence of voids is
But
a
funnel cake is
obvious
poured in a
break
funnel, and
in a
then it's just
pattern.
like swirled into the oil.
Best
So
example
there's
would
holes in it.
be
And an elephant ear is
thinking of it
doesn't
as a
have holes.
shadow
It's the
effect,
same thing.
where there's a circular object on the wall, a dispersion cone impacts that wall, and that dispersion
Oh, I
cone is
don't like
primarily going to
oysters.
be of blood drops
Oh,
that
well, I won't
create
ever try them
spatter
then because I
stains.
don't like oysters.
If that circular object, clock or plate is removed, it has blocked blood from going onto the wall. So the spatter stains will stay on the object and leave a clear, unstained or void area on the wall.
Did you have void areas or potential void areas in this particular scene as well?
Yes, sir. There was one area I looked at as a potential void.
Which area was that?
That was on the wall near the window.
Okay. And so if we go back to that overall photograph that shows the scene from a wide angle, which I think is 558. Yes. 540 is the number. Thank you. So we're looking now at 540 displayed on the screen behind you and on the screen to my left. Which wall are you talking about has a potential void?
Chicago style
The
oysters?
wall on the right half of the screen.
How do they cook them?
I think that's the south wall.
Should be the south wall.
And we have a distribution of stains in the southeast corner that has aspects of a dispersion cone, but not enough that I felt comfortable saying it was a dispersion cone. It's a distribution of stains that decrease as we go up from the floor along the wall. And just above the letter B as in boy on this baseboard, very near the vertical scale that runs along the window that I'm pointing out with the pointer, there is an open area between, I believe it was labeled B40 and B46. That shows an absence of blood.
You mentioned that when we first started talking about voids, that it could be that just no blood went to that area.
Yes, sir.
Could a person standing between a victim that's expelling blood prevent blood from getting onto that area as well?
That's one option. Yes, sir.
What other options are there?
Some other object that might be present there. And one of the supports for, again, presenting a void, going back to the example I presented of the clock or circular plate on a wall, that object, if there, it would have blood stains on it that
Why are
the
we
blood
doing
landed
blood
on
stains
that
again? Can we
intervening
just do
object
blood stains?
and not the wall. So I would be looking for spatter stains on any object that may have been what we call an intermediate target. So that can be a person or an inanimate object.
Okay. We've talked already that there was a bed in place there. Was there also an absence of blood on the bed frame?
Yes, per Sergeant Hubble, there was.
Okay. Is that something you would rely on to make your analysis of this particular scene?
Yes, sir. That, and as well as during my examination on scene, I looked at the ceiling in the southeast corner. I did my own examination of the south and east walls with the idea of second set of eyes never hurts. And then on the blue table currently shown in People's Exhibit 540, I examined that and did not find any bloodstains on that table.
The fact that there was a bed at some point in that corner, can you tell based on your analysis that some bloodletting occurred with the bed in place, and then somehow the bed is moved and more bloodletting is happening in that scene?
That would be a possibility, yes.
When you say that that would be a possibility, what are you basing that on?
The presence of bloodstains on the mattress and the bloodstains that are higher up on the wall. Though blood can travel several feet, so there could be an event on or near the floor that causes bloodstains to be higher on the wall. But a bed in place as a horizontal surface could certainly be a item upon which the blood source could be present at the time of blood-leading events.
Is it clear from your analysis of the scene that for there to be blood below the bed level, that the bed had to have been moved at some point to allow blood to spatter onto those walls at a level lower than the bed?
Yes, sir, for at least some of the stains, because in looking at stain shape, if we have an elliptical stain, the tail of that stain points in the direction of travel of the blood drop that created that stain. And there were stains along the wall labeled A in People's Exhibit 540, where I noted that the direction of travel for the blood drops were basically horizontal or parallel to the floor at that point.
You mentioned earlier it's common for you to reference autopsy reports in your analysis and before you finalize your conclusions. Is it also common for you to reference lab reports?
Most definitely.
What would you be gathering from lab reports?
First, for bloodstain pattern analysis, I would be looking for DNA results, and then also results from DNA analysis on objects, including possible weapons, firearms, if they're involved in the case. So several disciplines other than just DNA for items that may have bloodstains on them.
Were you aware that bloodstains were swabbed in this room and submitted to the lab based on your analysis and the work you did?
Yes, sir.
Did you learn whose blood was on the walls?
On the outlet, and yes, sir, on the outlet primarily.
Okay, and whose blood was it?
On,
I'm just asking you whose blood was it?
it was Gannon's.
Okay, and I think, were you just going to point out the outlet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and point that out.
In basically the center of the screen on People's Exhibit 540, there's an electrical outlet near the southeast corner. The plate of the outlet is missing.
John, I'm a
Saw
nurse.
photographs of the plate and the outlet itself showing a reddish substance.
I have talked about much worse while I
And then DNA results reporting that the DNA profile matched Gannon's.
That's fair, Judge, and we are going to have that at some point. We're just not there yet. So, Mr. Griffin, in your training and experience in this field, do you submit swabs from every single blood stain from a scene like this to have that DNA analysis done?
I never have swabbed every stain, and I don't know anyone that has, because not all the swabs will be analyzed.
Okay. Is that because of just resources at labs and that sort of thing?
With my time at the CBI, yes.
Okay.
It was primarily a resource and time issue.
With the information that you had, that the outlet cover had Gannon's DNA based on the lab report that you were able to look at, in your expert opinion, does that make it likely that the rest of the blood in there is Gannon's blood as well?
I don't know that I would use the word likely, but
What word would you use?
to me, the presence of a blood at that point and the stains in the area, I would expect Gannon's blood to be present elsewhere on that wall.
Okay. The blood stain that we see indicated in People's Exhibit 540 on that south wall on the right side, east wall on the left side of that corner, and then that pool of blood on the center of the floor there, not the center of the floor, but in that corner of that floor there. Is that significant to you?
I'll tell you
as
a
to the
funny
amount
lunch
of blood
story I had one
that
time
was
at work.
expelled
It's
during
not
whatever event
gross.
expelled that blood?
It's just funny.
Yes, sir.
What does that tell you?
So one of our coworkers, his wife had just had a baby, and he's like,
First of all,
It'd
looking at the
been
southeast
like-
corner on the floor
a month
I
or two.
was
And he's like,
shown
man, I cannot
photographs
wait till this
of the
6
floor
months
with the
is
carpet
over.
and the pad in place.
It's driving me crazy.
Carpet
I
and
can't
pad cut
wait.
out,
And
and told
there, there
if
was
not
like
actually
4 of us
reports I
maybe in
received,
there having lunch.
that there was saturated blood in
So
the
one of
carpet
the nurses
and the
goes,
pad
what are
in
you
that
talking
corner.
about? And he's like,
that
sex.
was identified as the DNA.
I have to
being
wait 6
in
months
its
every
profile.
time she has a baby.
This area
We all busted out laughing. It's
measured
crazy.
on the floor under the
It's
carpet,
6
the stained
weeks.
area measured approximately
And he's
20
like,
inches by
no,
20
it's
inches.
6 months. No, it's 6 weeks.
So looking at
It's-
the contents of the scene, as we call it, we have
You
blood
have
source on or
4
near the floor
kids.
in this corner
You
as
have
blood is
4 kids.
coming out of that blood source, and then
And she
spatter
made
stains
you
on the
wait
wall,
6 months
all in the
after
southeast
each
corner of the
kid.
bedroom, that are
That's
suggestive
2
of some type of
years.
spatter producing event, a minimum of 1 on or near the floor.
Okay, so we're going to talk about that if you wouldn't mind.
It's
There
6
you go. Did you have a chance to review the autopsy report in this case prior to issuing your final conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Prior to you issuing your final conclusion and reviewing that autopsy report, based on the work that you had already done in the scene, looking at photographs, visiting it, that sort of thing, did you make a preliminary assessment as to what types of events could have caused this type of blood pattern analysis or blood stain pattern?
I did, yes, sir.
What was
In
that?
her defense, I'm sure she was too
On
tired.
February 26th, between approximately 1:15 when I finished my on-scene examination and after packing up supplies, I met with Sergeant Hubble and Lieutenant McCall.
I don't know why he brought that up. It was like just
And told
out of the
them
blue.
they
I just cannot
would give
wait
them
till
very
6 months.
preliminary result, nothing in writing. It could be subject to change based on additional information.
It
And
might have been
basically what I told
that
them is given
summer that
the
like
cooling
half
and the
staff
spatter
was
stains on the two
pregnant.
walls
And the AC
and
went
the
out
nature of
too. It was
patterns
awful.
that are there and patterns that are not,
We had like
I
not half the staff. We had
would
like 3 pregnant
look
nurses
at
at the same time.
one over a
I was
combination of three
pediatric.
possible
It was
events.
a pediatric floor.
One
Everybody was
event would
pregnant. It was
be
crazy.
a shooting
And no
in
AC.
which the
In
wound
Florida.
is
It
a
was
penetrating
not a fun
wound,
summer.
meaning there is no exit since there were no defects that I observed anywhere in the wall or the floor. So one possible wounding mechanism is gunshot. A second possible mechanism would be
And one of
some
the
type
nurses was
of
pregnant with
event that involved
twins.
creating blunt force trauma,
And I was like, I'm
such
not
as
drinking the
beatings and
water.
stompings.
I'm not
The
drinking the
third
water.
event or mechanism, we use them interchangeably, would be some type of action or energetic activity involving a bladed object. Not necessarily knife, but what I call a bladed object, generically speaking, or a combination of those three.
So when you say a bladed object, are you just meaning a sharp object?
Sharp object, yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned a penetrating gunshot, but you mentioned no defects were found. Did you not find any bullet holes in the walls or impacts on the floor or anything like that?
I did not. I did not find any of those.
Okay. Once you were able to get the autopsy report, what did that do regarding your preliminary opinion
when I
as
worked
to
in
what
the
types of
nursing
events or
home,
mechanisms could have caused
I
this
had a
bloodstain pattern?
patient, like she wouldn't have told me. I
In
knew it, I
reading
knew her
Gannon's
family.
autopsy report, noted the pathologist
they told
reported
me
blunt
that
force trauma to Gannon's head.
she stayed in bed
Penetrating
the whole
gunshot
time.
wound.
She
I
and her
believe,
husband
to the
convinced
jaw,
that
the
all
face area.
women stayed in bed
And
the whole
then
time they had their period.
Sharp forced injuries, bladed
It's like,
injuries,
how in the world
bladed
did she
object
get away
injuries
with that?
to the
She
rest of
didn't
his
leave her
body,
bed.
with I believe at least half of those
Guess she
being
didn't
on his
have a
hands and his
job.
arms.
And specifically as it relates to that sharp force injury portion, 18 separate sharp force injuries, is that right?
That's right.
I'm gonna have you go to flip all the way through to in that binder. We've got 3 exhibits in a section labeled for just you. And those are exhibits 684, 685, and 686.
Pardon me.
Yep.
Thank you.
Are you to that section there?
Yes, sir.
I
Okay.
went from
So
the
when we're talking
nursing
about
home to
684, 685, and
pediatrics, and then
686,
back to
do you
the
recognize
nursing
those
home.
photographs?
I do.
I did
How do you recognize them?
beginning of life care and end of life
People's
care.
Exhibit 684 and 685
Here when you stop to think about
are
it.
among the 360 plus photographs I was given to examine as part of my
That's what I'm here for. though.
examination and analysis for bloodstain patterns.
In a way,
People's Exhibit
I kind of feel
684
like I'm
is
being disrespectful, but I'm
generally
not
well
trying
lit
to be.
photo showing the walls in the southeast
I
corner.
mean, this poor child. I
The
feel
carpet
so
and
bad
pad at the
for
southeast
him.
corner no longer present. And People's Exhibit 685 is a very dark photograph with faint
But this
blue
part,
coloration
gory.
showing in the image.
Are those sequence of photos,
I'm
684,
so glad.
685,
Well,
and 686,
I started saying I'm so
essentially
glad I didn't go through
overlaying
that, but I
684
kind
and
of did.
685 to get to
I had
686?
a
Yes, sir.
goddaughter
People's Exhibit 686 is an overlay
when she
I
was a
created
baby.
using Photoshop software, which is an overlay
I
is
didn't have
one
it
technique that we
24/7
use
though.
when documenting the
But-
effect of the use of Blue Star on scenes, balancing the
have
darkness
quite
required
a
for the
bit.
Blue Star and some well lit or good lighting to show the overall aspects of the scene. So the locations where there is Blue Star reacting can be seen better in an overlay.
Did you do this in this particular case because of the potential significance of the scene having been cleaned up? Meaning Blue Star would react to show a greater dispersion than what you're seeing in these bloodstain patterns?
I know it's not the same. but
Actually, my reason for doing it was
she was my
simply to
baby.
see what could be shown with the overlay of the two photos, regardless of any type of blood removal activity.
And what did this inform you as to your analysis?
Now
The blue star showed
like me
positive
anymore.
reaction on both the south and the east walls and the southeast
I
corner
didn't
on the
approve
floor
of her lifestyle.
beneath where the saturated carpet and pad was.
Okay. Are these fair and accurate photos?
Yes, sir.
You want to move for admission of 684, 685, and 686.
684, 85, and 86 will be admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
May I go ahead?
Yeah. I
Okay, so we've got
I
684 on the screen
really
there.
wanted to be a
Is this just basically that same southeast corner of
I wanted
Gannon's
to be
bedroom
a
with those same
mom,
blood stain markers on the walls?
Yes, sir.
And then if we move on to 685,
but I would have been fine leaving my kids at a daycare.
what is 685?
That is
My
the
mom ran a daycare
photo taken in darkness after
And I
the
worked
application of the blue star.
as a
Does this photo,
preschool
as we're
teacher for a
projecting
little
on the
while
screen,
for
is
my
it brighter than
mom.
what's actually
before she
printed out in
died.
table 685 in that binder in front of you?
Yes, very much so.
So that
What
was
does
kind
what
of
does
the
this tell us?
plan. I was going to
when we
be
see
a
this sort of,
nurse.
I mean,
And
to me,
if
it
I
looks like a
had
constellation
kids, they
in the
were
night
going
sky
to
or
go to
something. What does this tell us?
daycare.
Blue star is a
unless
chemical
my
that's
husband and
used
my
as a
husband would
searching
take care of the
tool
kids at
for
home,
diluted
but
blood.
that didn't happen.
And
I didn't even get married till I was 38.
is a presumptive indicator of blood. Blue star will react
Never
with
had kids. I've
non-blood,
had
but
plenty of
it's
kids in my
designed to
life,
go
though,
react primarily or
with
to
my
react and show the
stepdaughters
presence
and
of
my
diluted blood.
friends' kids and my
So let me ask you a
goddaughter
question,
and nieces and
just to
nephews.
clarify really where I want to go with this, and that is,
Little cousins. I've
this
had
looks like
plenty.
more than 54
And I've done,
marker potentials. Why are we seeing
know,
more in this than we see when we look at the
I've
overall
made
normally
cookies
lit
and
photographs with the
cupcakes
markers
for kids
stuck to
to
the wall?
take to school. I've done the Valentine's Day card thing on
The
Valentine's
bright blue
Day.
color from the blue star
I've had
would
all
indicate
the kid
areas of
experiences,
possibly
and
diluted
then
blood being
all the
present on
kids I've
scene
taken care of at the
on
hospital.
both the walls and the baseboard and the floor.
No way to tell for sure whether that all of those spots would be blood, though, correct?
I've had a lot of the
Right, not without
experiences, going to
sampling
band
and good luck.
concerts and
And if we could go on to
football
686.
games and t-ball
Is this the
games
overlay of
and all that
684
kind
and
of stuff.
685?
Yes, sir.
Again, is this brighter than what's
I mean, I
printed
know
out
it's
in
not
table
the
686
same,
in the
but
binder in front of you?
still.
Yes, sir.
Why do we not see, I'm looking at the floor with that bigger blood stain on the concrete there. Why is that part not blue, even though that's blood?
Yeah, that's true. A lot of times you do work just to pay for daycare.
There could be a couple of reasons for it. One is the amount of blood might be so minimal that the blue star has no reaction with it. And
You know what I
therefore,
don't understand is the people that
no
hire
reaction
nannies
as shown in
and
the
like
other areas.
they're home.
Could also be due
No.
to
Why do you need a nanny
the
if you're
spraying
home
of the
with your kid?
luminol, the blue star,
Like, I don't get that.
and areas that might receive more of the
Guess
blue
that's
star
just rich
reagent than other
people
areas.
don't want.
Is luminol and blue star essentially the same thing?
They have the
Yes, sir.
money to hire a nanny. So
Based on what
stupid.
you're seeing in this particular scene,
No, take care of your own kid.
I'm going to make an assumption in the way I'm asking this question. If that's all a result of what happened to Gannon, based on your reviewing this scene and the autopsy report, is it likely that Gannon would not be up and walking around after suffering this attack?
From bloodstain pattern analysis, I can say that with it being Gannon's blood, he's on or near the floor for at least one, or in some cases, a minimum of 2 impact events, spatter producing events. But I'm not able to opine on his mobility in relation to that.
Well, you reviewed the autopsy report, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's 4 blunt force trauma injuries to the head, right?
Yes, sir.
There's also the gunshot to the left chin / jawline.
Yes, sir.
In that autopsy report, it has trajectory of the bullet through the head area of Gannon,
Yes, sir.
including potentially, according to the doctor, that it severed the spinal column.
Yes, sir.
So can you not make a likelihood determination based on that information in conjunction with your scene?
Agree. Sustained.
Okay. As far as your report, we can take the photo down. As far as your report, we've already talked about the contents of it being based on lots of different things, right?
Yes, sir.
Your training and experience goes into producing this report?
Yes.
Photographs,
Yes, sir.
access to and review of other expert reports like the autopsy report and crime lab report, including DNA.
Yes, sir.
Would it be helpful for the jury to have access to your report in some point after you're on the stand?
Sustained.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move for admission of People's Exhibit 682, which is his report, and that would be pursuant to CRE 1006.
I didn't go to preschool when I was little,
Yeah,
and every year, I can't remember what year I finally caught up. But that could have been from the ADHD too, I don't know. But they'd put me in a class, and then I would get bumped down to like the lower class. It's same grade, but like the way the classes were divided up. Because like back then you had to take a test at the end of the year. And that determined what class you were placed in. And so I would get placed in the higher class. And then I would get bumped down to the lower class every year. And then I think it was 5th grade when I finally caught up. Like I took the test and then I got assigned in the class. And then they kept me
Objection
there.
is sustained on a little bit different
Yeah.
grounds.
No,
First of
it was
all,
6th grade.
this is an expert report to the extent that it requires expertise to understand any of the items that are contained in the report. The jury would not have this expert with them at the
My
time to
math
try and understand
class,
what the
they
report
put me
meant.
in the lower math class, so
there's not
I
an
had
expert
to go.
explain
I didn't
the
get to
items
stay
in the
in
report
with
that
the class
require
during the
expertise.
math lessons.
To
I
the
went
extent
to
that
another
the
class.
report contains opinions that have already been
No,
offered by
yeah,
the
it was
expert, the
6th
report is
grade
cumulative to
before
the
I was,
expert's
like,
testimony.
caught
So I will
But I don't know if that was
deny admission
because
of
I didn't go to
Exhibit
preschool or
683.
not.
Okay, thanks, Josh.
So
And
I-
yeah, I'll retrieve that from you, and then that is the conclusion of my questions.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm well, thank you.
All right. I want to ask some questions, and if I'm incorrect, just let me know.
Because I always got in
The
trouble for
blood stains.
not paying attention.
Were you able to determine
and
kind of
I think
the
I
size of
have
those blood
that auditory.
For the ones on the wall,
local
yes, sir, they were a millimeter or less in size.
stains? And
thing
what would that indicate to you?
where
that
I
indicate low
don't
velocity, medium
really
velocity, or high velocity?
understand.
We don't use those velocity
I'm
terms in
noticing
bloodstain.
it now. I didn't
What
notice
the
it
size
before, but
indicates
now that I
is
know
a
for sure
spatter
I have
producing
ADHD,
event. So that
I'm
blood is
noticing
broken
it,
up by
like,
some type of energetic activity.
Disney
Can you tell
the other day.
based upon
The cast
the
member
size
gave
of the
me
stain,
directions, and
what was the event that caused the
realized
spatter?
I had no
And just for
idea
example,
what she
my
told
understanding
me to
is like a
do.
gunshot is going to produce
And I looked at her,
smaller
I said,
spatter
"Now where do you
than blunt
want me
force
to
trauma.
stand?" Because I
And so based
totally,
upon the size
like, I
of
heard
the
it. I heard
blood stains
her
that were on the
words,
wall,
but I didn't
can you make a determination or an
understand.
educated guess on the mechanism?
What do you mean you remember
No, sir,
me?
you're correct in that generally blood patterns produced by gunshot wounds create smaller blood drops and therefore smaller stains than you get with blunt force trauma. But based on the size of the stains,
I'm just
I don't
talking
feel that I can
on
eliminate
board.
an event.
Is that
I just
because
want this part to
that
be
it had
over.
been,
Watch him
there,
be
it
like
appears there have been some effort to clean that?
the only
Or is
witness
that
left
because
for
of the way that the
today.
Blue Star picks it up?
And I'm just
Or
gonna
is
sit
there
here
some
and
other type
talk
of
over
reason
him the whole
that we're
time.
not able to use the size of the blood stains to make a determination of the mechanism?
I would say it's a combination of the apparent removal of blood stains, such as by however you said, washing or cleaning,
Okay.
and the ability of the Blue Star to indicate the presence of diluted blood whose stains may be too small to actually see.
Okay. The gunshot wound to like the underside of the chin, what type of blood spatter would you expect that to create?
The term that we apply to blood associated with gunshot entrance wounds is called the back spatter. It's blood that has blood droplets that have come back towards the direction of force. So I would be looking for primarily
The guy
blood
from Home
stains,
Alone,
1-2 millimeters in size, maybe less.
the neighbor from Home Alone. That's who he looks
Or-
like.
I think the gunshot wound, since that was only an entrance wound, would he have had to been facing the wall for any of the blood spatter to come from the gunshot wound?
Not necessarily facing the side of his head, could be positioned so a dispersion cone partially goes that way towards the wall.
And how close would he have had to been to the wall for the gunshot wound to cause the blood spatter?
There's no hard limiting data for that. It's usually looked at as being within 4 to 6 feet.
Okay. And so is the term like low velocity, medium velocity, and high velocity, is that no longer used in your field?
That's correct.
Okay.
Swigstein worked on those terms and replaced them.
When did you do that? A while ago?
Swigstein, we formed in 2002, so somewhere in the mid 2000s.
Okay. But I mean, there still is, my understanding is the mechanism will produce different size droplets of blood to spatter. So something that is contacting at very high velocity will make smaller blood stains. Something at a medium, blunt force trauma used to be referred to as medium velocity because it's kind of a medium speed of the blood flowing out. And then there was low velocity, that can come from like a knife wound or something like that. Is that still generally a premise?
It's still generally looking at the preponderance of stain size. Yes, sir.
Are you able to make a determination based upon the size of any of the blood spatter that was on either one of the walls, whether they were caused by a sharp object like a knife wound or whether they were caused by something that'd be more akin to what we would call medium velocity in the old days of blunt force trauma?
I'm not able to.
Can you tell how many events took place to cause that blood spatter?
A minimum of 2 based on the dispersion of the blood and the direction blood drops have traveled. So the minimum is the best I can offer.
Can you offer a maximum?
No, sir.
Could it have been many? 10?
Again, I can't put a number to it, sir.
Okay. Would any of the events had to have occurred above the bed? Because we talked that some of them had to occur below the bed based upon where the spatter was. There's anything indicating that any of them would have had to occur above the bed?
I think it's possible. Yes, sir.
Anything that you saw that would indicate one more than the other?
No, sir. Not given the potential for cleanup.
You reviewed the autopsy?
Excuse me?
You reviewed the autopsy in this case?
The report, yes, sir.
You're aware there were also 2 bullet projectiles found in the pellet case when Gannon was recovered?
I'm not remembering it independently, sir.
Okay. You didn't see anything in that room that would indicate an object that had been struck by a bullet?
Correct, I did not.
And lastly, you're not just here out of the goodness of your heart.
No, sir.
You're getting paid by the district attorney's office.
Yes, sir.
How much are you getting paid?
Our company rate is $295 an hour.
And do you know how many hours you put in on this?
I don't remember the billing hours I did for my on-scene analysis and the report. It's more hours than I billed.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
So we got a discount?
Tell.
So he's
you were asked about different
paid
sizes
expert.
of these,
was just
the
from the
potential for
crime
different
lab.
sizes
That's why
by
we're
Mr.
hearing
Tweeney.
about blood spatter
You
twice.
testified previously, though, that each one of these was 1 millimeter or less. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did the fact that this area appeared to have been cleaned up impair your ability to find bigger and smaller size bloodstains on this wall?
That's possible, yes.
You were asked about the number of events, and you said minimum of 2, but you could not give a maximum.
That's correct.
In reference to that, you obviously saw the autopsy report.
Yes, sir.
So could it have included enough events to include 4 blunt force trauma injuries, 18 stab wounds, and 1 gunshot wound? Can it go that high?
It's possible factoring
I
in
don't understand why she
that
why couldn't she
incised wounds such as were reported for Gannon's hands and arms, they can act as blood sources as well to produce spatter stains.
Meaning, let me break in there. Do you mean that an arm might be moving and causing blood to fly off the arm?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Griffin? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Yay!
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Can we have another interesting witness, please?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:25, we should be able to start time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Please remember the instructions that I gave you about leaving the jury room. You don't want to cause Mr. Combs to tear out his hair for obvious reasons, you can see. So with that, we will take our break. All rise for the jury, please. All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring him in. Yeah, I wish there was a way to cool it down.
Marty has started typing that
That's
in the
what I
chat to
heard.
get me back on track, Robbie. Now that I'm officially ADHD, he'll type squirrel in the chat. I sped it up because I
All rise
read
for the
so
jury, please.
boring. We just had blood spatter, and then we had another blood spatter. I guess the first girl was from the crime lab, and then the other guy was a paid expert. I
If you
don't
may all be
have
seated,
them,
court will recall 20 CR
and I
1358.
don't have a
versus
row.
Letecia
I
Stauch.
have
Records did
squirrels,
reflect the jury
and
has
they are
returned to the courtroom.
everywhere.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We'd call Detective Pete Woods to the stand.
I need that shirt. Is Wiggles here? I need a
Gonna be up
shirt
there.
that says, I don't
Somebody
have
else already
thumbs and
did
I
that,
don't
so
have
that's
a
okay.
row. I have squirrels
Raise your
and
right
they're
hand, sir.
everywhere.
You
I
swear
need
affirm the
that
testimony
shirt.
back this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and see the witness stand.
You're not the only one that did that either, so.
Yep, it's all good.
Good afternoon, Detective. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Peter Andrew Woods. I'm a detective with the Myrtle Beach Police Department. Spelling of my last name is Woods.
How long have you been with the Myrtle Beach Police Department?
I'm starting my 16th year with Myrtle Beach Police Department.
Any prior law
Oh,
enforcement
you got New
experience?
York
Prior to that, I
accent?
did 20 years with the New York City Police Department.
I would have never guessed that in a million years. So, if my math's correct, 36 years of law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing now for the Myrtle Beach Police Department?
For the last 7 years, I've been assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force of the FBI as a Myrtle Beach detective representing the interest of Myrtle Beach Police Department in the world of domestic terrorism and international terrorism.
How about in March of 2020? What were you doing for the Myrtle Beach Police Department?
I was still assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force. We were made aware of a person that was wanted by the municipality, the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, and I took part in, I gave a briefing for the arrest of a person that was wanted.
Would that have been on March 2nd of 2020?
The briefing, yes, was conducted at 8 a.m. at the Myrtle Beach Police Annex located in the city of Myrtle Beach at 3340 Mustang Street. I briefed the Myrtle Beach Street Crime Unit and the Myrtle Beach SWAT police officers.
And who was the person that you were briefing about, I guess, to arrest?
A woman named Letecia Stauch.
And was there a warrant for her arrest out of Colorado, El Paso County, I think?
Yes, there was.
And so who was involved in this briefing?
Myself, I conducted the briefing, but it was the members of the Lieutenant Jeremiah Beam and all of his members of his street crime unit, and Sergeant at the time Smith and members of his SWAT unit.
Were the FBI involved in this briefing?
They were also there earlier, and it was Special Agent Grant Lowe was there, and another TFO, Ryan Sipe, task force officer.
And what did you brief about? What was the purpose of this briefing?
We were made aware of that Letecia Stauch would be dropping her daughter off at the Air Force recruiting station. The Air Force recruiting station is located in the city of Myrtle Beach at 1100 Coastal Way, and that she'd be dropping her daughter off there. It was determined for safety reasons that once, in South Carolina law, anyone under the age of 18 is considered a juvenile. So when she was dropped off, we figured it was the best opportunity to take her Letecia into custody without anyone being hurt.
You mentioned this Letecia Stauch's daughter. Do you know what her name was?
Haley Hunt.
Was it Harley?
Harley Hunt.
Harley Hunt. And did you have pictures or photographs of these individuals so you know who you're talking about?
We had done previous surveillance before leading up to the arrest, so we knew what she looked like. We knew what Letecia looked like.
Okay. And do you see this woman named Letecia Stauch in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's wearing a white blouse with patterns of like flowers and other figures on it.
Seated to my left here?
Yes.
May the record reflect identification.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
So how did you get this information that she was going to drop Harley off at a Air Force recruiting station?
Special Agent Grant Lowe was in contact with El Paso and also with the FBI folks out here in Denver. So they had gotten us that information.
And do you know how long the defendant and her daughter were under surveillance?
For me, we had started watching her since the Thursday before. The arrest was taking place on that Monday. So since that Thursday, we watched Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
So you had a good idea of their activities, and then you later learned on Monday Harley was going to be dropped off.
Yes.
And so what was the significance, again, of having the defendant arrested after her daughter was dropped off?
The significance was as far as safety for all concerned, because she was in a house with other people, and that was a search warrant was done at that house also. But we wanted the least amount of people at the time when we would take her into custody.
And did you have surveillance units out there on March 2nd, 2020, following them and watching all these activities take place?
Special Agent Grant Lowe followed them into the city and gave updates to all of the Myrtle Beach Street Crime Unit, myself, and all the other people that were set up at the mall waiting for them.
And so was there a point in time where it became safe to make this arrest of Letecia Stauch?
Yes, once it was seen that the daughter was in with the recruiter and that Letecia was driving the vehicle from the scene, that was the best situation for safety for everyone, and that's when she was arrested.
And describe the arrest for the jury. How did it go down?
She is driving away from the recruiting station, and a vehicle from behind and a vehicle from the front turn on the police blue lights and give commands to stop the vehicle. And Sergeant Smith and Police Officer Cooper approach the vehicle, take her out of the vehicle, place her in handcuffs. She subsequently searched, and the arrest took place less than a minute.
During this process, were you present? Could you see this happen?
Yes, I could. From where I was also sitting, we were all sitting in different places. I witnessed the whole thing.
Was the defendant the only one in this vehicle?
Yes, she was.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
It's a minivan. It was dark in color, and it had property in it. So once she was removed from the vehicle was closed. The keys were taken. It was taken to the Myrtle Beach Police Annex, which is located at 3340 Mustang, and it was placed in a secure area for the FBI crime scene people to process it.
And we'll get there in just a sec. I want to talk about the actual stop of Ms. Stauch. Were these other vehicles that you described, one in front and one behind, were they marked police cars?
No, they were unmarked cars, but they had obvious police lights. They had the SWAT officers had uniforms where you could visibly see police written on the uniforms and the police patch of the Myrtle Beach Police Department.
Did the defendant stop?
Yes, she did.
Did she cooperate with the arrest?
She complied. She immediately got out of the vehicle and complied with all their requests.
She didn't try to run or didn't try to do anything like that?
She did not.
What were the individuals? Well, where were you at during this arrest?
Approximately 25 yards away.
Did she seem to understand that those were police officers who were stopping her and complying with their orders?
Yes, she did.
Now, you talked about the van being taken to a secure facility to be searched. Were you present when that van was searched?
Later that night, yes, I was present for when actually Special Agent Debbie Gordon of the FBI, when she went to process the van, had me walk around the van with her from the outside. She took photographs of it, and the van was secure, wasn't unlocked yet. And when we did that walk around, more correct, she noticed the suitcase, and she requested me to obtain a search warrant for the suitcase that was in the van.
Your Honor, with that, there is a stipulation to the admission of People's Exhibit 355 through 370.
I assume they're photographs.
3 items are not photographs.
But there is a stipulation at 355 to 370. Right. All right. Exhibits 355 through 370 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We're going to publish with the court's permission People's Exhibit 355. Can I approach and move the ESO, Your Honor?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. What do we see in People's Exhibit 355, Detective Woods?
That is the van that Letecia was driving that day, and that is the Myrtle Beach Police Annex, where the vehicle was towed to from the scene of Coastal Mall.
We can go to 356 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 356?
356 is now, we've already obtained the warrant to search the suitcase, and now Special Agent Gordon has opened the doors and has started taking pictures of the property that's in the van.
And I want to turn your attention to what appears to be an envelope in the center dash there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you know who that envelope was addressed to?
When it was taken out, I could see it was addressed to Letecia Stauch.
Okay, we'll go to 357. Is that the envelope we're talking about?
Yes.
And is the defendant's name on there?
Yes, it is.
We can go to 358 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 358?
The largest thing is the suitcase, which is pink with polka dots, pink and white polka dots.
Is that the suitcase you alluded to earlier where you had to get a warrant for?
Yes.
We see a placard 1 in the driver's seat there. Do you know what was in that item?
There was a cell phone in that area.
We can now go to People's Exhibit 359. What do we see in 359?
That was the suitcase that I had Detective Daniel Eddy of the Myrtle Beach Police Department go to the magistrate's office to get a warrant just to search that. He brought it down to me and I delivered that to Special Agent Debbie Gordon of the crime scene unit of the FBI.
And this suitcase, is that the position it was in prior to anyone going into this van?
Yes.
We go to People's Exhibit 360. What do we see in People's Exhibit 360?
The suitcase is now taken out of the van and is being processed by Agent Gordon.
There's some gloves and some scissors to your right on a table. And to your left, there's a box that is People's Exhibit 361. If you wouldn't mind, I'm going to ask you to cut that box open on the red tape on the top of it. And let's see what's inside. So the record's clear, Detective Woods has just pulled what appears to be a suitcase out of the box. Is that the suitcase that you found in the van back on March 2nd, 2020?
This is it.
If you could possibly hold that up and just kind of display it to the jury, I'll move this box out of your way.
Oh, I bet that thing stinks.
Now, there appears to be some tags on the top of the bag. Do you know what names are on those tags?
I'm looking at it. Says Letecia Stauch. Says Tecia Stauch and has a phone number. You want me to put the phone number?
No, that's okay. That's all we need. All right. At this time, I also want to show you People's Exhibit 405, which is an exhibit that's already in evidence. You see that suitcase anywhere in this picture? Right here. Appears to be the same suitcase that you recovered from the van.
Yes, it is.
You can go ahead and resume your seat. Thanks. You can go to People's Exhibit 362 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 362?
It's the same suitcases we have here, and there's a blanket, blue blanket.
Did you see any blood on the inside of this suitcase?
I saw what I believe to be blood on the blanket, yes.
Could you point that area where you believe there to be blood? There's a pointer up there somewhere too, Detective.
Red handle on
We're
it.
old school here in Colorado, so we've got I bet you're an expert.
There's no point.
Here you go.
Against the wall. Oh, it's on the. Oh, we got it.
So here, here, and here.
And
Yeah,
you said it appeared to be
and
blood.
yeah.
Was it pretty obvious to you that,
I would most likely believe it to be blood, yes.
did you guys note that when you opened the suitcase up? I mean, you didn't say it's ketchup or anything like that, right? Okay. You can go ahead and resume your seat. We can go to 363. What do we see in People's Exhibit 363?
The blanket is laid out, processing.
We go to 364. Why do we have this picture?
More, which appears to be blood on the blanket.
And 366. What do we see in People's Exhibit 366?
The contents that were underneath the blanket in that same suitcase that's here
People's 367.
is the contents being processed.
Are you slowly removing items out of the suitcase?
That I was not, the Debbie Gordon was doing that. I was there. I stayed here till the conclusion of this whole search.
Okay. And how about 368? What do we see in 368?
A black bag.
Now this has placard 1. Does this relate to the placard 1 that we saw earlier in the driver's seat?
Yes, it was. That was in the to the driver's seat right here.
And then we can go to 369. What do
That
we see in
was,
369?
that is a cell phone that was in that bag.
And do you see any names on this screenshot of the cell phone?
I see Tisha again, and that is the same spelling as is what's on the suitcase.
And then 370 should be there in front of you. It's a physical exhibit. Already in the evidence. But what is 370?
This is that phone as being shown in that picture.
That's the phone that we see in the picture.
Yes, it is.
Did you or your agency eventually ship these items or have them shipped back to El Paso County
The
College?
phone, yes, the phone was taken for processing, then everything was sent back to El Paso.
And were you aware what Ms. Stauch was doing after she was arrested?
She was taken also to 3340 Mustang for processing.
And are you aware of any medical concerns that she was claiming at that time? I'm just asking if he's aware at this time.
Yeah, no, I'm going to sustain it unless he heard it from the defendant.
Did you have any contact with the defendant?
Not about medical issues, no.
Did you watch any of her interview?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear her address any medical issues?
None.
Okay, we won't ask you that question then. Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination.
That exhibit up.
Sure.
That. Which name is the same name as the name on the suitcase?
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
it says Tisha.
Is it Tisha or Tila?
I have to look closer. I am wrong. That's not Tisha.
Okay, it's Tila.
Yes.
No further questions.
I'm sorry, redirect.
No, thanks, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Woods? No? All right. All right. Thank you, Detective. You may step down. Watch your step.
I can just have a second to retrieve the exhibit, Your Honor.
Yes.
For the record, Your Honor, just as I already admitted, it's okay, but I just probably,
You need to identify it first.
this is going to be.
Where is that?
Right. 365's been admitted. You can publish it. Are you going to be having witnesses use this stuff next?
No.
Set it down on this side so that they can get by. Thank you.
You know, that watch the screens later?
Yeah, please. Okay, great. Thank you. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, John Price.
Mr. Price, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear affirm the testimony about giving this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and proceed to the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Detective John, spelled Jon, Price, Price.
Mr. Price, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you worked for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
21 years.
What sort of roles have you held in law enforcement?
I've worked in the jail, I've worked on the road as a patrol deputy, and I've worked as a detective.
How long have you been in your current detective role?
6 years.
What sort of assignments have you had as a detective?
I've worked in sex crimes, financial crimes, and currently as a homicide detective.
Okay. What was your assignment back in January of 2020?
I was a homicide detective.
Did you get involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stout?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that case?
I was assigned to primarily be at the searches of the house and also the vehicles. And later on, that kind of morphed into tracking some of the physical evidence as well.
How many times did you go out to the house at 6627 Mandan Drive?
I believe it was 5 or 6.
Okay. Each time you would go out to the house, would you use new information that was gained through the investigation as a reason to go look for potentially more things in the house?
Yes.
You mentioned that you also got into some vehicles as well. Is that right?
Yes.
What vehicles did you have a chance to search vehicles? Which vehicles?
I was a part of the search of the Tiguan and the Jetta.
Okay. And what information did you have as it relates to the Jetta? Whose vehicle did you understand that to be?
Harley's.
Harley Hunt?
Yes.
And in the Tiguan, who did you understand that vehicle to be?
The defendant.
We're going to hear from other witnesses at some point in this trial, but did you search with people from the FBI, the Tiguan?
Yes.
Okay. let's talk about the Jetta first. Was that search conducted on January 31st, 2020?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with People's Exhibits 709 and 710.
You may, go ahead.
Can you please take a look at People 709 and 710? And let me know when you're done looking at them. Do you recognize those items?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
They are labeled as being identification documents belonging to Harley Hunt and Letecia Stauch, which were collected from the Jetta, and they have my markings on them.
So did you actually collect those items from that Jetta on January 31st, 2020?
Yes.
You should have, I don't know if you want to wear gloves for those items or not. We're going to open those up. If you want to wear gloves, go ahead and do that. And there should be some scissors there. And let's start with People 709. So you've got the items out of People 709 now?
Yes.
Do you recognize those items specifically?
Yes.
Are they in the same condition today or roughly the same condition today as when you collected them back on January 31st?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 709.
Exhibit 709 will be admitted. Go ahead.
What documents do we have in People 709? And just explain that to the jury, please.
709 has Harley Hunt's passport. It has her social security card, has a passport photo, and a South Carolina school document pertaining to Harley Hunt.
Okay. Are you familiar with passports?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how sometimes passports will get stamps in them if you visit foreign countries?
Yes.
Can you look through Harley Hunt's passport and tell us if there are any stamps in there for any visits to foreign countries?
Harley had a passport?
There is a stamp for Jamaica, December 14th, 2017. And that's the only stamp I see.
And that's it. Okay. Go ahead and remove or I'm sorry, replace those documents back into the evidence envelope. And then I'm going to get those off your desk there. While I'm doing that, if you could go ahead and open up 710.
So that's why she pretended to be Harley when she called about the
So
passport.
preliminary questions. Do you recognize the documents that you pulled out of the envelope that we have marked with an evidence sticker 710?
Yes.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition today as the day you collected them back on January 31st, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for admission of People's Exhibit 710.
Yes. Objection. Exhibit 710 will be admitted. Go ahead.
What items do we have inside of People's Exhibit 710?
710 has Letecia Stauch's United States passport, has a passport photo, a security public library card with the name Tisha on it, a social security card in the name Letecia L. Harden, a social security card in the name of Letecia Harden Stauch.
I don't want you to read the social security numbers, but is the social security number the same on both of those documents?
Yes.
Okay.
I think this is from a cruise. It has a spending card from a cruise in the name of Letecia Stauch. Marriage certificate between Letecia and Albert. A photocopy of the same marriage certificate. This is a printout of an email. Which,
no, that's okay.
Photocopies of a South Carolina driver's license and the 2 social security cards.
What are the names on those documents of that photocopy?
Letecia Stauch and Letecia Harden, respectively. And a photocopy of the passport.
What's the name on the passport?
Letecia Stauch.
Are there, in any of those documents that we just looked at, any documents with any other names for a first name and then Stauch? Any Taylor Stauch or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And you're opening up a secondary envelope that was contained in the evidence envelope?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a general email. A letter from the Federal Bureau of Investigation to Letecia Stauch. A North Carolina birth certificate for Letecia Stauch. A verification of K-12 educator experience form.
What is there a name on that one?
It's difficult to read, or it's Harry County Schools.
Is it Horry County Schools?
Horry County, yeah. That does have the name Letecia Stauch on it.
Okay.
A infant child CPR certificate in the name of Eugene Stauch.
Okay.
A behavioral health consultation information form.
Okay.
An appointment reminder form for Letecia Stauch. A American Red Cross infant child CPR form for Tecia Stauch. A medical report for Letecia Stauch and a second page of that.
Okay. Go ahead and put those items back in that secondary envelope, and then I'll ask you some follow-up questions.
Do that later.
Okay. Any documents in there that were addressed to or belong to a name on them with Maria Sanchez?
No.
Okay. Accessing the passport that you have there for Letecia Stauch.
Okay.
Again, looking for stamps for visits to foreign countries. Are there any stamps in Letecia Stauch's passport for visits to foreign countries?
There's a stamp dated October 22nd, 2017. I can't read it. It says Department of Homeland Security, US. So I think that's probably a re-entry stamp, perhaps.
Okay.
A Jamaica stamp, December 14th, 2017. A Mexico stamp, July 24th, 2018. And that appears to be all the stamps.
So are there any stamps in there from Australia?
No,
Are there any stamps in there for Colombia?
no.
Okay. You can go ahead and set that to the side. And then as it relates to the T1, I mentioned that we're going to get into a more extensive search through some FBI agents later on in this trial. But did you do a search of that particular vehicle on February 1st of 2020?
Yes.
I may approach with People's Exhibit 325.
You may.
Have you had a chance to look at that item, 325?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, it is labeled as a receipt from the Colorado Springs Airport dated January 28th from the front passenger seat of, and it's cut off there, but I know it's a TIG one.
Okay. Is that an item that you actually seized from that TIG-1 search on February 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Will you go ahead and open up that envelope, please? Do you recognize the item that's inside of People's Exhibit 325?
Yes.
Is it in fact that parking receipt from the Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition today as the day that you recovered it?
Yes.
All right, move for admission of 325.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 325 will be admitted.
Is there printing on that, automated printing from the Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the parking arrangements at the Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes.
Have you gone there both professionally and personally?
Yes.
Okay. So to obtain that type of a receipt from the Colorado Springs Airport, what do you have to do?
When you enter in a vehicle, you get a parking voucher ticket. And then as you exit, you would pay for the amount of time that you've been parked in that parking lot. And you would get a receipt like this as you exited.
Does it stamp on their time stamps to understand when somebody potentially entered or exited that parking area?
Yes, the entry time is January 28th, 2020 at 8:30 a.m. And the exit time is January 28th, 2020 at 7:02 p.m.
That type of evidence, parking receipts from an airport like that, where there's stamping time stamps on there, does that help determine movement?
Yes.
Somebody?
Yes.
Okay. And is that why this particular item was seized in this investigation?
Yes.
Were there other things that you collected from vehicles that ended up not necessarily being helpful to the investigation?
Sure.
Things like dirt samples or vegetation samples from the undercarriage, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Did that lead to any sort of investigative leads that allowed you to pursue what might have happened with Gannon?
They did not lead very far, no.
Okay. Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
So I have your, thank you.
Cross-examination. Mr. Cook?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Detective Price, hi. How
Good
are you?
afternoon.
My name is Will Cook, and I'm representing along with Mr. Tellini, Letecia Stauch. Do you remember writing a report on February the 18th of 2020, and you requested a laboratory examination of quite a few different items?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like I'm looking at 15 different items that you requested to be tested. DNA profiles were requested to be developed from those items. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you know if all the testing was done and completed ultimately on those?
I believe sometimes the lab omits certain items based on their own judgment of the best use of resources. So I'm not sure if every single item was eventually tested, but I know certainly many of them were.
But if I'm telling you, I'm looking at this report where you requested 15 items be tested, you have no reason to believe that you didn't follow through with that and actually order those items be tested.
I did. I ordered those to be tested.
Do the labs, the scientist or the phlebotomist or the serologist or the DNA analyst, do they have the ability to reject a request for a test? Can they say, I'm going to override you, detective, I'm not testing this, and this is why? Or I'm sorry,
They do have discretion as to what they test.
okay. Do they usually get back and say, hey, I don't think we need to test this, detective, and this is why, and y'all agree?
Sometimes.
Or will they just unilaterally not test something?
It depends on the circumstance, specific.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in this investigation, this was a huge investigation, correct?
Yes.
You've had several, there's been several other deputies that have come up and testified that this was the biggest one they'd ever seen.
It was quite large, yes.
This between the search and the multi-state nature of this investigation, this is the biggest thing by far they had ever been involved in.
That's a fair statement, sure.
Okay. And in fact, you collected air filters from a Kia Rio, cabin air filters from a Kia Rio, and soil debris from the wheel well of a Kia Rio. Is
Yes.
that correct? And ultimately, the soil debris was sent up to a scientist or an expert in Fort Collins, and they couldn't make heads or tails of anything, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What specifically are you looking for, though, when you're collecting soil debris from the wheel well of a car?
At the point that those items were collected, we had not yet located Gannon. And so we were looking for different soil, different vegetation, which might give us a clue where those vehicles had traveled to, and thus give us an idea of the travel patterns or where he might be located at.
Okay. At that time, did you believe that the Kia Rio had been used to dispose of Gannon's body, or did law enforcement believe that?
It was a possibility.
It was a possibility. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it looks like no stone was left unturned. I mean, the engine air filter from the Tiguan, swabs of the undercarriage of the Tiguan, the Jetta that was driven by Harley. I mean, everything was swabbed, air filters were examined, everything was done.
It was a very thorough investigation. Yes.
And what date was the Jetta and the Tiguan taken into custody or seized by law enforcement?
Don't know that off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
If I told you those vehicles were seized before the house at Mandan Drive was locked down or seized by police, would that sound reasonable to you?
Yes.
Okay. If I told you that quite a few days passed between the seizure of these vehicles, seizures of Miss Stauch's, the defendant, Miss Stauch's telephone, if several days passed from those events to when the house was actually seized and locked off, would that sound right to you?
No, we searched the house on January 28th, which was fairly early on.
Okay, but I'm saying when the house was actually seized
The
on
actual
February
seizure.
7th, like nobody coming in going, we're putting up the tape.
Okay, I agree with you on that. Yes.
Okay. Why did it take so long if you had Miss Stauch on the radar, you had taken her phone, you had taken her cars, you had taken her daughter's cars, you had all this stuff. Why did it take so long to take seizure and control of the house?
That's above my pay grade.
Okay,
I would have no idea.
that wasn't your call.
Yeah, I'm just a little fish. So.
Okay.
Did he say I'm just a little fish? That's funny.
I even saw in one of the vehicles, there were insects collected from the vehicle to have them tested to figure out where that car had been. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Don't see that a lot in an investigation, do you?
First time I've ever seen it. Yeah.
Me too. Have you ever heard of a closed, and I'm talking about travel now, I'm switching. Have you ever heard of a closed loop cruise? Is in a cruise ship?
Personally, no, I haven't.
Okay. And do you know in a closed loop cruise, you don't have to have passports?
Yeah, sustained.
Okay. Are you aware that on certain cruise stops, cruises will go around to different islands and stop at different places, that in certain cruises, you do not have to have a passport to get into the country?
I've never been on a cruise. I have no personal experience with cruises.
Okay. And did you know that there were cruise lines that will travel the Caribbean, the Bahamas, Jamaica?
Judge objection. He's already said he doesn't know anything about cruises.
Yeah.
I
If he doesn't know
Ask an
anything about
answer.
cruises, he doesn't know anything about cruises.
Asked and answered. He just said he didn't know. And what does her passport have anything to do with Gannon?
Do you know if passport stamps are required of U.S. citizens going to other countries in all situations, or are there exceptions?
Jeez.
I don't know.
Okay.
So what?
And again, you don't have any idea about closed loop cruises.
You just said.
I don't.
Dude.
Can I have just a moment, Your Honor? That's all I have. Thank you, Detective. Have a good day.
You too, sir.
I object.
And why is that, Mr.
Do
Reed?
any of the
Because
jurors
it's devastating to
have
my
any questions
case.
for,
Overruled.
Detective
Good
Price?
call.
No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Before he leaves, Judge, can we have him put the items back in the,
Yeah.
evidence file?
I think that's probably a pretty good idea.
Thank you, Detective.
And just so that the record is clear, what you have there is one exhibit, but it also has an envelope in it that has different documents in that envelope.
There was 2 exhibits. One of the exhibits did have a secondary envelope in it, and that's why I was making that record about pulling that secondary envelope out.
So we just need to make sure that secondary envelope gets back to the exhibit that it's supposed to be in. Put it on the table.
Places you just take arson.
Right. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We would call Amber Cronin. And Judge, while we're bringing Ms. Cronin into the, to testify, we're going to be playing some more of these recorded phone calls that we did earlier in the trial. There's, I think, 4 total. And I can tell you the length of them if you'd like me to.
Please.
So People's Exhibit 51, which was previously, hold on just a second, was previously admitted under Mr. Stauch, is 46 minutes long. People's Exhibit 52, previously admitted under Mr. Stauch, is 1 hour and 4 minutes long. Then we have this that will be admitted through Ms. Cronin, that is 27 minutes and 44 seconds long. And then People's Exhibit 53 is another call that was admitted under Mr. Stauch, but will be published under Ms. Cronin, 29 minutes and 34 seconds.
All right, Ms. Cronin, if you would raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear to affirm the testimony about to give this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. And go ahead and have a seat. Mr. Allen, are we going to be using that easel?
No, should I get that out of the way?
I think Mr. Combs would appreciate it.
Be hard to get out if we don't.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you, sir.
Let's see things here. I'll get this into the right envelope.
Okay. All right, Mr. Allen.
All right. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you doing?
Very well.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Amber Cronin, AMBERCRONAN.
Ms. Cronin, what do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation,
How long have you been with the FBI?
about 15 years.
What training do you have that allows you to do the job you currently do?
I went through Quantico, which is about 5 months, and then I've had additional training since then, periodic training.
Do you also have education that you use to allow you to do the job you do?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in criminology and criminal justice.
Did you also serve in the military?
Yes, I did.
Did that help? Does that help you in the job you do as well?
Yes.
What was your job in the military?
I was a military intelligence analyst for 6.5 years.
Okay. What role do you currently serve with the FBI? I know you said special agent, but what does that mean?
Specifically, I'm assigned to work all the crime that occurs at the Federal Correctional Complex in Florence, Colorado.
Do you sometimes get tasked to help out with potentially other local crimes that occur here in the 4th Judicial District?
Yes, as part of the Colorado Springs Resident Agency, we help out.
Okay. What were your assignments back in January of 2020?
I was assigned to the same working as the at the prison.
Okay. Did you get involved with the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
Yes, I did.
How did you get involved in that case?
It was El Paso County needed assistance, so they had asked the Colorado Springs Resident Agency, so we helped out.
What was your role in that investigation?
I helped out in multiple ways. I was part of the consensual calls that Mr. Stauch had with the defendant. I am also a member of the FBI's evidence response team, so I assisted on processing a couple of the vehicles, and I actually traveled out to South Carolina for the arrest.
Okay. During the time that this case was being heavily investigated, were there daily meetings, investigative driven meetings to just update everybody involved in the case?
Yes,
Did you attend those meetings?
I did.
Well, what was the purpose of those meetings other than just to update folks?
It's so we could know what was going on in the investigation, new developments of what we were finding.
Excuse me. Would investigators, detectives, special agents with the FBI come to those meetings and report whatever specific assignments they had, and then assignments would be made to act on those developments?
Yes.
You'd mentioned the consensual phone calls. What do we mean when we're talking about consensual phone calls?
It was phone calls between Mr. Stauch and the defendant that were recorded.
What was your role as that process played out?
I was one of the people that was in the room while those phone calls were being made, so I was able to listen to the phone calls as well as at times ask Mr. Stauch to ask additional questions if we had questions.
Would you have meetings with Mr. Stauch prior to
Why
the phone
can
calls
no one
actually
get
occurring to
these
give him tips on
people's
things
name
to say
right?
or not say, that kind of thing?
Yes.
And then in the actual, while the phone calls were happening, sometimes you would either suggest things to him or pass notes to him to say or not say?
Yes.
Was another special agent, Johnny Grusing, also involved in that process?
Yes, he was.
Were those phone calls recorded?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would request permission to publish People's Exhibit 51, and I doubt we'll be able to get all the way through this. This is previously admitted under Mr. Stauch, and it's 46 minutes long.
Okay. And Agent Cronin, you can go ahead and step. What are you? Do you have any?
Not during the phone call, Your Honor. Yep.
Agent Cronin, you can go ahead and step down. It's not comfortable to sit there for that length period of time. So go ahead. Exhibit 51 has already been admitted.
And Judge, would you like us to stop at about 10 till, 5 till, roughly?
10 till.
Okay, we'll do that. People's Exhibit 51. And just for the record, Judge, People's Exhibit 51 is phone call from February 15, 2020 at 10:04 a.m. Yep, I think we need the screen to be able to see what you need to click on, Judge.
Oh, so this has video with it?
No, there's no video, but like the other ones, the player actually pops up on that screen.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Hey, Carla.
I don't know what number to call her on. I told her to call. Guess I can try this one. Just texting. Hey.
How are you moving again?
Why do you think? I mean, it's like a week by week thing. I told you that.
You do what?
I'm like week by week in these hotels.
Why can't you live in the house?
I don't know. I can't even like go in without an escort at this point. So
How are you paying for hotels?
I just paid a little bit week by week, and Uncle Jeff paid for this past week. So I told you that already. That yes,
Did you spend last night by yourself?
yes. Why? Who else would I be with?
Should have been with you, Albert.
You think I wasn't lonely on freaking Valentine's Day?
Okay, to be with you. I've been begging to be with you.
We can talk about that, but I want to talk about whatever you got. You're talking about on this iCloud.
No, I logged back. I got into my iCloud finally because I only had partial whatever, and I couldn't do a backup. And I finally got the backup done, and there was like a crap ton of messages came through on my phone, and there's this text message that they should have saw on my phone because it came through on February 5th, and it's like basically almost like a retarded person or something. But it says the boy or money or no boy. And I tried to get help. I sent it to the tip line to see if they can check. I've been trying to call all morning to get help, but no one.
Hey, I can't hear you.
I said no one helps me because I'm a bad person.
Because she's
But
what?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. But what? I mean, that's all it said. No money, no boy, or something like that.
I'm saying there's a bunch of those voicemails. Like it came, I had 30-some voicemails, and a lot of them were bull crap and threats and stuff. So I hadn't went through all of them. And like literally all I saw was the first message that said that, and it freaked me out. And I had someone to look up the number to try to see where it was at, and it said that it originated from Washington. So it weren't one of those like fake things. It was actual number from Washington. Like I had someone track the number where it was at now, and it went to Roy. It was right outside of Roy Elementary.
Where's that at?
I don't know if this is like people schooling with me. I don't know, but I was trying to reach out to you as soon as I seen it so that they should have solved this on my February 5th.
Yeah, I don't know. I know they're like laser focused on finding Gannon right now, and that's kind of the priority right now. I mean,
that was why I was saying that. That is about Gannon. Why are you trying to make it seem like I wasn't?
I'm not trying to make it seem like nothing. I mean, I did you tell them about what we talked about yesterday about Quincy Brown and all that?
I sent it in, yes. Did that same thing that they keep posting online because no one was writing back on the number that did.
Well, I guarantee you they're out looking for that dude now because he is freaking. You know how I get all worried about Mike and Landon and all that shit back home, and I looked him up and he's a freaking, oh my god, sex offender. He's a bad dude, teaching. If he's got my son, and I'm freaking, you know how I was about Mike, and he had some criminal stuff, but this is a whole nother level. So I'm sure they're out looking for him now. So.
Did you give them the information?
Yeah, you said you did. I mean.
Yeah, no, I did.
Right, you said you were talking to Bethel, right?
I sent it to message her, but she never wrote back. So I had that Kate somebody's number, the other lady that was with her that day. So I sent it to her because I was like, between her and her, someone would read the messages.
Okay, yeah. I haven't got it. Mark hasn't reached out to me this morning, but I'm sure that, I mean, based on this dude being as freaking horrible as he is, I'm sure they're out there looking for him. Can you remember anything else about Quincy Brown other than, I know you said you saw his ID. I mean, they had the bike or the SUV, right, with the bike rack. I mean, anything close to an address at all that would help them? Now that you have more.
If you would let me come be with you and help, I will walk everybody through everything. But you're refusing that and not standing up for me to do that.
No, actually, I am. I'm trying to get this relevant information that you're providing to them. So that is standing up for you.
Okay, taking up for me too is also you got to understand, Albert, and this is not me trying to take away from whatever. Unless I'm like protected completely, it's just a whole crazy thing you got to understand, Albert.
Well, help me understand.
Begging you to tell you that I begged you to come stay with you. I've been like, hey, let me just stay with you for the night, please. I will talk to you, please. Everything. I tried everything. They just keep telling me no, and I hate being lonely, and I hate all this because I'm not I'm not a bad person. I'm innocent. I agreed to even take a lie detector test with you.
Well, that's not for me. I'm not going to give you a lie detector test. Well, I mean,
It's not permissible in court because it's not. I said for you to believe me.
but who are you? Have you talked to them about this lie detector test, or you just told me about it?
I got recalled from a big time attorney. I got Jose Baez law firm willing to come and meet me. That's how much they know it's screwed up. You know who the Baez law firm is?
You know I don't pay attention to that shit.
You know who they represented?
No, tell me.
A lot of big time names. And they're and like People magazine, people are like pissed that they're not, that the way that things are going and it's not the direction of my team. And so if you don't want to be on my team to be like against them parking everything, then these people will put it out there.
What are they going to put out there? What? That you're going to take a lie detector?
No, yeah, I will for you. I will do it for you.
Well, let's do it then. Then let's do it. Let's do it now. I mean, call the FBI or call whoever and tell them you're ready today.
I don't know who to call. You have all these contacts. Nobody will talk to me.
The only person that I know. Listen, I sent you a number. I think. What was her name from the FBI? Amber, maybe. I sent you an email. You look back on your email. You got a contact, and she when she called me that one time, she reached out and said, anything you need, any way we can help, anything we can do to help find Gannon. And I think that would qualify as something that would help. Okay?
What would qualify?
You're talking about his lie detector test.
That would help find Gannon by me taking a lie detector test that I've already told you?
If you're, listen, I know, but listen to me. Walk through this logically. You're smart now, okay? If you're saying they're barking up the wrong tree, okay, and that wrong tree is you, and the lie detector test will get them off of that tree and on a different tree, don't you think that will help?
Yeah.
I mean, it'll, back to what we talked about yesterday, it'll show your innocence, it'll show you didn't do it, it'll show you don't even need immunity. Okay? You don't, I mean, it'll prove all those things.
You don't have to because lie detector tests are not permissible in court.
Okay, but I'm just trying to, you said you'll do that for me.
Lie detector test does is what a person's saying to someone they're trying to prove to. Like people going Dr. Phil and do it, places like that.
Okay, all right. Hey, Tisha, listen. I'm willing to take the lie detector test. You brought it up. I mean, I'm willing to work with you or whatever. You can contact the FBI and do it. I'm willing to take that result for my peace of mind. But if you're going to sit here and tell me it's not worthwhile, then why even talk about it?
I said for you. I said I wanted to do it for you. You're focusing on doing it for someone else. I'm trying to tell you I want to.
No. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about Gannon. If they're barking up the wrong tree, babe, if they're barking up the wrong tree, this will get them on the right tree. Okay.
Okay.
So you need to reach out to Amber, whatever her name is. That's the FBI lady that I talked to the one time, and you need to tell her whatever you're willing to do or not do. Okay. That's the only way I know to go about it. So, but instead of me waiting on the lie detector test for me and you, I know that'll confirm it. Just tell me the truth right now.
You won't even help me get the freaking ID so I can go to a doctor's office, and you want me to just keep going over and over and over the same thing.
Yeah, she said yes, I do, because
you kick me off of TRICARE or something?
I can't kick you off of TRICARE. That only happens anyways. You're trying to spin this in a different direction. We're talking about Gannon.
Just trying to go to the doctor. That's it.
You can go to the doctor any day of the week. I can't kick you off of TRICARE.
They took all my stuff. I need an ID.
You need the sponsor social security number, and I know you know my social, so don't even play me, teacher.
Go on base.
Okay.
Without the ID.
Well, if you got to go to the doctor that bad, go to the doctor somewhere and we'll pay the fee. Okay. That's, I'm not gonna say that's irrelevant, but we're focused on Gannon right now. Okay.
And we're trying to be with you to focus on Gannon. So I'm asking you
and guess what? We are talking together right now, so we are working together on this right now on the phone. Okay.
I'll come stay with you, and I will meet them to do the test and everything.
Listen. I need the truth first, and that's what I've said the whole time. Tell me the same. Listen, let's just stop. Okay. No, don't oh God me.
You told lie detector test, and now it's still not good enough for you, Albert.
No, it is. It's perfect. That's what I want you to do. Okay. Because there has been multiple stories, but tell me the story right now that you're going to tell on the lie detector test. That's what I want.
You don't tell stories on a lie detector.
I know. Okay. Do you want me to put you through that and ask you questions? I'll do it. Okay. Is the bike accident a true story? Did he fall and bust his head, or was his head already bleeding before you got there? Which one is it?
He's bleeding.
I'm just asking. Was the bike accident true?
Be bleeding.
I don't know, because I've fallen off my bike 100 times and didn't bust my head bad enough to go to the 911, right? Okay, I'm just trying to sort through this. Is the bike accident true?
Albert, I did not hurt you.
I did ask you that, okay? Is the bike accident true? It's yes or no. This is lie detector test right now. Yes or no?
You Somebody has Gannon, Albert. I need protection to help you.
I understand that, and I'm trying to help you right now.
Beat me. He will abuse me. He will hurt me, and I keep telling you this, and you're not catching the hint.
Is the bike accident true? That's where we're starting.
Are you gonna protect me from him?
Yes, you're gonna. If once you call Amber, you're gonna get the protection you need. I don't have a gun. I don't have a badge. Amber does, and she's the one that's gonna protect you.
But you are my husband.
I am, and as your husband, you need to respect that I'm trying to give you the best guidance I have, okay, and get you to the protection you're asking for. If you call Amber, she'll get somebody with you wherever you're at to protect you, okay?
But why aren't you willing to do that?
How am I gonna protect you against people trying to beat you and kill you?
Come live with you because you are my husband, and you're supposed to provide for us a place to stay.
Right, and I've done that from day one, so you're not gonna question my ability to protect or provide you. So listen, hey, back up. You said you wanted to do something for me.
Yes, no, Albert.
No,
Come stay with
I'm not answering any questions right now because you told me that you do something for me, and that's answer some yes and no questions, basically a lie detector.
Be with you. I didn't say like you're gonna put me on. We can talk about this in person. Why does it have to be over phone so you can like record people and shit?
So now I'm recording you. What you've done to me for 5 years is what I'm doing to you. That's projection teaching, and I'm not putting up with that, okay? All right?
Did you record me yesterday?
No, why would I record you? I haven't recorded anything. What are you talking about?
Was you coaching you what to say?
No, I don't need a coach. I've done this for a living for 11 years, Tisha.
I said I want to talk to you in person.
All right, well, guess what? Your freaking sister's calling me. Tell her to leave me alone.
Who? What sister?
Amy, whatever her name is.
She shouldn't be calling you. Don't even talk to them.
Well, I've been getting calls and texts from all your people, and I'm sick of it. Listen, you know what? If meeting is what it takes to get to the truth, I'll meet with you. But you need to answer some questions first. That is your way of proving to me that a meeting is worthwhile. Okay? Number one. I got 3 or 4 questions, okay? Number 1, is the bike accident true?
No.
No. Is Quincy Brown true?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So what happened? Okay, that's my next question. What happened to get Gannon to Quincy Brown? How did Quincy Brown get my son?
Okay, it doesn't matter how many times I tell you, you're still going to call me a liar. You're not going to take
That's
the time
not true now.
to help me.
That's not true. I've given you every opportunity to tell the truth, just like I'm doing now, okay? I haven't called you a liar. I've said some pieces of the story have been not true, okay? I'm not sitting here calling you names. I'm not putting you down. I'm asking for truth, okay? You said the bike accident is not true now. Fair enough. We're done with that, okay? What happened?
We weren't going to get you a bike, though. That was true.
Okay, so you were going to get me a bike. Fine. Okay, let's get past the bike. If the bike has nothing to do with anything, then let's just forget about the bike and the trip to the bike.
Trying to be a cool mom, okay?
Okay.
Just hang out with some friends. And I was just trying to be cool because I'm never looked at as being cool. So I told Gannon, hey, you can have a sleepover, whatever, yada, yada, yada. That was supposed to happen on Saturday or something. He did have this friend out of car. And I told him, your daddy said no. I told him that on Sunday or whatever day it was. But prior to that, he already said something to me about this. And I tried to talk him through the situation. So the plan was he was going to have a sleepover. We split both the beds together. Yada, 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 yada. That was just supposed to be the plan. I was just trying to be a cool mom. I just wanted to be accepted by Gannon for him to be like, wow, yeah, she's always kind of strict on us, but maybe let me do a little bit that I shouldn't probably be doing. Hey, that's all.
Yeah, but okay, that's...
It went downhill from there. I'm telling you. Like, I didn't do anything to Gannon.
Okay, so...
All these people, listen to me.
I'm sorry, I'm listening.
Tired of all these people putting all this stupid stuff about blood and all this bullcrap. If there's any blood in the house, it's because of Gannon. Gannon bleeds all the time.
Okay.
There's no massacre occurred in our home. It's not what people are putting in their head. There's nothing like that. Okay? It's nothing. I'm sick of hearing people say, well, if he hurt his foot, he could be walking. Oh my God. It was just blood from his foot. That's it. There was no, like, he hit his head or bullcrap like that. I'm tired of all these conspiracy theories, and now it's in your head that you think that I've done something to Gannon in our house. That's what you said yesterday. That is not true. If there's blood there, it's just simply from what happened to his foot. And yes, I've already admitted to you that his arm was burned.
Okay.
He admitted that to you. Wasn't that bad? Did it have blood? Yes. And under the candle was. I did everything I could. So if you're asking about that part of it, See, what y'all were doing is trying to take two different things. You're trying to think that just because I didn't abuse Dan emotionally in no video, nothing. The whole point of that was he was so upset. It wasn't about, it was meaning I was going to replace the items for him. It was trying to be, okay, don't worry about it. It's a secret. I'm not going to say anything. I was trying to be cool. Okay? Maybe if I let my guard down for trying to be cool, I let him stay up 30 minutes late that night, trying to be cool. Just trying to be like, we'll start working on, hey, you stand up 30 minutes later than Lena. So any of that you got from some mind that people were trying to say I was abusing him or some video shit, it was not. Jenna was upset because I was sitting there holding him and everybody saying something about whatever. I assessed the situation. It wasn't a lot of tons and tons of blood. We got it up. It was on his wall a little bit. I mean, it was not even a lot.
So you cleaned his wall up?
But he did.
Oh, okay.
And there was blood on the thing we cleaned up stuff. It was not. It was from his arms and his foot. That's all. From helping me outside. There was nobody's head get hit. You could hear in all these stories. Hannah's head was hit. He was doing this. No, Albert. If he would have been in that situation, I get on the phone and I call 911. I'm not stupid. Do you think I'd much rather be sitting here with someone saying that I was being irresponsible or whatever than someone accusing me of hurting a child? Do you think that? That's the way I panic at the sight of blood? You know, I freaked out. I'm like, oh my God, stop peeling it. He peeled it and peeled it and peeled it. If I yell at him for peeling it, it's going to look like I'm mad at him. You don't understand.
Okay.
Everybody the true story, but what they're doing is they're coming in there and trying to say just because some lady who thinks she's hot shit that's been talking to you apparently, she posts online all this bullshit.
Who? What lady?
Oh no, trivia somebody.
Who?
She's fucking stupid.
I haven't talked to nobody.
Okay, well she's online saying she's talking to you and Landon, and you and Landon were saying there was blood all over Ganna's room. Blood everywhere in the house. Blood on the stairs.
Who is this now?
That is not true. If it was anything, it was from the foot, and I stepped not outside. I stepped in it on the carpet when I freaking took the carpet up that we walk outside on. But nobody cares that that's how it happened. That's where blood came from. Yeah, it was not puddles. We cleaned it up and smeared it. Sorry.
What freaking lady are you talking to?
The beds were already put together because I already told Gannon he could have a sleepover.
The beds were pushed together.
I had pushed them together because I had told him Sunday he could have a sleepover. I didn't know that his stomach was going to go to start hurting. I had already said he was doing his box.
But who was the sleepover with? Was it Braden?
He just asked me, could he have a sleepover even though it was a school night? After we were going to hike. And the reason I said yes is we were sitting there talking about the whole coach thing. He was talking to me about the sisters, and all he had was sisters. I said yes, just because I felt so bad, because here we are both in an emotional moment. I'm upset about Kobe. He's upset about him having girls, yada, yada, yada. I agree. Sorry. I usually don't agree to things. I was trying to be like, okay, maybe this is a good chance, but maybe bend the rules just a little bit. So yes, said Gannon, you can have sleepover. Gannon pushed his beds together. Yada, yada, yada. I don't know what happened, why he didn't go ask about sleepover. I don't know what happened wherever. I don't know. He didn't ever come say such and such, didn't say whatever. I just know his stomach was hurting. So I assumed he didn't want to be having a sleepover with the boy, whoever the boy was.
Why?
Tell me.
Why? So you were going to let me back up.
I was going to let the boy, but he said his brother had a call.
Right. Okay, fine. But he's never pushed the beds together for a sleepover before. Where did that come from?
What do you mean? I do.
No, usually they
were Albert. We pushed the beds together because he had all the things lined up around the room in little cardboard things. They were all lined up around the room, and we pushed the beds together. That was it. I mean, me pushing the beds together is not a crime.
I'm not saying it was. It's just weird because to my knowledge, he's never done that.
I guess he was going to build a fort. I don't know.
Okay.
Just for Sunday, they got pushed back. I mean, there's nothing.
Okay. All right.
So that is the only reason. That is the only reason when they got pushed back that he would have had the normal, that he would have peeled his arm after it happened on Sunday.
So
I don't do is whoever your friend is, a neighbor that knows all this bullshit, to give you the video footage of running out when the daggone fire was going on, and you will see. Oh, was I being whatever? Was I fussing? Was I doing anything but being loving to children?
Right.
You know, I told everybody, oh, it's okay. We're gonna fix it. Nobody was yelling at anybody. Nobody was angry with anybody. Nobody was hurting anybody. Nobody was doing anything wrong.
But so,
It wasn't even that. I was scared.
but how? But back up to something you said that I mean that really struck me, Tisha. You said it went downhill. How? What do you mean? How did it go downhill? And then how did this Quincy Brown freaking dude get involved?
The story about Quincy. He told
No, but okay, but tell me the part about how did it go downhill? That's what I need to know. You said it went downhill fast and it got out of control, and maybe you freaked out, whatever. But
I never said anything about getting out of control. Now you're putting words in my mouth. I never said.
okay, you said it went downhill, Tisha.
I said it went downhill, meaning Shannon was supposed to have a sleepover. His stomach started hurting. That's why we didn't get to have a sleepover. That's what it means. It means that.
Okay,
Went
I
down
got you.
meaning
I got you.
he stayed up late.
All right, so listen.
See how when I talk to you, do you see how you already put me as if I'm some criminal?
No. I haven't criminalized you at all. I'm asking you questions. That's what you wanted me to do, and I'm asking you questions.
That's easier. I mean, really, come on, Albert. That is not you saying to me is, gosh, how many times have you left out of time? My wife just took care of everything. That's not you doing that. That's not you taking my side. It's you picking up on
Hey, I can't hear you.
food in the box. I said, you're saying something about us putting beds together when the child was building a box because you thought this was a box for his son. It's a problem if I get involved, and if it's a problem if I do it the wrong way.
No, I'm
It's the right way.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Everything.
Tisha, babe, listen, okay? I'm worried to death about Gannon's safety, where he's at, all these things. I mean, yesterday, what you told me the bike story is not true now, okay? But you also said he had a hit.
You know how I feel. You want me to be honest with you? You know how I feel? I feel like if I just tell you something like that, it's what you want to hear. That's honestly how you make me feel. You make me feel if I just tell you there's some truck. Because I even sit there and listen to you go, okay, there was an accident. Okay, this is what someone you to say, or you're
No.
because that is not Albert.
No. Yes, actually, yes, it is. As a recruiter, I did the same shit for 11 years, having to dig into people's past and everything, okay? And to get the truth, you said, all right, listen, you told me, you keep telling me what I just want to hear. I just want to hear the truth, Tisha, okay? All right, hold on. Yesterday, listen, yesterday, and we passed this point, but you said there was a bike accident with a head injury. So is it just a bike accident that's not true? Or is it the head injury also that's not true?
No, there's no head injury or bike accident. I told you, I feel like you wanted me to say something to you.
Okay, so now, what did freaking Quincy Brown do with Gannon? How did...
Can I ask you something? Do you think first of all, why don't you put this in perspective?
Okay.
Do you think I even know my way around Colorado, first off?
Yeah, we've been here a year now. You go all over the place.
Okay, Colorado Springs, right?
You've been, yes. And we've been all over up there around the outlets, and we've been up there to Denver a bunch. Yes, I think you know a little bit about Colorado, so don't play me on that, Tisha.
I wasn't even going there. Do you see how I said that just to see you jump at me? Do you see how I said that?
Well, good. You got me. You got me jumping, all right? My son's out there missing with Quincy Brown. You got me jumping. You win, all right? What's your next question?
Listen to me. Can you listen to me?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We'll pause it here, and just for record purposes, I think the timestamp was 29 minutes and 45 seconds.
Looks like it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our evening recess. If we can have everyone back in the jury room ready to go at 9 o'clock in the morning, we should be able to start on time. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning. All right, for the jury, please.
What day are we on? What day is this? 10. We're on day 11. Man, we went from boring to interesting fast.
To be with your wife.
Okay. Missing, and that they're supposedly looking for it. Saying yesterday he was taking.
Home.
Okay, so yesterday, that's a. Where did he take him from? That's a starting point. Where were you at when he took him?
Home.
Okay, so yesterday it was a bike accident in.
I already told you the bike accident. You already talked about.
Fine, but I'm saying yesterday he was taken from Douglas County. Today he's taken from El Paso County at 6627. Right, but then you changed it, then you brought it back, then you changed it, brought it back.
I said that to you because you just want me to say whatever they got you thinking.
I'm thinking what I'm thinking. Okay. These freaking police have not told me a damn thing other than my son is missing and that they're supposedly looking for him. You're the only one telling me anything about the situation. Yes.
Get to it done. I couldn't do anything. You talk about how you have to live with that. Do you know how I have to sit here and be like, oh my God, what could I have done to protect him better? Because Albert's going to turn it and say that I'm a horrible person. You think I want to lose my entire life because I couldn't protect someone 100%?
Woman.
Well, do you know if Gannon's alive, or was he alive when he took him? Was he hurt?
I don't know. I was out of it. Do you not understand this?
So you were out. So you blacked out, right? And he took him while you were blacked out.
No, I just said I was in and out of it from struggle. I hit my head. I'm in and out of it.
Okay.
You put my arms to title. You would not listen to me on that. You know what you should have done? As my husband, you should have said, oh my God, this fucker not only hurt my wife, took my son.
Okay, so
You should be safe.
I'm trying to believe you, okay, but that when I got home Tuesday, you had no sign of anything, no marks on your head, no marks on your arms.
Oh, that's okay. You want to know why? Because it's all on social media where I have Band-Aids on my hand around my arms on it. That's a fucking lie.
Okay, all right, fair enough. All right,
It's on social media.
Okay,
It's on
well-
social media. Why? All kinds of everything.
Well, it's on social media. It's on social media that you killed him. So you want me to believe everything I hear on social media?
No, because you're Albert. Why in the world would you think that?
I'm not thinking that. You just told me to believe social media. Social media says you're a killer.
It's on there, meaning they saw it.
Okay,
They
so
saw a picture of me. That's all I meant. They
So-
just see a picture of me doing it.
social
Killing
media
one.
social media says you're a killer and that Lane is the hero. Do you want me to believe that?
If you believe that, you're dumb. Want to know why? Because you know better than that.
Okay, well, I mean,
You're treating her like she's a hero. Exactly what you're doing. It's being with your wife. You've been with your ex-wife.
no, I haven't been with nobody. I told you, I've been with my family.
It's supposed to be
You can attack me all you want to, okay, but it really doesn't matter. Yes, that's an attack.
business. You should be with your wife.
Okay, well, what's with all this crap you're sending her now? You're telling the world how much of a piece of shit she is, but now you're trying to.
Anything. My shit has been hacked. Don't believe nothing unless it's my daggone Yahoo. People have created a fake profile under my name. They've screened them, the profiles, everything. People are the only thing I have secured is because I contacted Yahoo. It's my Yahoo account.
Okay.
You can listen to anything from anything else.
Okay, fine, but you sent her a message that said the same thing you tried to say to me initially about this ransom and these phone calls from DC. So yes, I do believe that you sent her that. That's what you told me.
From DC.
That's what you told me. That's what you told me.
Oh, do you know why that done that? That's because we sent it from a stupid messenger thing. And when I switched out to do my phone thing, I was trying to write back from. I was like, I'm gonna send Landon this too. I was gonna copy both y'all in it because I couldn't get you. And then I hit draft. So if it went through, then I didn't talk.
No. You or Landon didn't send anything from DC. You said that the messages came from a DC number or something. That's what you said.
It said like Washington, Seattle.
Oh, Washington, Seattle. Oh, okay, gotcha.
I did tell you that. I said Washington. I said Roy Elementary.
Okay,
I didn't know. I haven't said another word to her. You read the emails I sent her when she wrote me. I told her, fuck her. She ain't done a goddamn thing for those kids. Don't be fucking playing hero. Read them.
All right.
She was sitting right beside her.
They went to Texas. I ain't reading shit. I just saw what she forwarded me. She forwarded me something about ransom.
She wrote you. You wrote me that night. As soon as I said something to you about her saying bingo, you had me sitting right beside her. You had to tell her that.
Wait, whoa. No. You talking about when she replied to you after that one email you sent when you said fuck her? No, I'm gonna tell you what happened. No, she did it. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what happened. I was sitting there in the room. They had another hotel room. It was at that time of night when Lena was going to bed, and every night I put Lena to bed, and the email came through, and she read it, and that's when she messaged you back, and that's the absolute truth. And you can question it all you want to, but that's what happened. I don't show them shit, okay?
Well,
because
I defended you, and I defended myself. I said you ain't done motherfucking things. Don't be coming up in my house. You should leave it. Did she tell you I said all that?
Listen, I don't get into nothing she's saying. And that's a God's honest truth. She's freaking out every single day, and it's driving me nuts. So I'm glad they went to Texas. Okay?
Yeah.
Because it drives me, between her and Veronica, it drives me freaking nuts.
But why do you have to be around them?
I'm not around them. Okay? We're looking for our son. We have a shared child in common.
It's stress on you if you are listening to them drive nuts.
And guess what? You know me well enough to know that I'm going to get myself out of stressful situations that are not productive. And you know that.
I know that. So is that why you don't want me and Harley to be with you?
I never said that.
Just keep doing that?
I never said that.
I've agreed to do everything I've asked you, told you, whatever. I've agreed to testify. Okay? I've agreed to help find him. I've agreed to do everything. I'm tired of being portrayed as a killer of a child that I love. If you want to know something, I have a better relationship with Gannon than I even do Lena. Gannon and I so much alike. This is why it's killing me. It's killing me because it's portrayed wrong.
Okay, so let's pump the brakes here. Okay, I'm seriously, let's pump the brakes. If you give me the truth, and I hate to say it like this, but the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and you just lay it on the line for me, no matter what the truth is. Okay, the absolute truth. I don't want no more Quincy lied on the road, Quincy bike accident, Quincy hiding in the house. Okay, Quincy's secret messages, ransom. I don't want no more of that. Okay. This drive me freaking nuts. Okay, I just want the truth, and then hey, listen to me for a second. I want the truth right now, and then I'll be willing to meet you.
Anything? Anything. Like just me. That's all I get is meet you.
Oh my
Listen,
God.
listen, I'm sitting right here. I'm trying to work with you. Okay, that's a start. Okay, that's a start. I told you yesterday. I told you yesterday. I told you yesterday. The biggest thing in between us right now is the truth, and we have a big gap between us and the truth right now. Okay. All right. I'm not promising you. Listen, I'm not promising you anything. Okay. I want the truth, and I will promise you. I promise you a meeting. You could. Yes, you're my wife. Okay. I'm not promising you anything today other than a meeting. You give me the truth. You get your meeting. You get your face to face. You get to see me. All this wonderful things you send me on email about how much you want me.
With you.
Okay. You get to meet with me today. That's what you get. You left, and I'm offering you a meeting.
What is it? Is it a meeting? I left, or I was taken away.
No, you left out of.
Not against me about me. No. You brought your ex-wife to our home, and that was wrong.
I didn't bring nobody. She got her ass on a plane and came, and the messages show that you told her that you would support her when she got here. So we're not playing this game. She is irrelevant in this conversation.
Asked Albert, and then what did I do? I got on the phone with you, and I said, I don't agree with this.
Okay, fine. You know what? My son's missing. I don't care about stupid, petty. You think I'm hooking up with her. It's about Gannon. So you give me the truth, and I'll meet.
It's not about hooking up with her. It's about you.
But that's all you said. Tisha, stop. Put the brakes.
Be on TV hugging your ex-wife.
Actually, I should, because she's the mother of my son, and I'm not playing this game with you. Okay? Do you want to meet? Do you want to meet or not?
Do you want to know what?
Do you want to meet or not?
You want to know something? You should. Well, then guess what? This wife of yours has done everything that that sorry-ass motherfucking mother hasn't done. Okay?
I'm not arguing with you about that. I'm not arguing anything.
Do you think I got a hug from you?
You got plenty of hugs. You got plenty of hugs until you decided to bounce and tell me to get your shit and bounce.
I asked for Valentine's Day. I said, hey, let us come stay. Do you think you gave me anything? But you can give her conversations every day. You can talk to her every day.
Listen, you've been begging me. Listen.
You tell the shit to the kids?
Let me tell you something. Listen, you're not making yourself believable to me. You offered the truth. Okay, you offered lie detector test. I don't even believe you're anywhere close to here. That's why you're dodging this meeting. Okay, that's the God's honest.
Dodging a meeting.
Yeah, you are.
For days.
Yeah, you are. You're dodging this shit.
You come to your hotel. You won't even tell me where you're staying.
Well, I asked you the same question, and you won't even tell me where. You tell me.
I gave it to you.
You said the North End.
Place I was staying.
You said the North End. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Say America. Yes, I did.
Bullshit.
Go look at your email.
I know, and it's bullshit. You don't think I didn't drive around there just like I drove around looking for other shit?
Drive around there. I don't have a car.
All right.
You're gonna find me.
Screenshot me a receipt right now. Send me the receipt from your email because I know you got it because you always get them. Okay, so don't play me, homie. All right, send me the shit and then I'll believe you.
Second, do you think for a second that I pay for this? Do you think that?
All right, fine. All right, back up. You give me the truth and I'll drive to freaking Extended Stay America right now. Give me the truth.
I gave you the truth. I walked you through what happened.
No, you walked me through 27 versions of a fake bullshit lie, okay? All right, tell me the truth right now.
So now you want the truth and you just told me it was a lie.
No.
You're not trying to be on my side.
I am. I'm trying to meet you.
You literally just told me it was a fake bullshit of a lie. You just told me none of it was true.
Tisha, I got to ask you every day. I got to ask you every day, like yesterday was the bike accident. That was the first time I heard that one after 3 weeks. Okay, now today I call you back, willing to work with you for lie detector test, and that's a bullshit story. Okay?
I already said I would do a lie detector test. I already told you I would do a lie detector test.
That's completely irrelevant. What's relevant is the truth. You get me at Extended Stay America.
That's what it is.
Listen, you get me at Extended Stay America. You can do whatever you want to with me. Okay? I just want the truth, and that's what you get.
You okay? Like you're really gonna let that happen?
Listen, you give me the truth and we find my son.
If you wanted me, you would not be apart from me.
Tisha, watch your interview. You said you left because of Landon. You said that, not me. I didn't say Tisha leave. I said, everybody come together, be a team. Let's find Gannon. That's what I said. And that's what I've said from day one. And you bounced on me.
Left from the house because you had her there in our home.
It sure did. And I'll tell every judge, jury in this country that I had my ex-wife, my mom, my two sisters, my uncle, Aunt Veronica, two other freaking women, Landon's brother. I had a team of like 15 people supporting the family, working as a team to do everything we could to find Gannon. That's the truth. Okay.
I'm sorry if it sounds selfish, but I hate that bitch.
Okay. But guess what? Listen to what I just said. I had everybody in the house, but you know who wasn't there? My wife and my daughter. They bounced on me. Okay. They bounced on me, but me being a good person, I'm still here willing to listen to you.
Mom, we had to turn the keys into you.
I told that you can come get your stuff after you said you didn't want to be there anymore. Okay, you left. You and Harley got in Harley's car, packed suitcases, supposedly going to the police station, and you never showed up until like the next day or some shit like that. Okay, so if you would have done what you were supposed to, you listen to me. If you would have done what you're supposed to do, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Okay, so don't turn this on me. I've been a team player this whole time for the entire team.
We would be together right now, is what you're saying.
If you would have never left, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You got your shit and you bounced, okay? What we need now is the truth.
You're saying if I would have never left, we'd be together right now.
I'm saying you bounced, okay? You bounced.
Okay, see, that's your point. You don't have any. You don't want to be with me.
That's not what I'm saying. It's not about our relationship. It's about Gannon. And you're dodging me when I keep asking you for the truth, saying I'm going to drive to you at Extended Stay America. She's hung up.
She hung up on him? Oh my God.
Have Special Agent Cronin back up on the stand.
Agent Cronin, if you would resume your seat on the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Unbelievable.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning, sir.
What we hear in this particular phone call and then the prior phone calls that we heard while Mr. Stauch was on the stand, were you present for all those phone calls as well?
Yes, sir.
Fairly consistent approach from Al in trying to get information from the defendant in those phone calls,
Yes,
trying to get details about where Gannon may be.
yes,
Was it fairly consistent through all of these phone calls for the defendant to then distract away and cause a tangent discussion?
yes,
Is that what we hear when Al starts pushing her to give the truth and then it turns into a discussion about ex-wife?
yes,
At the time of this particular phone call, there's some discussion about Extended Stay America. Is that the hotel that the defendant was staying at right after Gannon's disappearance with family members?
yes, I believe so.
Is that on the north side of Colorado Springs?
Yes,
Did you know at that particular time of this phone call, so February 15th of 2020, where the defendant actually was located and whether in the city or anywhere?
yes, we know.
Where did you know her to be at that time?
South Carolina.
How did you know that information?
We had tracked her purchases and then got video of her crossing the country.
Okay. So when she's agreeing to potentially meet if information is given, was she implying that she was still here in the city?
Yes, she was.
In your opinion, was that a distraction attempt by her?
Yes,
Throughout the course of your involvement in the investigation and what you observed, was it fairly common for the defendant to try to manipulate the investigation the way we just heard in this phone call?
yes,
Was there any indication that Quincy Brown was involved in Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
no,
Did you have a chance to look up who Quincy Brown was?
yes.
And who did that turn out to be?
He was a sexual offender that was on the most wanted list that week of offenders or fugitives in the Colorado Springs area.
Is that commonly published in this area by the media outlets, including the Gazette and I think KKTV and those types of outlets?
Yes,
And he was listed on that?
yes.
Okay. Did you learn, based on your knowledge of investigation, that he was not even in the country anymore?
Yes,
Okay. I want to next jump to another phone call that occurs on February 15th, 2020 at 12:10 p.m. Were you present for that call as well?
yes,
Again, same process that you described yesterday about passing notes to Al and suggesting questions and coaching him up?
correct.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I would request permission to publish People's Exhibit number 52. This one is longer. It's an hour and 4 minutes long.
All right. We should be able to finish that. Then we'll take our break.
Yep. Okay.
And Agent, you can step down if you would like to do so.
Hello?
Hey. Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
So I just got off the phone with that Amber lady, and I don't know. I kind of feel stupid now because she's like, no, I ain't heard from nobody about nothing like that.
Yes, I sent her a message.
I'm just telling you what she said to me.
I sent it to the number you gave me. So if it's a landline, maybe she didn't get it. But if it's a cell phone, then she got it.
Okay, I'm just telling you what the lady told me. I don't know. Like I told you, I mean, I don't know what the hell's going on.
Is it a cell phone or a landline?
I don't know. I called and she answered. That's all I know. I mean, you want to hang up and try to call her?
Telling me it's got to be a cell phone.
Do you want to hang up and try to call her? I mean, I'm just so sick of this. I'm just listen. Things were great.
I hanging up to call the FBI.
No, you don't have to. I'm just saying, do you want to hang up and try to call her instead of message her? What I'm trying to say is like, I just want things to go back like they were like Christmas, like right when we got the 2 puppies. All the kids were there. Everybody was so happy. Kids were playing their Switch. We were playing with the puppies, and it's just life was just like happy as could be. And then and then here we are. I just want to go back to that, Tisha. Why can't we just get back to that place in our life?
Over.
What?
For a second, that is not on my mind every single day, and that's not what I want. I put in so much effort in Christmas, and what you're saying, how much effort I put in the Christmas and holidays for everyone, and you think for a second that's not what I want? I go out my way for all of our children to have tons and tons of clothing, everything I saw, but the way that has online, who do you think bought it? Who do you think did all that? Don't you think I love doing that? And I pray every day that exactly. I wake up every morning looking for you. Then realize I'm not beside you. Then realize,
oh, honey, that's the way Christmas is when you're married and have kids. Mom does everything. That's being a mom.
I'm not helping the kids get ready for school. You think I don't know that and want that?
He's there.
I didn't, I wasn't going through some turmoil where, oh, gosh, I don't love my life. I hate myself.
It's a Zoom thing.
That's
okay. Or WebEx.
We had a great
Not like
house.
a normal
We had
trial.
a great family. Like, really? So don't bring up Christmas. Now you want the dog. You think it's going to bother me that I don't get to be like, oh, gosh, this year was this. Guess what? 17th, I always tell you happy anniversary. 17th, month by month by month. Think that's not coming up? Think I don't want to do that? You think the kids think I don't think about that every time? Oh, because you know why? Landon pops up against to be the Saints. This is the 100th day of school. I got the kids in the school. I kept them in school. I homeschooled them. You think I don't want that? Come on now.
Well, how
like doing all these different things when Gannon finally gets to middle school, because maybe, just maybe, the whole point of us selling our criminal was for him to get called hockey. I'm so excited. Seemingly, he might be interested in the sport that I can be at the schoolhouse and be a part of. You miss all this and want it?
Well, how do we get it back? How do we get back to just a month and a half ago? That's what I want to know. Because a month and a half ago, there was 5 people and 2 dogs. Now it's just me. So how do we get back there?
Albert?
Like, I don't even have, listen, I don't even have Lena. She's in Texas right now. I'm freaking.
Let me just go ahead and tell you. Because you shouldn't allow that to happen. That was irresponsible on your part. Okay? And you can think that I'm wrong or for whatever reason you want to.
Oh, my God.
I agree with that, because at the end of the fucking day, she's still a drug. She still don't take care of her kids, and she still don't have a place to live. I wouldn't have let my child mess with her. So that's on you. That's not me. I didn't make that decision and would have never made that decision.
But she's coming back. Don't get me wrong. She's coming back. I'm just talking about this weekend. Okay, she's down there with them. But even then, how do we get back to the 5 of us? The 5 of us, me, you, Harley, Gannon, and Lena. How do we get back to that point? How do we have a family and 2 dogs and a 2-story house and all the things that we had and 3 cars and the American dream? Right now, I'm living the American nightmare. How do I get back to the American dream? I need you to help me get there.
Albert, the first step is we figure out what the people in this world are cool, okay? They are. People are cool. Okay? You in your mind know better than us that American dream you just talked about. We would have never had it if any of those 5 people in our home would have been cruel. If any of those 5 people would have been out to hurt people or do bad things to people, okay? So that's the first step that you need to realize, is that this is not me against you. Yeah, of course, people always, in marriages, you're going to have disagreements. You know, well, we literally just got off a cruise for our anniversary. I made sure that the children were in the best care possible, with someone staying there, not only with Harley, okay, someone in the adult that can make sure that they had everything they needed. Not a worry in the world. You know, I've always done that. I had always security systems installed. Check the ring gap. Check alarm. You know me as that person. So until you put that in your mind, that's the first step. Because you can't be against your wife on this, and you can't be thinking what these people are thinking online that I'm this step, because that's not true. Without me and God, the children would not be in our home, and without you and God, the children would not be in our home, because they were in horrible situations. So in order to get back the way it is, we need to figure out who can help us. Who can help us figure out the best way to get in, whether whatever it is. Do you want me to give them my leg? You want me to give them my arm?
No. Listen, I'm telling you, I told you this yesterday. I feel like this is all going to be my fault in the end, okay? Because I was gone when this happened. So don't sit there and offer your legs and arms up when it's my fault.
I'm not going to let you say that. Here's why. Okay? Let me tell you here's why. Because when you were in Oklahoma for 5 months, I had to be the one staying and checking to make sure the kids were okay. I had to be the one driving, making sure this, that, saving people, barely getting time with them. I had to do that for you. I had to drive through the night to Orlando to catch planes, to a hurricane to get them to you in Oklahoma, right?
But you got to understand. Let me tell you how I feel. Let me tell you my feelings. What is one of the most important things to me that I always say? Protection, right? And I failed in that because I couldn't protect my son, and I couldn't protect you from getting your head smashed and all these other things. Okay, so that's how I'm feeling right now. But how do we get back to what we were with our 5 people in our family?
We are that. Why are we saying get back to it? That's what we are.
No, because I'm one person. Gannon's unknown. You and Harley bounced. Lena's with Landon. Okay, that's not 5 people. That's 4 people somewhere and 1 person unknown. So how do we get Gannon? How do we get Gannon back? Number one.
Let me ask you a question, okay? We're gonna sit for a second here, and we're gonna say, all right, we're gonna focus on 2 separate things here. First thing is we're gonna come back to getting Gannon back and all that. But let me ask you what you just said. Let me answer to what you just said. You can't think in your mind that that's what you want to get back. If you now, let me back up and say this. Keith and Harley didn't leave. This is what happened. Keith and Harley came back after they took absolutely everything from me. I went in. You were laying on the sofa, and I tried to talk to you. I said, come to the bedroom. Let me talk to you. Okay? I tried. The next day, you helped them. You did. Instead of just calling to say, hey, listen, they want to take Harley's car, and they want to take her. You didn't ever say that. Okay? You could have been trusting and said that to me. You know good and well. I have a lot that I worked hard for to throw away. You could have called me. You could have said that. Instead, they chased us down, and your child that you're saying you want back in your life and you want was put in handcuffs like he's buying underwear.
Listen, you're right. Hold on. I'll stop you right there. All that's my fault. You're right. I could have stopped it. I could have said, no, leave the girls alone. You're right. Okay. Keep going. Tell me the rest of it.
all this, we had the most important thing that you knew I needed, the most important thing that means the world to me and all of that was our items, specifically my diamond rings were in that car. I tried to reach out to you to say, can you please at least ask them, can we have those things? You wanted nothing to talk to me because that means the world to me to have my rings on because I took my vows for better with you. And I tried reaching out for you. Hey, they have my ring. They have my ID. I don't even have money because they have my card. You wouldn't even talk to me. So then, you wonder why? I said, if my husband would not even talk to me, he would not even warn me that my child was the father could put in and that he me because I was yelling at Harley not to move. I was threatening and told they were going to shoot me right there. It's on camera.
Well, listen, I'm sorry. That's my fault too. Okay. No, I want you to know I'm telling you, all this is my fault. Okay. I'm acknowledging that. Keep going. I'm just trying to be a team here.
But then you tell everybody I leave. So when the truth is, you didn't.
This is your fault.
Hey, babe.
Don't let her.
Okay, all right. No, I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you there. You told the world on camera you left. I didn't. So let's clarify that, and then you can go on. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Why I wasn't? They asked why I was not out there.
Okay.
Listen to me. In the situation, I'm sitting here getting my things taken, and people think I don't have feelings. Why this girl was sitting up in her house when she went cookies without calling her kids. She didn't even complain on her birthday, which was 4 days before. And you think I weren't angry? You think I wasn't sitting there mad, thinking you don't give a fuck about them? Yes. Call me. I'll take the blame for that. I'll take the blame for being stupid if you would let that bitch run in our house the way she did our children. So I did. After those times that she came to our house drunk and I had to let her stay at 4697 Farm Lake Drive, and you fucked me out about it and told me I was on her team because she was drunk and I wasn't letting her go high or whatever, and I was letting her leave with those kids. That's why. Because that was I don't care what the situation was.
Why was it in the
car? Hotel.
Why was it on her finger?
I don't care what the times were, because that didn't do anything but put a wedge between us. So yes, when I came back that night,
I never take mine.
I had no other choice but to get clothing. I had no intentions of getting but a few things of clothing. So then when I see this bitch or other people, I'm not going to name any names, but you told me who are not, with my motherfucking clothes on, and then I see people, you can say what you want to in a time like this. You should worry about that. I'm not worried about the material things. It's the principle in my home. Because I don't disrespect people's homes. If they disrespected me like that, there's no telling what they did to you or what they did to our children. That's why I was angry. So be mad at me and what you want, because I took clothes from there because I didn't want them burned. When I walked in that house the first time, that shit had been moved. That shouldn't have happened, Albert. You shouldn't let that bitch Veronica walk around and move like shit. That was wrong. Where was this bitch at when we needed help? When I needed somebody to help sometimes, where was she at, Albert? Where was she at when we needed help sometimes? When you would be working, we needed a babysitter. Where the fuck was she at? And you let her walk around and move her shit, and then you let her go downstairs and do what she did to Harley? Oh, that was it.
What'd she do to
Who
Harley?
did what to Harley? No, I don't know. Who did what to Harley?
Well, why don't you ask Miss Veronica what she went downstairs and talk shit to Harley? And then and my mother wasn't allowed to say a word for her because she wanted to make sure we got our things. You asked her that.
No, I'm asking you. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
And you asked Harley what that meant. You let that woman follow that child downstairs that didn't even step in to sit up motherfucking hurt.
Follow her downstairs. Well, anyways, I don't know what happened. Harley can tell me later. I don't know.
Yeah. So my point is, so you can I left and wasn't trying to be a part. You did not step in to help me to see any of the odds. Sit there and try to talk to people, to try to remember anything else, to try to go through the steps of it. I immediately had into a defense mode, fighting for myself with nothing. Nothing. I was told. I was locked in the bathroom to freaking piss in my own home. And you wonder why I was like, well, why am I going to be here for? You had no business even letting my brother even put his hand on one of our handguns. You had no business with that.
Hey, you better stop right there because I was in total control of those weapons the whole time. You will not do that to me. Go ahead.
You might have been in total control, but he had no business doing that. Okay?
Who gives a crap about that? Come on now.
The point is, Albert, you let these people come in during that time, the first few days, and you let them control things. And you can say you didn't, and maybe you were hurt, maybe you were upset, maybe your focus was on one thing. And I understand that. And I tried.
I cannot stand my husband's ex-wife. She cheated on him and then tried to move her boyfriend into their house. I cannot stand this woman. But when we first got together and the girls were little, I spent holidays at her house so that the girls would have their parents together for holidays. And if one of the girls were missing, I mean, they're adults now, but still, if something was happened to one of the girls, if they were to go missing or get sick or whatever, we would all come together as a family and work as a unit. There would not be any problem at all because that's her child and my stepchild. And we would come together and put our differences aside to try to fix the problem. There would not be, on a regular day, I don't like her and don't want to be in her presence. But on a day like this, she'd be welcome in my home. If she was going to have the ruse that she didn't do this and someone else took him, if she was going to try to get away with it, she should have played nice with Landon. But no, she's like all jealous of Landon. And I hate that bitch. No, that's not. If you want to get away with murder, you don't act like she's acting. I missed it. I missed it. Oh no, I missed it. I gotta back up. It just happened, right?
Why I wasn't. They asked why I was not out there.
Okay.
Listen to me. In the situation, I'm sitting here getting all my things taken, and people think I don't have feelings. Why this girl was sitting up in her house when she went peace without your kids. She didn't even complain on her birthday, which was 4 days before. And you think I weren't angry? You think I was sitting there mad, thinking you don't give a fuck about them? Yes. Call me, I'll take the blame for that. I'll take the blame for being stupid if you would let that bitch run in our house the way she did our children. So I did. After those times that she came to our house drunk and I had to let her stay at 4697 Farm Lake Drive, and you fucked me out about it and told me I was on her team because she was drunk and I wasn't letting her high or whatever, and I was letting her leave with those kids. That's why. Because that was, I don't care what the situation was. Could have been a fucking ass in a hotel if you didn't give anything to our children. I don't care what the times were. Because that didn't do anything but put a wedge between us. So yes, when I came back that night, I had no other choice but to get clothing. I had no intentions of getting but a few things of clothing. So then when I see this bitch and other people, I'm not going to name any names, but you told me or not, with my motherfucking clothes on, and then I see people, you can say what you want to in a time like this, you should worry about that. I'm not worried about the material things. It's the principle in my home. Because I don't disrespect people's homes. If they disrespected me like that, there's no telling what they did to you or what it did to our children. That's why I was angry. So be mad at me and what you want, because I took clothes from there because I didn't want them burned. When I walked in that house the first time, that shit had been moved. That shouldn't have happened, Albert. You should have let that bitch Veronica walk around and move like shit. That was wrong. Where was this bitch at when we needed help? When I needed somebody to help sometimes, where was she at, Albert? Where was she at when we needed help sometimes? When you would be working, and we needed a babysitter. Where the fuck was she at? And you let her walk around and move her shit, and then you let her go downstairs and do what she did to Harley. Oh, that was it.
Who did what to Harley? No, I don't know. Who did what to Harley?
Well, why don't you ask Miss Veronica what she went downstairs and talk shit to Harley? And then we went, and my mother wasn't able to say a word for it because she wanted to make sure we got our things. You asked her that.
No, I'm asking you. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
And you asked Harley what that, man. And you let that woman follow that child downstairs that didn't even step in to that motherfucking hurt.
Follow her downstairs. Well, anyways, I don't know what happened. Harley can tell me later. I don't know.
Yeah. So my point is, so you could I wasn't trying to be a part. You did not step in to help me to beat any of the odds. Sit there and try to talk to people, to try to remember anything else, to try to go through the steps of it. I immediately had to go into a defense mode, fighting for myself with nothing. Nothing. I was told. Nothing. I was locked in the back of the freaking piss in my own home. And you wonder why I was like, well, what am I going to be here for? You had no business even letting my brother even put his hand on one of our handguns. You had no business with that.
Hey, you better stop right there because I was in total control of those weapons the whole time. You will not do that to me. Go ahead.
You might have been in total control, but he had no business doing that. Okay?
Who gives a crap about that? Come on now.
Point is, Albert, you let these people come in during that time, the first few days, and you let them control things. And you can say you didn't, and maybe you were hurt, maybe you were upset, maybe your focus was on one thing. And I understand that. And I try to do nothing but say, okay, thinking about that in my mind, and I still love my husband, and I still know that he was not in his right mind there. But as it kept continuing, you could have stepped in and said right then, if you are not, or you are not related to me by blood, I know your sisters are, I know your mom is. If you're not a Stauch and you're not related to me by blood, you need to leave this house. That's exactly what.
Okay, all right. Teachers, no, stop. Listen, I'll tell you. Put all that on me. I don't care, okay? We can fight about all that for the rest of our lives. You're right. I let people come into the house that ain't got no blood relation to me. You're absolutely right, okay? But the bigger issue here, and I've let you go on, so I'm trying to be respectful and let you talk and talk, but all this is about you and your damn stuff, not a damn thing about Gannon. Yes, it is. No, yes, it is.
No, you asked me how. I said we're going to talk about two separate things. That's what I told you. So that's the first thing. Now, the most important thing is Gannon. You asked me the question how to have everything back, American Dream, like you said, in December. First, you just realized where your actions could have been different. You realize where my actions could have been different. So until we have trust, put those actions back together and bring it back together as one, Albert, as one. You didn't marry me, or I didn't marry you in order to turn our backs on each other in tough times. That's not how it works in life. You know me better. I know you better. You know you've had to live with the past of the things that your father's done. I've never once said to you, I don't trust you with my child, and I feel like you're bad around them. Never once.
Actually, you have said that, which is bullshit, but go ahead. I'll listen to you.
No, I did not. You were talking about something Landon was trying to get me to turn on.
Okay, all right.
I'm talking about in our home. You know good and well, if I went somewhere and Harley was there, I was never worried for a second.
All right, so stop. You're not okay. Stop. Let me interject, okay? Because this is supposed to be about Gannon. This part one was no. Listen, please listen.
So we can go get Gannon.
Okay, the problem is here. You said until we have trust. The problem is we're not there yet. Okay, because a few minutes early. No. Listen. I'm gonna tell you why right now. Okay. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why, and then I'll let you talk. Okay. Please listen. I'm gonna tell you why. Because, okay, I've taken the blame for everything that I'm responsible for in this situation, probably more than I should have, but I'll take the blame for all of it. Okay. Quincy Brown's got the boy. Okay. But the part that I still don't have trust about is when I brought up the fact that there was a puddle of blood in the house, you mentioned a head wound. You didn't even say a damn thing about that. Not a peep, Tisha. You blew right past it. So fill in the blanks for me.
No. What are you talking about, a head wound? I never said to you about any kind of head wound. Now, see, this is where you...
No, you did. You said in the bicycle incident, which you later told me was not true, but you...
I already told you I made that up because you would never believe anything I said.
Okay, so how did the puddle of blood get there? Because it wasn't there before we moved in. So, okay, tell me about the puddle of blood in the corner. No, you said the wall. You said there was something on the wall. Who cares what it was? You cleaned it. I don't know anything about that other than what you said.
We cleaned everything from when Gannon. Okay.
Yeah, and no, you didn't, because we haven't talked about this. There was a puddle of blood the size of like one of those paper dinner platter plates. It's significant, and that was on the concrete, which means it had to be significantly bigger and more thicker. Whatever. I can't hear you. Hello. I can't hear you.
You're talking about something.
I'm talking about something. No, it was not already there. Okay, that blood was not already there. How did the blood get there? Okay, it was a significant amount of blood. How did it get there in the corner of Gannon's room, under his bed, which you told me the beds were pushed together? So how did the blood get there?
Are you done yelling at me?
I'm not yelling. How did the blood get there?
You can tell all your little police people that are listening.
Did Quincy Brown bang Gannon's head up against the wall or something? Did he bust Gannon's head open? Did he hit him with a 2x4? What did Quincy do to Gannon? What did he do to Gannon that put blood on the floor?
Because I'm not stupid. I know you have police there. I know you have people there.
You can believe whatever you want, obviously, because I've had so many freaking stories that you believed that were true to tell me, and then you always back off of them. Okay, so you can believe whatever the hell you want to believe. All I believe is what I saw.
Yeah, but that's what you've done.
All I believe is what I saw: blood on the floor in my son's room, and my son is missing. Okay, that's the two things I know. Gannon was hurt in my house.
I don't know. How many times do I have to say this to you?
Desperate to find his son, I guess.
No.
You don't know how he got hurt, okay?
You asked me 15 times the same exact question, and I'm giving you the same exact answer. I don't know. Then you try to turn it, and you try to ask me another way, and then you try to turn around, and you try to say something nice and sweet like you really care, and then you come back and ask me the same question again. And I've given you the same answer. If you're so concerned about...
But you had no stop, because you haven't given me the same answer. It's been a different story every time.
You sure aren't your ass to go find him to see what he did to Gannon. You are too busy worrying about something that you think you can solve.
I'm still waiting on the address. You were supposed to give me the address. You were supposed to give me the address from your lawyer's people.
Me?
Yes, because you said they had it.
You had to get the
Now you're changing your story. You called the police, not me. I wasn't there. I'll take the blame for not being there, for not protecting you. You called the police. Why did you call the police?
I am.
Stop right there. You called the police and told him he ran away. Not that Quincy Brown took him. What the fuck, Tisha? Answer that for me. You know, without a shadow of doubt, Quincy Brown, and I believe you, Quincy Brown has my son. This motherfucker from somewhere up north of here, okay? But you called the police and said he ran away. Don't tell me you were freaking out. Okay, no. Don't give me some bullshit. Don't give me some bullshit story, Tisha. Tell me the goddamn truth right now.
Answer. If you're not going to listen to my answer, then why are you talking?
I'm listening. This is it. This is the line in the sand. Quincy Brown got my son, and you told the police he ran away, and there's blood in his room.
Guilty Why would I call the police?
I said Quincy Brown was guilty. I didn't say you. I said Quincy Brown. Why are you talking about yourself? Why did you say if you were guilty? You told me you weren't the whole time. Why did you say if you were guilty? You said Quincy Brown and I said Quincy Brown. You keep bringing it back to you, not me. No, I said there's blood in the room. Quincy Brown took him. You called the police and said he ran away. Explain all those things to me right now.
Albert,
What?
you calm down. I'm gonna answer your question.
Oh, I'm calm. I'm as calm as I can be. I'm calm as I can be.
Because I'm not stupid. Yeah.
I'm not stupid either. You fucking lied to me and you fucking lied to the police. I'm not stupid either. So you better get right.
I told the police when I got there what happened.
Man, you told them he ran away and the whole neighborhood was looking for a runaway for days and days and days. You're lying. You are now lying, and I'm calling you out. You're lying.
That is not true. That is not what happened. When they interviewed me, I told them exactly what happened.
But that's not okay. I don't give a fuck what you said. You told me he was a runaway, so I called, and I cursed the lady out on the recorded line. Told her to get there for my runaway son. Okay, you never once told me Quincy Brown had the boy and there was blood in his room. So you better get it straight right now.
When you stop yelling at me.
When you start telling the truth, tell the truth and I'll stop getting upset. You're lying.
I told you the truth.
You are lying, Tisha.
You call me back.
Go ahead and hang up when you call me back when you got the truth. You're fucking lying.
Are you done yelling and cursing at me?
I'm done. Go ahead.
So, for a second, for a minute, I need you to just breathe. Because you're yelling at me. And I can't even answer a question when you're screaming. And every time I go to open my mouth, you're screaming and yelling at me.
Every time there's a lie, I'm going to call you out. So let's go. Let's see.
There's nothing for there to be a lie.
Okay, I'm just going to warn you. I'm firing a warning shot right now. You lie, I'm going to tell you you're lying. Go ahead.
Look, I haven't even said that. You're still running your yap.
All right.
You're still running your yap.
All right, I'm shutting my yap. Go ahead.
Still running your yap. If there was blood in Gannon's room, that would have been already from when he cut his foot. I've already told you that, okay? I told you that his arm, from him getting burned, was bleeding some, and so was his foot. I've already told you that.
Okay, you're lying. You're lying. Stop. That's a lie. Change it again because that's a lie. Here's the game we're going to play. Every time you lie, I'm going to call you out. You can't bleed that much from a burn. You can't bleed that much from a burn. You can't bleed that much from a cut on your foot from a 2x4. I'm not stupid. You're lying. Go ahead. Change it again. You're lying.
You said a plate side.
A plate, a dinner plate okay, that's what seeped through, Tisha. That means there was a puddle of blood on the damn carpet to seep through the carpet, an inch of carpet pad, and onto the concrete pad where it looked like it had been sitting there for days, okay? All right, that's what I saw. So tell the fucking truth.
Maybe you should ask the people who were there living, because I never was there and contaminated the crime scene. Maybe you should ask them.
Tisha, guess what? Guess what?
Get your fucking asses on the contamination.
All right, good.
Who did that? You tell me who did it.
All right, nice. Guess what? Guess what? You just telling on yourself now. You're worried about you're worried about a damn loophole. You trying to find a loophole, okay? Oh, okay. There's another loophole. All right, there's another loophole.
Contaminated.
All right, there's 3 loopholes already.
Contaminated.
All right.
It sounds funny to me that they left for Texas with a child missing. Maybe they contaminated.
That's fine. Okay, fine. All right. So that's
like it when I'm talking shit.
Landon, Lena, Veronica, and me. That's 4 loopholes right there. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting on you to quit lying. You just told on. Hey, between me and you just told on yourself because you just said they contaminated a crime scene is what you said.
No, I I said y'all contaminated me and y'all put it in there then.
Oh, we put it in there?
Said that, do you?
Okay.
Do you?
All right. So you see, here you go. Here you go with the spin game. Oh, you were on
Maybe your brother did.
you were on the cut foot and the burnt arm. Now it's a spin game, okay? All right, keep going with your spin.
You the one said you know the answer, so I mean, so if you know the fucking answer, I was going to ask you what the bullshit you said to me.
Yeah, that's frickin's it's frickin' I know what the answer is. It's frickin' Gannon's blood. It's Gannon's blood from a head injury. Now, how did he get a head injury? How did he get a head injury over there in the corner? I mean, you freaking told on yourself saying you pushed the beds together. You pushed the beds together. We've never pushed the beds together. You're lying.
I've done it. So let me tell you something, Albert. If you went in somewhere where there was blood and you were allowed to walk in there, maybe you did it.
Oh, maybe I did it. Huh?
He wasn't allowed anywhere to see this.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
So you just said you walked in somewhere to see it. Did you do it? Because you should, if that was the case, what you're telling me is you shouldn't even have been allowed in there.
What in the fudge?
Oh. I was in Oklahoma. That's what I got to say. That's my loophole. Okay. You want to try to pin it on me? Go ahead.
You walked in there the other day.
Yeah, I walked in there and saw it after. Hey, you told on yourself because you, hey.
Then you maybe you could have been in there because you know why?
All right. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. Okay.
In there then.
All right. Hey.
This was the United States and you should have walked in supposed time thing.
Listen, calm down.
Did you walk out? Did you walk in the room, huh?
What do you think is going to happen? Well, hey, what do you think is going to happen when they solve this crime? Okay, what do you think?
You must have walked in there too, huh?
What do you think? I don't know who.
Me and accuse me. When you said you went somewhere, so who the fuck done it? Did she do it?
Just tell. Hey.
That if this was a crime scene, y'all were fucking allowed to be in there.
So, okay.
Tell me better than this. Since I know you're pretty smart. Tell me better than this. So you admitted to me that you were allowed to walk into a crime scene.
No, I said I saw it. Don't twist my words. I saw it.
Who else went in the cup?
Okay. You want to know? You want to know who else walked in there? You, Gannon with a head injury, Quincy Brown, and a puddle of blood walked in there. That's who walked in there. So what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen when they find that boy and put all these pieces together? Okay. What do you think? What do you think is going to happen?
Blood walking. If that's what you think.
You can say whatever you want. Okay. Maybe this was a freaking accident. Maybe we can fix it. Okay. But the truth don't lie.
Accuse me. No.
I didn't accuse you. I accused Quincy Brown, and maybe there's a part of this that's an accident. Okay. By the
head injury to Gannon Jacob Stauch. I don't know about it, or I didn't do it.
Or why is it an or? Why is it an or? Okay, that's why I don't trust you.
Do it.
No, you didn't say and. You said or.
You're going to do this to me.
Listen. All of this stuff doesn't matter because by the time I saw a puddle of blood on the floor, Gannon was already gone. Okay, he was already walking sluggish to the truck. Okay, and he's God knows where he is if he's even alive, and that's what matters. Okay, I'm just
sluggish to the truck.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure he was. Why did you? Anyways.
To the truck, really?
Why would he be walking sluggish to the truck? He never does that when he has a tummy accident.
Can you determine sluggish from a video?
The same way you can determine a shadow means somebody's getting out of a truck. Okay, the same bullshit. Okay.
Any different than walking?
Listen. You claim a shadow. You claim a shadow means Gannon got out the truck. We never saw him. We saw him walking to the truck.
Against Quincy Brown, and you.
Okay. Okay, good. I was walking sluggish when I cut my finger. Gannon was walking sluggish after he had a significant head wound with puddle of blood on the floor.
Seen Gannon walk sluggish.
Okay, I'm telling you, he was walking sluggish because he was hurt and there was a puddle of blood on the floor and it's probably his blood. I haven't seen no freaking evidence, but I guarantee you it's his blood because it all adds up, Tisha. And he was walking sluggish because of that, just like I was walking sluggish when I cut my finger off. You hit the nail on the head, honey.
He's a little extra.
I understand, like, you're
Just a little
talking, see,
extra.
this is what's not making any sense. You're trying to say that he got hurt, but I don't even know that he got hurt at
Oh, why? Oh, I'm glad you caught yourself.
video. So you're saying he got hurt Monday morning?
I'm glad you caught yourself. Yep, I'm glad you caught yourself though. Hey, listen, let's stop, okay? Because this is going nowhere. We can fix this. No, I want Gannon. I don't want you in trouble. I'm blaming Quincy Brown. Okay, I'm blaming freaking Quincy Brown. I want my son.
Just failed to tell me how we were supposed to be backed away in our American dreams, and you started screaming.
No. Because of my son, it's my son's blood all over the freaking house. Okay, my son's blood. If it was Harley's blood, you'd be screaming too. You're screaming, and it's not even your son.
You call this blood and this Gannon.
I'm assuming who else's blood would be on the floor. Okay, good. Yeah, you got me. I'm assuming. I'm making a serious, legitimate assumption, putting all the pieces together. That is my son's blood. Layla, hey, is Lena cut up? Are you cut up? Is Harley cut up? No, Gannon's the only one missing, and we don't know. So yes, I'm assuming. Okay, I'm not cut up. I wasn't even there.
I'm going to tell you this, Albert.
You can tell me whatever you want to. Now is the time when we fix this. Right now. Okay.
Okay, and I'm telling you right now. You 30 seconds and listen.
All right.
Instead of yelling back at me.
All right.
Gannon Stauch was not slugging other than if his stomach might have been hurt and his foot. There was nothing wrong with Gannon on Monday morning. He had his switch, was playing his switch, and there was nothing wrong with him.
Okay, fine.
Maybe he was a little tired because the boy stayed up at night with his stomach hurting, which I messaged you about.
Okay, fine.
Maybe he was a little tired for that part of it, but you can't assume that someone's sluggish and hurt on Monday morning. That is not true, okay? Gannon was under my care and was fine. If he'd been sluggish and hurt getting in your truck, there would have been blood in your truck.
Wait.
You tell people all online talking about he was looking like he was drugged. Really? Gannon, drugged. I mean, he takes his medicine. One, okay, his stomach was hurting. Okay, he had a lot of Miralax in his system trying to wean him out.
So you did get, wait, I want to stop you because you said you didn't give him anything. Now you say you did give him something. This whole time you didn't give him anything.
No, you're a fucking liar because I told you I gave it to him on Saturday night.
Okay, maybe. I don't remember that, but now you say you said you doped him up on Miralax.
I already told you this, so don't try to correct me and tell me I'm lying when I know for a fact. Right? He was probably very tired. If you go back and look at your phone, I messaged you up until 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning. Because we didn't sleep. I'm sure Lena went to school completely exhausted. So if he walked out maybe a little bit tired, and you saw that, then blame me. Because you know why? We didn't go to sleep.
So now he is tired and sluggish, and a minute ago he wasn't tired and sluggish.
If you think that, then that's why.
Okay, all right. I'm just trying to clarify because you said he wasn't, now he is, okay?
Has she been like this the entire
I can't hear you.
I said if he would have had his head injury that you're talking about, okay, he would have had blood in your truck. Okay? He would have. There would have had to been something done to him. This head injury you're talking about.
She is talking in circles.
Would have just stopped.
I agree.
Okay?
I agree with you.
Okay? Then there would have been blood all over your truck. Okay? That's just how it would have been. It's like, I understand as a father, you are freaked out. Okay? I understand at this point, you're going to cuss out the world because it's about your child. I understand that. When I thought Harley was wrong on that freaking cruise boat, I felt that some sticks out. I understand what you're saying when it comes to mode, attack mode, protect mode, attack mode. Okay? But you want to know how do we get back to that? Then you have to believe that when Gannon Stout left that house that day, he was not in any shape or form had been bleeding or nothing other than him hurting his foot, okay, his stomach hurting. And you know what? I was going to leave him at home.
Wait, what about the burns?
You already knew this.
Okay, well, you said, I'm just clarifying because you said in any way, shape, or form, and he had burns on his arms. Okay, this is my baby boy now we're talking about.
Yes, you said his head. I'm trying to clarify his.
All right, so I got you. All right, I got you. He didn't leave the house with he didn't leave the house with a head injury. All right. So did you bring him back and then he got a head injury, or did you bring him back with a head injury? Okay. Then he ran away. Did he run away, or did Quincy Brown take him with a head injury? Okay. What version of that is the truth? Because the boy was bleeding in the house. So where did the blood come from?
Albert, I'm going to tell you once again.
All right.
You can say all you want to with these assumptions that you have. Okay? Gannon has already been bleeding from his foot. Okay? I had already cleaned it up outside.
Did he bleed in that corner? Did he bleed in the corner of the room? Okay, I'm sorry.
Can I talk?
Okay, go ahead.
He had already been bleeding from his foot. We had at that point in time fixed the room. The only reason I put the room, cleaned it up, or whatever, was because later on I did that before you got there.
So you cleaned up the room before I got there? Okay.
Fucking listen to me. As far as making the thing back up, fixing his Legos back right, I did that.
Cleaning the wall, right? Cleaning the wall, right? That was part of the cleanup?
Cleaning the wall.
You said.
Gannon and I had already done that.
Okay, I'm just trying to put the timeline together.
You're talking about cleaning something prior. Like, it was prior to what you're even talking about.
Okay.
You're not understanding.
Well, I'm trying to understand because you told me you cleaned up the rape scene in his room initially, and now,
Yes, my clothing, and I've already told you that.
Okay.
Okay? I've already told you this, Albert.
What about the corner where the blood was? Did you clean that up too? Okay, was that part of the cleanup? And that's fine if that was part of the rape cleanup. I mean, but was that part of the cleanup?
Okay, now you're trying to go up.
No, I'm trying to understand all of this. You never told me the rape wasn't true and the bang in your head wasn't true. You told me the bicycle wasn't true. You didn't tell me this part wasn't true. So did you clean up the corner too? Was that part of the cleanup? Because that's where the blood was. And like I said, that all adds up to an accident to me, and that Quincy Brown is responsible. Okay. And that you just got scared and freaked out. Or was it your blood from when you banged your head? I mean, what happened? What happened in that? Well, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm assuming it's his, but if you banged your head that hard to pass out, you probably were bleeding too. Maybe you fell into the corner because the beds were pushed together. I don't know. All right, I'm just trying to understand. And then you cleaned it up, and that was part of the cleanup that you talked about. Just explain to me what's going on here.
It is embarrassing to explain to you, Albert. It's embarrassing.
It's me. It should be embarrassing to me, babe.
Don't call me babe, because you don't really want me as a babe. You're not trying to be loving to me.
I'm trying to find out what happened to my son. Everything else is part of the situation after we find Gannon. Whatever we decide at that point.
Gannon's blood.
In the corner?
Where else would been on the roof.
Okay, keep going. I'm gonna shut up because this is freaking me out.
Don't even start with all freaking me out like you care.
I care if I don't want nobody to bleed. What are you talking about? So you cleaned up your blood and Gannon's blood in the corner? Why didn't you tell me that?
I did. You just said I told you about the cleanup part and whatever about it.
God.
I mean, you're just like, it doesn't matter what I told you. You think it's you just want to laugh at me. That's what you want to do.
I don't want to laugh. I don't want to know. I want to know where my son is and what happened. How did your blood get there and how did Gannon's blood get there?
Listen,
Okay,
Timothy.
I'm listening.
I've already told investigators that.
Okay, all right. Well, tell me because I don't know.
You went on this no. If they let you in on this supposed crime scene that you shouldn't have even been on if it was a crime scene, then they probably let you in on everything. Okay, or they did things illegally, whatever they did. My point is, it is embarrassing to tell you that. Okay, embarrassing. Okay, because you know why? You're not going to take my side, so what does it matter?
I am going to take your side. I'm
Trying to put me on trial. Have you been in the car to go find this dude, or have you put me on trial?
Listen, you told me you were getting the address or the phone number or something from the attorney's assistant. Okay?
The reporter's got to do a whole report on it.
Okay, so why can't I have the address and go there and
It's supposed to be on the TV in a minute.
okay, so I can't do anything because I gotta wait for the TV report, the breaking news story when you have the information? Come on.
You don't got to wait for the breaking news report.
Listen. Hey, back up.
You're trying to put Amber, she's protecting you.
No, all I know is from a voice on the phone. Listen, what I want is what I told you I wanted initially. I want our 5 people in our family, 2 dogs, Christmas presents. Yes, that's what I want, okay? And if this was, I'm just talking about that's the last time we were all together, happy, enjoying that I could think of that was good.
What could pick up?
I'm just talking about good times in our life. I said that's the last thing I can think of presents. What?
That starts with you. That starts with you saying, I want my wife and my daughter here and Lena here, and we're going to sit down and we're going to all find Gannon.
Right, and we can fix this. Yes, our family can fix this, all 5 of us. Okay, maybe it was an accident. I don't know. Okay, all 5 of us can fix this.
Talk to Lena. That's how sorry that shit was. Sorry. That's how sorry that shit was. You could right now fix this. You could right now say, listen, my wife, my child, and my child, we're all going to be in this one location because our home has been taken over. And we're going to write it down. If we have to wake up every morning and write down any new detail as we are pursuing this person.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to do.
With you.
And that's what I'm doing with you. I'm writing down every detail. This adds up to an accident, a Quincy Brown. No.
Not about your.
You said we can get together, write down every detail. We're on the phone together, Tisha. We can write down these details.
The way you want to do it, right?
I offered you a meeting.
A meeting?
Yes.
Okay, make up your mind. 1 minute you offer me a meeting. Next minute you said, how do we have our lives back the way?
All right, and I also told you it starts with the truth, okay? You still haven't told me. Oh, yes, okay. How did the blood get in the corner? Your blood and Gannon's blood. How did it get there? That's the truth that we need, okay? How did it get there?
It doesn't matter what I tell you. You're going to call me a liar.
No, just tell me what the truth is. That it does matter.
I tell you, you're going to call me a liar.
Tell me the truth, and I won't call you a liar.
I told you.
Okay.
Call me a liar. I can tell you that I freaking got hit with a baseball bat, and you would still be like, you're lying, and it'd be true.
Listen.
I can tell you that somebody was trying to stick something in my asshole and Gannon's asshole, and you would tell me I was telling a lie. What? You wouldn't care.
Actually, I would. If you told me the truth, I would absolutely care. Because if you got hit with a baseball bat, we wouldn't be talking right now. Okay? So that's why I just need the truth of how did the blood get there. Now we've established it's Gannon's blood.
I just told you, didn't I?
Tell me again. You didn't tell me. You said if I told you this or if I told you that. You didn't tell me anything.
If you are all over the place, that you're that blind, if you're that blind to it, then that's on you.
So somebody hit Gannon with a baseball bat. Somebody hit Gannon with a baseball bat and then molested both of y'all. So so it's blood from his butt?
Talk with a baseball bat, like use it as an example how you wouldn't believe nothing I said.
So somebody raped and molested both of y'all. And that's blood from his butt is what you're telling me. And blood from your butt.
I'm telling you anything because I'm not going to relive it.
Well, Gannon's out there hopefully reliving it every day. I hope he's out there living.
And he's not, because you know why?
You're hoping he's not living? You're hoping he's not living? I said I hope he's out there living.
Oh my God! You just see?
No.
See what you did?
Yeah, I saw what I did. I took what you said.
He's not. I said I hope he's not living it every day, like as in living through someone hurting him. And you took that as me saying something different.
Why? But why are you so worried? Somebody did something to you and Gannon, this Quincy Brown guy. You're not going to be in trouble. You're not going to be in trouble, but you're talking about contaminated crime scenes. But I'm not telling you you're going to be in trouble. I don't even know. Okay? You're worried about all this stuff. No. You're worried about immunity. You're worried about contaminated crime scenes, but you didn't do anything.
I'm telling you, you didn't like that I came back with you when you said something like that.
No, you can come back with whatever you want. Okay? It's not a competition. It's not a competition. Actually, it is a competition to find that boy. I can't hear you.
It's the Constitution.
What Constitution? I can't hear you.
It's the law. If someone deems something a crime scene, there's not a person is allowed to be in there breathing, walking, anything.
Well, why are you worried about that? Why are you worried about that? You're not on trial here. No, you're not on trial here. No, the truth is, well, how did the blood get there? Tell me, okay?
Oh, you're asking me again.
How did the blood get there? I'm not saying it's your fault. Listen,
Same question fucking 15 times.
because you won't tell me. So I want you to acknowledge for me that if what you're saying is true, I don't know the Constitution like you do. Okay, you went to law school and all that stuff, right? So
She went to law school?
if the police allowed somebody to go in there, that's the police's fault. Okay, that's not my fault. It's not your fault.
No. Do you ever let people talk and answer you?
Yes.
You should have been, like, this is what I told you all the time. You should have been a lawyer.
Right, okay.
You asked the book. He's like, it's now, and I hear when I'm trying to tell him. You would not let someone answer you for nothing. Like, you sit there at work and let people dog your ass, but you would talk shit to me.
No, I'm not talking shit. I'm asking you for the truth.
It doesn't even make any sense to me. You won't even, like, protect us in freaking Burger King, but you'll talk shit to me.
I'm not talking shit. I want my family. I want my son. He was bleeding when he left the house. You told me that. You told me he was bleeding. You told me he was bleeding when he left the house. You just told me that. There's blood all over the floor, and he left with Quincy Brown.
Yeah, he did.
I didn't ask you that.
I know that I'm getting messages. I know that I'm getting whatever saying something about money. I sent it to you. You didn't acknowledge that, did you?
I did acknowledge that.
Fucking me.
But you got to understand. Okay, fine.
You believed 100%. Believed 100% that I did not hurt Gannon Stauch. You would not be interrogating me like you're a police officer.
Okay, I'm not. Okay, but I'm going to go over you exactly what I know from what you told me. I'm going over it. You called 911. You reported a missing child. Okay? Then, when I got home, When I got home, no, you call us. Let me rephrase that because you said he was a runaway. You said he left and the cameras prove he didn't.
So I didn't say that.
Okay.
The police said
You said that. You told me he went to a friend's house. You told me that. Okay. He went to a friend's house and didn't come home. All right. You told me that.
he was hiding.
Okay. Then you changed the story to the cops and to me and everybody.
He was hiding.
Okay. Fast forward. Then I see blood. Now you've confirmed you also saw blood. Okay. And then I ask you to tell me the truth over and over and over again, and you don't. Then I even offer I can help you fix it. It could be an accident. Quincy Brown could be at fault. I could be at fault. Okay. But you just keep going down this road. And how do you expect me? How do you expect me not to blame myself because my son's missing and nobody can find the truth and it's in my household? Okay? How do you expect me
to tell you? Like, what do you want me to tell you?
where the blood came from and how it got there? That's what I want to know. You did not.
You keep saying it 15 times.
You didn't say how it got. Or you didn't say how it got there.
You believed. Come on.
What? Say what?
If you get hurt, you bleed.
Okay. How you got hurt?
Common sense.
You got hurt and you bled and you and Gannon bled in the same puddle. There was one puddle, not two. There was one puddle. So you sat back to back and bled together. Is that what happened?
No, that's not what happened.
Well, then,
that's where you go again about interrogating.
I'm not. I'm trying to put together what happened to my son and my wife. So tell me, where's the second puddle of blood if you were both hurt equally and you remember all of that now? Okay.
So I'm sitting back here as you try to put words in my mouth.
I'm not. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand. Well, tell me what happened then. Tell me where the blood came from. How it got there. Tell me.
I can only go on what I heard.
On what you
Okay.
heard.
Tell me what you heard then.
I told you I am not. Until you guys can stop trying to make me to be the criminal when I'm not.
I'm not. I told you I'm taking blame for it. No, let's clarify. Let's clarify.
You got mad at me.
Let's clarify.
You for asking to clear your name.
Let's clarify.
He's stupid enough to clarify to you.
Because I'm not blaming you.
That's saying that I'm cleared. Not a criminal. I didn't.
Okay, you're right. You're not a criminal for hearing things. Nobody is. So what did you hear?
Testify.
What did you hear?
I did.
Testify to your husband about this. Our son. Our son is missing.
Did you just say that? You won't even let your wife and daughter and your other daughter be with you right now.
Because you won't tell me the truth.
You worried about family?
Just tell me what you heard, please.
Yeah, but you better believe Lena was with you. But yeah, Harley's supposed to be your daughter too, right?
You took Harley.
Wait, right?
I want my family. You and Harley chose to leave, and I never asked you to leave. Okay, I wanted it the whole time.
If she was trying to worry about you, she was about you wanting to pay her car payment. You changed clothes on her. Why?
Because I had to do that because I'm responsible for it. Yes, okay, but that doesn't matter right now. You can make the car payment all you want to. That doesn't matter right now. Listen.
But you want your family, right?
I can't hear you.
I said you want your family, right?
Yes, I do.
Do you want your family?
I do.
17-year-old who worked their fucking ass off to pay for the car?
Okay, and I worked my ass off to be able to finance the car for her. Okay, but you need to tell me what you heard. Because that.
But then you should have gave her the option to get it back herself and finance it.
She could get it back whenever they release it. She could get it back whenever they release it. All right, you said earlier, listen.
And Taylor treated her in that situation.
Yes, exactly. And a father, hey, don't tell me how a father is supposed to feel. You're talking about what you said is most important to you, which is things. You said that. Items. Okay, I'm talking about what's most important to me. What's most important to a father is his son. The most important thing to a father is his children. I want my son back, and you have the information, and you won't give it to me. You won't tell me what you freaking heard when he was bleeding to death.
I called you. You said the most important thing to you is your son.
And my son, my children. I said that, my children. My son is missing right now. My 2 daughters are not missing. My 2 daughters are not missing. Lena is safe and sound. Harley is safe and sound.
They need love and care.
Okay.
Just said you put Lena to bed last night.
Right. Where's Harley at?
You wouldn't let us come.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. You won't tell me where she's at to protect her and keep her safe. She wouldn't tell me that. Tell me what you heard.
Albert, can I come say?
Listen. You're worried about you now. You're worried about you. This is about Gannon. Gannon's bleeding to death, and you heard it.
Gannon's missing, and you want to do something.
No, Gannon's
with the motherfucking FBI, but you ain't.
I'm on the phone with you. You want togetherness? I'm giving you that. Okay? You said Gannon's bleeding.
Fucking FBI on the phone.
You said Gannon's bleeding, and
make this a priority then. You want your family? And you mean that? You're not trying to be at a got to throw me under the bus?
all right. You want to get the FBI on the phone and tell them what you heard? I'll call that lady right now. And tell them you have the key piece of evidence. Amber, I'll call that Amber lady and tell her you have the key piece of evidence that they're missing. What?
Call her on that three-way then.
Call her on 3-way?
I don't know.
I gotta go to my message and look up the number.
Yeah.
Or you can read the number to me. Hold on.
What did she say when you called her?
What?
What did he say when you called her?
She said that you hadn't that
Over this. So I'm trying to understand why FBI needs to call her.
I don't know, okay? No, I am telling you, she reached out to me and said, I'm with the FBI. How can I help you? That's what she said. We're to the point now where the FBI is involved. So if somebody's saying they can help me, then they can help me. And that's what I want. So I reached back out to her. You didn't message her. You lied to me.
Yes, I did. I'll send you the message right now.
All right, I'm gonna add her in the call right now. You ready? And you better tell her what you goddamn heard, Tisha, about that boy bleeding to death. All right, I'm adding the call. Hold on, right now. 719-240-2516. All right, 3-way is starting. Don't go nowhere.
This is Amber.
Amber, hey, this is Al again. I got Tisha on the other line. Can I merge you in? Tisha, are you there? Tisha, are you there? Tisha.
Yes, I'm here.
Amber, are you there?
I'm here. This is Amber.
Okay. Amber, Tisha, tell Amber whatever it is you got to say about what you heard when Gannon was bleeding to death. Because that's what you've been telling me.
I did tell you because Quincy was beating him up and hurting him. Can you hear me? Yeah, you say Quincy was beating him up and hurting him? Yes. And I was just telling, I've been telling everybody this for days. Mm-hmm. So maybe, because obviously I am FBI and not El Paso County, I'd like for you to kind of go through this story with me. I know it's awkward. I know it's weird. I know it's hard to talk to strangers, telling strangers things like this. But, every detail helps us. That's why we try to ask you as many questions as we possibly can. So I'm sorry that you're going to have to go through it. Many times talk to different people, and no one has ever tried to help me. I haven't tried to not tell you anything in the FBI. There were 3 people already called. Okay. Well, and I'm sorry that, here I am. I'm another person. I'm talking to you. I'm making you live something again. And I know it's a very personal situation, but I want to get as much information as I can from you because every detail does matter and it counts. So, I'd like you to... Let me just call you back. Can I call you back? I don't have a phone. I'm going to walk and get someone's phone because I like credits off of working so that if it's going to be a long conversation. Okay. Is it the same number? Because I text that 719 number that he gave me. Well, the 719-240-2516 that you guys just called me on is a cell phone. So, and I didn't receive any text messages. Okay. Because I'm on this text app because they took my. You just give me a minute. I'm gonna walk and grab another phone and call you right back. Okay. Okay.
Are we gonna do a three-way again or what?
Hello.
Tisha. Okay, she hung up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone return at 10:45, we should be able to start on time at.
Okay, we're gonna stop there for today. Oh my God, Michelle. That's awful. I think I understand. I mean, I do, but I don't. Like, I think, you know how I keep saying I don't understand why she killed him, like, you know, why she didn't do things to try to get away with it. I think, well, I think she's not that bright. Like, even people that are geniuses do stupid stuff. Like, people that are really smart have no common sense. My brother is like that. He's really, really smart. He's an electrician. He's really smart, but has no common sense at all whatsoever. I think he was not her ideal husband, you know, like, because he wasn't home, because he was in the service, and she didn't have like her perfect little happy family like she wanted. And I guess they were also having problems, and she wanted to hurt him in the worst way she could hurt him, and that was by killing Gannon. I honestly think that's what it was. She was just like, well, I'm going to take a son away from him, and then I'm going to, you know, bounce, like he said. Her and Haley bounced. And I think he really did love, Harley. I think he really did love Harley and thought of her as his daughter. Yeah, I think she does think she's smarter than everybody else. But, like, why? I don't know. Maybe I watch too much Law and Order, but why commit a crime that you know you cannot get away from? Because did she think that this Quincy Jones guy, like, they would find the suitcase that belonged to her with Gannon in it? That they were going to think, oh, Quincy Brown dumped his body here. Where she just was. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I guess. I don't know. I mean, but there have been, well, I was going to say there have been smarter ways to cover up a crime. There's been dumber ways to cover up a crime. Like, what's the guy's name? I can remember Jim McIntyre, but I can't remember the real guy's name. Brown? Who's Brown? Who's Brown? Yeah, that's true. I don't know if she's. Do you think she's a narcissist? I don't know if I think she's a narcissist or not. Oh, Quincy Brown. Yeah, like, how? That's a rented van that has GPS in it, right? Don't all rental vehicles have GPS? So they can see where she took it. Yeah, she definitely thinks she can fool and manipulate. I didn't even think about gaslighting until, who said it? Elle? Oh, I said Quincy Jones. That is Brown. Oh, okay. Sorry. Quincy Jones is a music producer. Quincy Brown. I know. So I didn't even think about gaslighting until Elle said gaslighting, because that's what she's doing. Like, he'll ask her a question and she goes, Albert, I already told you this. Yeah, you already lied to him, is what you did. You lied about it. And then, like, he'll ask a question and she'll start to tell him, and then she'll say something else that confuses him. And then he'll start yelling at her, and then I'm not going to say anything else if you quit until you quit yelling at me. It's just, and she goes around in circles. And then he asks about him being sluggish, and she says no, he wasn't sluggish. And then she goes on this like roundabout way to say why he was sluggish. And then he goes, you just said he wasn't sluggish, now you're saying he's sluggish. It's just, it's all gobbledygook that none of it makes sense. That's why I said start over. If I had been him, I would have said stop, erase everything and start over from the beginning with no lies, no stories. Pretend like you've told me nothing. Start over from the very beginning. I don't need to know anything about the hike, the poop in his pants, the stomach stuff. Start from the beginning of that day that he disappeared, that he was taken, and start over from that till he was taken. Albert, geez, how many times do I have to lie to you? Yeah, that's exactly what she does. And then she'll get off on another subject, like the thing with Harley's car. Well, the police had the car. But then I guess something about the payment or something. He was, I don't know. But so then she didn't have a car. But that's because the cops had the car. I've answered all your questions. And she hasn't answered any of them. Yep. Just enough truth. Apparently. But his new wife, I don't even know if they're still together or not, though. I hope they are. I guess we'll find out at the new trial. They had a kid because she was pregnant at the sentencing hearing when they did the victim impact statements. Yeah, not a single one. So Quincy Brown and Eduardo, not Eduardo, Eduardo was the other guy's name. The guy that was laying in the middle of the road that then jumped up and carjacked them. What was he at? There was the bike. The guy that scooped him up when he fell off the bike and ran him in the house to call 911. Bye, Robbie. Yeah, my hubby will be home in a few minutes too. So, Okay, guys. Man. This woman, I swear. I thought my husband's ex was bad. Oh, cool. Okay, guys, I will see you tomorrow at 9. And, oh, I didn't grab the link. I don't even know. I think it's on Magic Adventures tonight. Hang on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Our talk show that we do on Wednesday nights is tonight at 8:15. Oh, I don't think they posted it yet. No, they didn't post it yet. Nope. Or I would send you the link. So it's not posted. So, oh, it could be on Murray's channel. I don't know whose channel it's on tonight. It might be on Murray's. Hang on a minute. Oh, it is. It's on Murray's tonight. Because we rotate, and it's not my night, so I don't remember. I don't remember your channel. Okay. So, love you too, Nichelle. Love all you guys. Be kind to people. Love your family. And Jesus loves you, and so do I. And I'll see you guys in the morning or tonight if you want to stop by. Murray is the British guy. I have not watched The Handmaid's Tale. Yes. Poor Gannon. I feel so sorry. Yes. Murray's the British guy. Oh, really? I've always wanted to watch The Handmaid's Tale. I just haven't yet. And now there's a spinoff. Yes, Murray's the British guy. Mike and Jen are my friends from Maryland, but they live in, where do they live? New Smyrna Beach? They live over, they're on the other coast. I'm on the west coast. They're on the east coast. And we meet at Disney. Well, they've been over here. I haven't been over there yet. And Murray and Lisa, they are here. They're back over here. They went home and then they came back, and they're here for 3 months now. So, but we're still doing our show while they're here. They're staying with Mike and Jen. So, but it's on Murray's channel tonight. Yes, Mike and Jen are awesome fun. They are. We rode the alien swirling saucers at Hollywood Studios the other day. They're not like the teacups. They just swing side, instead of going around in a circle, they swing side to side. And every time it swings, Jen goes, "Woo! Woo!" And she looked at me and she goes, "Aren't you having fun?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm having fun." She goes, "You don't sound like you're having fun." I'm like, "I'm having fun. You're not. You don't sound like you're." Like, Jen, I'm having fun. Oh, where's my phone? John, did you see the picture of us on Tower Terror? Where did it go? Come on, phone. This picture's hilarious. That's me and Jen. Hey, werewolf. I had my hand on Jen's hand, and every time we dropped, our hands went up together. And then my ears started falling off, and Lisa reached over and grabbed my head to keep my ears on. That's the four of us. Murray has the gimbal in front of his face. Lisa's just sitting there smiling. Like, and Jen and I are just like terrified. It's fun, but it's terrifying at the same time. It's weird because Disney has roller coasters. I mean, that was not a roller coaster, but they have some roller coasters that are terrifying but still fun. But then they have roller coasters that are fun. Like Slinky Dog. I have pictures from Slinky Dog too. Slinky Dog is, you guys know Toy Story? They have a Slinky Dog roller coaster. See, that's us on Slinky Dog. We're both smiling and laughing. It's fun. It's not terrifying at all. I mean, if you like roller coasters, they call it a family coaster because it's not like super intense. But if you don't like roller coasters, you're not gonna like it because it does, it's up and and it launches. Yeah, that's exactly what she did. All of a sudden, I just feel a hand on top of my head, and I was like, "Oh, she's holding my ears on." It would have been more fun if you were there with me. Yes, it would have. Yeah, I know. No one told me, and they got them at Walmart. I could have gone into my Walmart and bought one, and we all could have matched, but nobody told me. Yeah. Yeah, they're a lot of fun. They're a lot of fun to hang out with. But I'm trying not to. Because I'm trying to stream when I go and do my own thing so I can build up my Disney channel. And if I'm streaming at the same time they're streaming, it's like we kind of share the same audience. So it's not good for our channels because we have like the same people. So they're like jumping back and forth between our channel, so like if I go on a different day than they go, then the same people will watch me and then they'll watch them on their day, so, but I didn't want to stream because I thought Star Wars Day they'd have like extra Star Wars characters out walking around and like maybe some extra stuff going on in the Star Wars area of the park and everything. And I was really disappointed because it really wasn't. It was just like every other day, except for the extra merchandise they had for sale. It was just another opportunity for Disney to make more money. So, and I mean, I was a little disappointed, but like I get it because that's what Disney does. So, I know they keep putting Disney parks in Asia. I've lost track of how many there are in Asia now. They need one in Australia. They need one in the UK and Australia. Yes, we did. We had a Lily sighting. And we got to see her again on the way out. We stopped and talked to them for a while. Oh, John, I told Lily because I was going to crochet her a Star Wars character doll because I couldn't find any Haunted Mansion patterns. And I told her, I said, Lily, guess what? There's a Haunted Mansion crochet book coming out in July. And she had a big grin on her face. She goes, what characters? And so I said, well, it's got the hitchhiking ghost, and it's got Constance, and it's got the lady on the tightrope with the alligator underneath her. And she looked at me and she goes, does Crochet Constance have a crochet axe? I said, I don't know. I don't remember. I have to look at the picture again. She is so funny. Yeah, she wants Constance. If it doesn't come with a crochet hatchet pattern, I'm going to have to find one and make her a crochet hatchet to go. Or at least buy a little plastic one and glue it to her hand or something. But I'm on my scooter going out of the car and I'm just like, does Crochet Constance have a crochet hatchet? And I'm just cracking up. It's got the little caretaker and his dog, and it's so cute. I can't wait. But the book doesn't come out till July, so. But that'll be after the meetup, so I will be done with all my stuff that I'm making for the meetup. So, oh yeah, that smile is so pretty. And I've been waiting to tell her, but I wanted to tell her in person because I wanted to see her smile. And got that big smile, that sweet little girl. So, yeah, that was a lot of fun. Okay, guys, I'm gonna run. I don't know why my husband isn't here yet. Oh, he had to go to the store and get me. It's taking him over 20 minutes to go get cranberry juice. He'll be home any minute. Okay, guys, bye. Have a great evening. I will see you tomorrow morning. Love you guys. Bye.